you know we gon' talk about it. Let's talk about it. Get in here, we in here tonight. So get in here, we in here to vibe.
Hey, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I got my Bluetooth on. Give me a second. I may need to go put my Bluetooth in the, let me know if y'all can hear me clearly or do it sounds faint because, I think I have my Bluetooth connected to it. And if I do, I need to take it out. So let me know how it's coming across. Is it good or is it kind of sounds far back? That's my fault. I didn't test it out. I try to, but I ain't gonna sit here and say I do it all the time. I ain't gonna say I get it right all the time. Okay, you guys can hear me clearly? Okay, thank you. I know it takes a little bit for YouTube to get the notifications out. So if you guys can share this for me, share this with your friends or on your Facebook or Instagram or even your TikTok, please, or YouTube or your YouTube channel if you have one. Share this out and hit that thumbs up for me, please. And thank you. I'm going to try to see if we can get about 200 people in here before I start. So thank y'all for coming to this one. This one is going to be a very important one, actually. Very important. We've heard a whole lot here lately. And I want to break down some things tonight for you guys. And I came early because a lot of y'all been falling asleep on my live streams. So I want to try to make sure I get the message out before you guys go to sleep. It's not saying that it's going to be extremely long. It's just going to be, let's just say very thorough. Very thorough. Because I want to actually talk about two different things tonight. It's kind of the same, is along the same line, the Romeca and Holly case, but it's two different, and I should have put it in the title, but I didn't. But we're going to speak on two different things. We're going to talk about, the title says Holly Johnson could have destroyed Romeca legally, but she tried to spare her. So we're going to talk about that, right? But we're also going to talk about, if I have time, we're going to also talk about how the public became so emotionally invested in this story, because that matters. That matters as well. So we're going to talk about that. If I have enough time to talk about that tonight, I will. If not, I will get on that tomorrow. Thank you so much for the person that gave me my coffees. Y'all know I need coffees, baby. I need some coffees to stay awake. Thank you so much, Candy Girl. Thank you for the $25 tip. She says, y'all don't just entertain, support the queen. If you would like to send your girl a coffee, the link is pinned above. Coffees is the same as tips, okay? For those that do not know, buying a coffee, saying that you want someone to stay awake, stay alert, and bring the heat, bring the loud noise, you guys could tip me a coffee, or you can send me a super chat or a super sticker, all right? Thank y'all so very much. So thank y'all. Thank y'all. Come on up in here. Thank you, Binkity Bink Bink Bink, my girl. Thank you, Perfectly Imperfect. Amoira is the GOAT. I love it here. Thank you. And thank you, Lin Lin. Appreciate you, Lin Lin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we got 204. How many thumbs up do we have? If you guys don't mind just reaching back right quick just to hit that thumbs up button for your girl right quick, because the thumbs up basically tells YouTube that you guys are very much interested in the topics that I am talking about, and they will send this out to more people if they see you guys liking, thumbing up the video. But without the thumbs up, they say, no, these people are not interested in this video, and then they do not try to get it out in the algorithm. So you guys can help me get it out by thumbing up the video. She said we had 101 thumbs. Oh my goodness. So you mean we got 100 people here listening that either don't know how to thumbs up the video or is not here to hear the truth? Because that's what we're going to do over here today. We got to put our feelings to the side for just 1 second. Just 1 second, y'all. On this live right here, the entire live, we got to put our feelings to the side. And we got to speak the truth. Facts. Facts over feelings, right? Facts over feelings. All right, we got 210. So we're going to go ahead and start the show. Let me close my door right quick because I don't want to bother my husband. Hold on, y'all. Babe. Honey. You upstairs? All right, you already turned the stove off? All right, well, I'm about to go live. No, I'm going to eat afterwards. No, because then I'll be smacked and strapped like that. No, I'm gonna eat after it. It's okay. Thank you. All right, y'all. Sorry about that, but I was supposed to be eating, but I'm gonna wait. I can wait. I can wait. I can wait. All right. So, what are we talking about today? We're going to talk about the elephant in the room. Thank you, Knee Deep, for the love. She said, share this live, share this live. Thank you so much for the love, baby. Appreciate you. So, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room. Why are we going to do that? Well, let me tell you why we're going to do it. We're going to do it because we've seen things like this before. That's one, right? Being out here as a blogger for 2.5 years, we've seen people get taken to court for making threats and stuff like that, right? And we have a supporter that she's kind of, not really involved with anything now. She's not out here now on the internet like that, but uh it was speculations or something like that, that threats was made from her. Y'all remember that? And she literally had to go to court, spend thousands of dollars, right? And she was a nurse. She is a nurse, actually. And she had to spend thousands of dollars. And eventually, somebody had to come forth and say they lied for the charges to be dropped to spare her life, because she could have been facing 5 years in jail, right? She could have been facing 5 years in jail and the loss of her license. She spent thousands. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say she said either between $4,000 and $8,000 on an attorney, right? To fight a case. Why? Because in the state of Georgia, threats, intimidation, or verbal threats and text threats and stuff like that is considered what? It is considered a terrorist, what do they call that? Terrorist threat. A terrorist threat. Now, every state does not have terrorist threats. So I did look up the state of Illinois to see, do they have terroristic threats. I'm sorry. It's called a terroristic threat. That was in the state of Georgia. So when you text someone or call somebody on the phone, right? She said, "Who are you talking about?" I don't think you know. Her name is Tamika. I don't think y'all know this young lady named Tamika. And I don't even know if Tamika mind if I say her name. So I hope she doesn't. Tamika, I'm not trying to bring you in this. I'm just using your situation as a reference. But my people, my loud talkers here know who Tamika is and know that it was Tamika was accused of making a threat, right? Via social media, that she was going to KI or harm a person and their family, right? And it went all the way to court. The grand jury picked it up, right? And was literally about to take her to trial. Okay. So she literally was about to lose her nurse's license. Okay. And she was about to potentially spend 5 years in jail, because those charges were felony charges, right? So she was literally about to mess up her life. I know for a fact that she spent at least 4,000, but I want to say more. I want to say she told me 8, but I know it was at least $4,000. By the show of hands, by the show of hands, I need you guys' involvement. Who has $4,000 to just throw away fighting cases online? Who has it? Raise your hand if you just got $4,000 that you just want to hand some attorney, some lawyer to come fight your case for you. Raise your hand. Anyone? Anyone just got $4,000 that they be like, "Oh, yeah, okay, whatever. Hey, can you defend me?" Who has that? And that was over one charge. Felony terroristic threats is what it was. One charge. Anybody? I don't see no hands raised. None. I don't see nobody. I see somebody say that's a lot of money. Yeah, it is a lot of money, right? You could do a lot with $4,000, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So with that being said, right? That was one charge that she was accused of. Not necessarily that she was guilty of, but she was accused of. And see, what people don't understand, when you are accused of something, you have to defend yourself. And defending yourself is not always cheap, baby. You understand what I'm saying? So Romeca Meeks was accused not just of one charge, but 19. Now, I did something the other day. I read down her charges, but y'all, I messed up. I said 2023, and it was supposed to be 2024. Now, somebody came in my comments and they said, Amoira, you messed up. It's not 2020. Didn't happen in 2023. It happened in 2024. So when I went back and I looked at it, I said, oh shit, it does say 2024 and 2025, not 2023. And I don't know what made me say 2023. So let me make that correction right now. Okay. Let me do that. I'm going to go back over the charges with the correct dates. All right. And again, these are just what Holly alleged. I'm not saying that these charges are real. When I say charges, I mean threats. I'm not saying that these threats are real. I'm only coming from the information that's put out there. All right. So if you believe it, you can. If you don't have to. I'm just going to put out what she alleged. Alleged. Understand? Elephant in the room. We're using our logical, critical thinking. Alleged. This is what she was accused of doing. A lot of people are accused of things that they didn't do, and they still have to go spend an ass load of money defending themselves, right? From what they were alleged or accused of doing it. And I'm breaking it down like that because some people don't understand what alleged and accused mean. They don't know what that means. You understand what I'm saying? I know my loud talkers understand that English, right? But some people don't understand what alleged mean. That means somebody accused you of doing something. Don't mean that you necessarily did it, right? Thank you, Knee Deep. Alleged. Okay, alleged. So anyway, so obviously, but anyway, let's go over it. So I said 2023, but let's correct that. The correct timeline is Holly alleged that Romeca texted her saying on August the 24th of 2024, she's going to kill me. August the 28th of 2024, harassing voicemails and calls. September the 7th of 2024, sent explicit videos. Matter of fact, let me go back up. I'm sorry. Because I want to say exactly what she said. Hold on. I want to say exactly what she said. I don't want to paraphrase it. Give me a second. I want to say exactly what was said. Give me a second. I have it right here. I don't want to paraphrase it. I want to say exactly what it was said. Restraining order right here. Restraining order. Okay, so let's say exactly what was said, but the dates are 2024 and not 2023. Where are they? Hold on, y'all. I took a screenshot just of the charges alone. Let me go back. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. Let me give me 1 second. I'm trying to get the exact words. I don't want to paraphrase it because me paraphrasing is not going to give the true outcome of what was said. She didn't just say harassing calls. She actually said what was stated. Okay, this is what she said. This was her statement right here. Now, this is word from word, okay? All right. Now, this might not be in the same order because she didn't put it in the exact order. I put it in the order, and that's how I got the dates mixed up. Okay. But this is exactly what her statement on the restraining order says. Okay. It says, Romeca Blackman called my grandmother's cell phone on December the 3rd at 12:48 p.m. twice and said, "Is this Esther Johnson? I am going to KI your granddaughter, Khadijah." On November the 14th, Romeca Blackman liked a video on my TikTok, and I immediately blocked her. On November the 8th, Romeca Blackman reached out to my close friend Rebecca by phone stating she's going to beat my ass. On November the 7th, Romeca Blackman called my phone unknown multiple times that day from a phone and her son's cell phone number from her phone and her son's cell phone number. I have an app on my phone that shows me who's calling me unknown. That's how I knew who was calling me unknown. On October the 29th and the 30th, Romeca Blackman called my phone unknown multiple times that day as well. I have an app that shows me who's calling unknown from her son's phone and her phone. On September the 28th, Romeca Blackman called me multiple times that day and said, she hopes me and my baby, DIE. She says she's going to bust my head open when she sees me. Okay. On September the 27th, 28th, 29th, and the 30th, Romeca Blackman called my phone multiple times a day, asking where I'm at and what she's going to do to me. Also, while she was on the phone, I could hear her hitting Carlos Smith while saying to her son, "Stop hitting my daddy." Mm. On August the 27th, Romeca Blackman called my phone multiple times that day saying she's going to KI me. October the 9th, she called me unknown multiple times at 2 a.m. I was asleep and did not answer. On September the 16th, Romeca Blackman texted my phone with bothering messages. On September the 15th, Romeca Blackman texts me. On September the 7th, Romeca Blackman called and texted me and sent me inappropriate videos of her private area. On August the 28th, Romeca called me and left me a voicemail. She has left me voicemails on multiple occasions. Romeca Blackman has reached out to me multiple times on Instagram, calling and writing to me multiple times. May 13 was the most recent harassment on Instagram. Romeca Blackman Googled my name and found my grandmother's address, found my mother's phone number, found my grandmother's phone number, and is currently seeking my home address. Romeca Blackman called my friend Rebecca unknown and straight through multiple times a day as well. Romeca Blackman texts my mother's phone looking for me. Romeca Blackman texts Carlos' phone, my grandmother's address, and also called Rebecca and told Rebecca she has my grandmother's address. Now, that is word from word. That's word from word. That is what she has in her statement, word from word. Okay. Now, let me say this. A lot of people probably say, well, that doesn't mean it's facts. Okay. Well, guess what? Romeca had an opportunity to go to court and tell the judge that it wasn't facts, right? That's not true. She had an opportunity to defend herself, and this would never be in a restraining order, and I or anybody else would never be able to see it. Do you understand what I'm saying? We would have never been able to see this had Romeca, excuse me, had Romeca went to court and defended herself against these allegations, because that's what they were, allegations. Okay, allegations. So now, if Romeca would have went to court, this is how it would have went. The judge would have said, "Show me proof," and Holly would have had to take her phone. Actually, she would have had to take her phone and printed out messages, right? And said, "Here you go, Your Honor." The judge would have looked at it. The judge would have said, "How you know it came from Romeca?" Okay. And she would have said, "Because of this." She would have had to show all her proof or whatever, right? And she probably would have even had to have it forensic investigated. So they would absolutely know that it was Romeca. That would have took a lot. The judge probably would have said, "This is your word against hers," unless the voicemails, right? The voicemail messages was her voice, or, if they could have proved it. I'm not going to get into how you can prove it, right? But she could have defended herself, and the 2-year restraining order would not be in place because the restraining order is good for 2 years until 2027, right? So if Romeca would have went to court, she could have fought it. Who knows? We don't know if she would have won or not. Okay. She probably could have, or she probably could not. Right. We don't know that. Why we don't know that? Because she didn't do it. She didn't go to court. She did not go to defend herself. So when you neglect to go to court to defend yourself, then whatever's in this paperwork is legal. And Holly is protected for it. But let's go a little deeper. Let's go a little deeper, okay? Again, referencing our good friend Tamika. Tamika said, I didn't do that post. I didn't do that post. But did that stop them from filing criminal charges against her? Absolutely did not stop them. It went all the way up to the DA, and DA accepted those charges. Y'all remember that? Even with me, let's talk about my case for a minute, because a few of you guys here on my podcast don't know. I had 9 charges, 9, from bitter, soft-skinned ass bloggers that couldn't take my mouth, okay? Because I put sit down. I cussed them the fuck out on my channel, not theirs. I didn't jump in their inbox. I never text their phone. I never called them or anything. I came to my own panel. Loud talkers, can you vouch for your girl in my comments, okay? On my own panel, I talked my shit on my own panel, cussed them the fuck out. And what they do, they ran to the court. How many was it? You had, okay, let me see. I got to count them. It was 9 charges, but I got to count them. You had 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it 4? I think it was 4 different people. You had Miss Season. You had Miss White. You had Creesha, and you had y'all already know that other one, right? I think it was 4, right? Or was it 5? I think it was 4 people took me to court. 9 charges total. They accused me of cyberbullying. They accused me of harassment. They accused me of stalking. Y'all remember that? All because I am a blogger and I called them on their bullshit. Okay? And I cussed them the fuck out. And they took me to court. And every last one of them denied. Why? Because I fought it. Because I fought it. I ain't never called you. I don't check for you. I don't come to your comments. I don't do none of that shit. I talk to you. I talked about you on my panel, but their thin-skinned ass ran to the courts. Why? They ran, well, because their feelings was hurt. Because their feelings was hurt. Because they be all up in their damn feelings, right? So anyway, let's continue. Oh, let me stop there, because this is where I was going. The state picked up the last charge. Y'all remember that? The state picked up the charge. The state picked up, and it was a criminal charge, y'all. Oh, Jesus. It was a criminal charge. A criminal charge. This chick tried to charge me criminally. So she tried to put a restraining order out on me. And that was denied. And that wasn't good enough for her. So then she tried to charge me criminally. The girl wanted me to have a record so bad. So bad. I ain't never had a record in my almost 53 years of life. Right? Almost 53 years of life. I ain't never had no criminal charges in my damn life. And here comes some lady trying to give me charges criminally because she had thin ass skin and couldn't stand. She wanted to put somebody else's business out on social media. So when I put her business out on social media, she ran to the courthouse and tried to charge me criminally. Okay, yeah, it cost me some money, but her ass got denied, and then she got embarrassed. And she still sits over there embarrassed. And it's okay. Just stay the fuck embarrassed and stay the fuck away from my channel, right? Is what I told her. She don't have to listen to me. You don't have to come over here and hear me cuss your ass out. You hear me? You don't have to come over here. Stay your bitter, nosy, thin-skinned ass over there. All right? but she couldn't do that. She's probably in here right now, mad. Anyway, let me get back to my point, right? So anyway, but the DA picked up the charges. And the DA picked up the charges, and we had to go back and forth, lawyer fees here, lawyer fees there. That shit can become expensive, right? What am I saying? I'm saying when I said Holly spared Romeca, Holly spared Romeca and filed a civil order of protection. Civil and criminal is two different things. Now, I was charged, not well, charged, but I wasn't found guilty of none of the shit. Denied, 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 denied. Was that 9 denies? When they try to go after you civil, that's one thing. When they try to go after you criminally, that's another whole thing, right? So civil, you might say, oh, I don't need no lawyer for that or whatever, right? And you can go in there and you can fight a civil complaint on your own, right? And a civil complaint, the judge either going to say, stop messing with her, don't bother her, or they're going to give you a protective order, right? But that protective order just says, leave her alone. Stop bothering her. If the judge finds that that's what you're doing, that order is going to say, leave her alone, stay away, don't mention her, don't sub her, don't go around her, don't go around her kids and stuff like that. But it's not a criminal charge, right? Holly filed a civil charge against Romeca, not a criminal charge, but she could have. If the evidence that she claimed she had, if it was valid, if she did have receipts of Romeca saying things like, I am going to KI you, that is criminal charges. And a lot of people don't understand that. So I went and did some research. Y'all know I love doing my research. I was a policy writer, y'all. I went and did some research because every state has different laws, right? So I said, every state is different. We found out in Georgia that saying I'm going to KIU is a terroristic threat under the Georgia law. I said, well, what does it mean under the Illinois law? All right. So here we go. I broke them all down, right? For everything that she said, what it falls up under, and let's just go. All right. So let's go. This is under the Illinois law. The statement, here's threat one. I'm not going to go over every last threat because some of them falls in the same category. So the ones that fall in the same category, I'm just going to lump them together. Okay. So the threat. Now, this is all alleged, and this is from Holly's statement. And now let me just say this right quick. For the people that don't understand in my chat, I speak facts, okay? Facts. I speak what's black and white. Ain't no feelings over here. If you're coming over here with your feelings, pack up your damn feelings and take your feelings somewhere else, okay? I speak facts. This is what was in the restraining order that is granted for 2 years. Well, I mean, I guess you don't need it now, you know what I'm saying? But was until 2027, okay? What was from Holly's statement? I'm going to KIU. I hope you and your baby DIE. A charge like that is considered intimidation. It is a class 3 felony. Under the Illinois law, the statute and penalty is 720 ILCS 5-12-6. The explanation, making a threat of violence with intent to cause fear or control someone's behavior. All right. Let's look at how many years that hold, because I did that too. I think I did that on another one. Give me a second. How many years does that hold? Okay. That sentence, if found guilty, can be anywhere from 2 to 5 years in prison or up to $25,000 fine. Okay. The next one, I'm going to bust your head open. That falls up under assault/threats of bodily harm, which is a class C misdemeanor and a class A if aggravated. Okay. The statute 720, well, I ain't got to read the statute, but the explanation, verbal or written threats that cause someone to fear imminent harm, up to 30 days, from 30 days, it says up to 30 days to 1 year in jail and $1,500 to $2,500 in fine, depending on the level. The next one, repeated calls, messages, and unknown number. That is considered harassment by telephonic or electronic communication, which is a class 4 felony if repeated, which means that if it happened more than one time, it is a class 4 felony. Explanation, repeated contact to anyone in order to annoy, threaten, or alarm someone, especially across multiple dates and devices, carries a sentence of 1 to 3 years in prison and or up to $25,000 in fine. Calls to her grandmother saying, "I'm going to KI your granddaughter." That charge harassment by telephone plus threats to family, which is a felony. It is a felony. Okay, explanation. Threats involving family members raise the seriousness and show intent to terrorize. This sentence carries up to 3 to 5 years in prison and or $25,000 fine. Okay? The next one, liking her TikTok, indirect intimidation after being blocked. That's just cyber stalking, class 4 felony still. Using social media to surveillance, threaten, or indirectly harass someone repeatedly carries a sentence to 1 to 3 years in prison or 25,000 and or 25,000 fine. Googling the family, contacting others about their address, that's considered stalking / aggravated stalking, which is a class 4 or class 3 felony. Repeated following, monitoring, or gathering info on a person to cause them distress or fear carries a sentence. Well, the first one, class 4, 1 to 3 years. The class 3, 2 to 5 years, and or up to 25,000 in fine. So what's the takeaway and what am I saying? If Holly wanted to press the issue, if Holly literally wanted to rattle Romeca's whole soul, have her caught up in court proceedings, spending money trying to defend herself, whether it was real or not, right? If Holly wanted to disrupt Romeca's life, she could have legally. She could have said, forget the civil order. I'm going after her criminally, right? Now, we're going to say that if Holly's, all these threats and accusations and stuff was true, Romeca would have been in big, big trouble, right? Romeca would have had to fight all these charges. So right off the rip, she would have had to hire an attorney because trying to go in there by yourself and facing all this right here, it wouldn't have been a good thing, right? So she would have had to hire an attorney, which means she would have had to spend money that she could have very much used on her son, used on herself, used on her mom, used on whatever, right? Right? But she would have had to fight off these charges. So if if Holly really wanted to, she could have pressed the issue. This is 6 separate felony charges altogether. 6 separate felony charges that could have potentially put Romeca in jail anywhere from 15 to 20 years if prosecuted consecutively. But they probably wouldn't have done that. I'm sure, I don't know how Chicago works when it comes with their legal system or whatever. But I know like Georgia would have pushed the needle. You know what I'm saying? Georgia would have pushed the needle here. They want your ass in jail for anything. But I don't know how Chicago does things. But instead of her doing that, instead of her going the route where she could have made Romeca life a living hell, right? Whether she was telling the truth or not, telling the truth. Well, let me help you out then. Okay, let me help you out. Let me go on and help you out. There you go. I just helped you out. Bye-bye. All right. I told y'all, don't come over here with your feelings. And if you're going to say slick shit in my comments or whatever, because of me speaking the facts, then I'm gonna help you out a little bit, okay? I'm gonna help you out. Which I'm gonna tell you, I don't mind people having a difference of opinion, but if you're gonna say slick shit like she just did or whatever, then I'm gonna help you out a little bit, all right? Okay. Now, so like I was saying, instead, Holly went civil and did a restraining order. And the restraining order is saying, leave me the fuck alone. Okay. Holly was saying, I'm not seeking criminal charges, right? That we know of. I don't know if she tried to or not. But from what the paperwork says, is she went civil, right? So because Holly went civil, Holly's saying, I'm not trying to take you away from your child. I'm not trying to get you put in jail. I'm not trying to do any of that. I want you to leave me the fuck alone with your threats, with your threats, with all calling my phone, calling my grandmother, calling my mom, looking for me like that, calling me in the middle of the day, using your son's phone. All I want you to do is leave me alone, right? That's basically what it's saying. Okay. That's basically what that restraining order is saying. It's saying, I want you to leave me alone. It doesn't say, I want you in jail, right? Because let me tell you something. When this restraining order was granted by default, because it was granted by default, it was, right? When it was granted by default, Holly could have turned around and went right to the detective and said, I just got a restraining order against this young lady for doing all of these things. I want to press the issue and file criminal charges against her. She already had the restraining order signed by a judge. Signed by a judge because Romeca didn't go to court. And people want to say, oh, Romeca didn't know, Romeca didn't know. Child, you know you got court. Honey, the streets talk, baby. You know if you got court. You know if you got court. You know if somebody is seeking legal actions against you. But those that want to be dumb, diddy, dumb, right? And want to say shit like she didn't know she had court. Well, let me tell you something right quick, okay? Because people want to be crazy, right? People want to act oblivious. People want to literally try to say shit like, oh, she didn't know. She really didn't know that she had court. Okay. Yes, she did. She knew she had court. She knew she had court, right? She didn't go to court because she felt that if she did not go to court, she won't get served. And if she don't get served, she doesn't have to face the issue. Okay, that's what that's about. She didn't want to face the issue. Okay, I didn't go to court on one of mine, remember? But I knew about it, but I didn't go to court, right? Okay, she said Amoira, she knew she was served in June per the sheriff. And I did see that. I went back because somebody did put that under my comments, and I went back and it did say in June she was served. So thank you for that, Lynn. It did say in June she was served. Okay. But I'm gonna tell you something. Before June, she knew about court. She knew that she had court. Okay. She knew she had court. How did she know? Because Holly probably said, I'm going to take you to court. Or Carlos, I'm sure he said, my girl or my baby mama, whatever he referred to her as, right? Is going to take you to court. She's gonna put a restraining order out on you. If you think Carlos didn't relay that to her, then you're crazy. She knew about it. She didn't go to court because she didn't want to have to deal with the situation. Okay. I didn't go to court after I called the court and I said, that girl, I ain't did shit to that girl or whatever, blah, 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 whatever, right? And I didn't go, but I did write a letter to the judge. I wrote a letter to the judge. And then, when I didn't go, they was like, oh my God, you're going to get picked up for not appearing in court and all this stuff or whatever, right? Right. And I said, okay, well, let me get picked up. Did I get picked up? No. Why? Because I'd already written to the judge. I'd already written to the judge. And the only thing I told the judge is, if I did any of the things that she said I did, tell her to prove it. And Romeca could have done the same thing. If I did any of what she is claiming that I did, please tell her to prove it. Because I didn't do any of that. I didn't do what she said I did. Harass you, girl. I live in Texas. You live in Georgia, in Boom Buck County, Georgia. I don't come where you are. I don't know where you live. I don't harass you. This is the internet. Okay. And what people don't understand is on the internet, you can have your opinions. The internet and real life, texting someone, calling them, and stalking them, that is a difference. I'm not saying you can't stalk somebody from the internet, but stalking somebody from the internet is not going to your page and popping your mouth. Stalking somebody from the internet is jumping in their DMs, right? Going into their comments, aggravating them, adding them, and shit like that. That's stalking and cyberbullying or whatever. No, I'm on my own channel. You literally have to come over to my channel to hear me, right? Right? So it's a difference, right? So with that being said, calling somebody phone, calling somebody relative phone, calling, leaving messages, jumping in someone's inbox, right? That is a difference than just making little comments on the internet, right? So with that said, now again, this is what Holly said in her statement. If Romeca wanted to fight it, she could have. She could have just went to court. She could have went to court, but she did not go to court. So with that said, if Holly wanted to destroy Romeca, and what I mean by destroy, I mean just disturb her peace. Y'all know how that is. You know, trying to fight something, if it's, especially if it's not true. Romeca trying to defend. How many cases do y'all know out there that somebody was innocent? They didn't do what they was accused of doing, but because they didn't have the resources to defend themselves or an attorney, the resource to pay an attorney or whatever, they're sitting in prison right now. Raise your hand if you know anybody like that. They're either sitting in prison right now or went to jail, all because they could not afford to defend themselves, didn't have the time to defend themselves, or whatever the case may be, right? Whatever the case may be, right? What I'm saying is, if Holly wanted to disturb Romeca's peace, she could have filed criminal charges. And guess what? It would have been up to Romeca to defend herself. I was accused of cyber stalking, right? All because I told a lady, what did I tell her? She said, she tried to say she had some disability or whatever. I said, if you think you got a disability now, wait till I'm done with you. And all I did was cuss her out. I cussed her out. And all I said, if you think you got a disability now, wait till I'm done with you. And this lady ran to the courthouse and the state picked up the damn charges, y'all. And I had to pay money to for a lawyer to defend me for making a statement, because she said, oh, I'm a protective class, I got a disability. And she said, if I think I got a disability now, just wait until she finished with me and I'm gonna really have a disability. And then she lied and said I was calling her from a phone that I'm the only one in the world had the number to, right? And I was calling her. She accused me of that. My lawyer asked me, did you ever call her? Hell no, I did not call this lady. But she convinced the DA that I did. She convinced the DA that I called her, for her and the DA to look like fucking fools in front of the judge because they couldn't prove none of that bullshit that they went in there and lied about. None of it. And it was denied. And she's still butthurt to this day, right? Holly could have did the same thing to Romeca, is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Holly could have said, she did this, she did that, she did that. And if they had a DA like the DA that picked up the charges on my case, Romeca could have been spending money trying to defend herself on some things that may not have been true. You understand what I'm saying? On some things that may not have been true. Do I believe that what Holly said was true? Hell, I don't know if I believe it or not. I don't care. It ain't for me to believe. I'm talking about black and white. I ain't putting feelings in this. I'm talking about what was alleged, right? Holly put in her statement that Romeca said and texted and did this. It is in a legal document. It is in a legal document that she did these things. And guess what? That's in her statement in the restraining order. In the 28-page restraining order, it is legal. It became legal. Why did it become legal? Well, it became legal because Romeca did not defend herself. So when Romeca didn't go to court and defend herself, it became legal. So because it was legal, whether you like it or not, because it was legal, she was protected against it. She was protected against it. And she could have turned around and took that legal document and made it criminal. Right? Now she would have had to go before another judge, and the judge probably would have asked for more detail, right? It probably would have asked for more detail. However, Romeca would have still had to defend herself. So what I'm trying to say here, Holly could have made her life hell. Holly could have had her tied up in court over these 19 different allegations. She would have had to defend herself against all of them. Now, I will say this, the burden of proof is on the petitioner, and Holly was the petitioner in this case. So the burden of proof would have been on the petitioner, okay? She would have had to prove that. She would have had to prove that that call came from Romeca. This text came from Romeca. This DM came from Romeca. She would have had to prove every last one of them. That's why it's important to, when someone is accusing you of something, to defend yourself. Whether you defend yourself in person, or whether you defend yourself with an attorney, or whether you defend yourself with just writing a letter to the court, because you can do that. You can do that, okay? She said, Amoira, do the restraining order say, she said, what? Amoira, do the restraining orders say all allegedly? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by that. What do you mean when it says, does the restraining order say all allegedly? I don't understand what you mean when you say that. The restraining order just says, so you have to understand, the statement is just a part of the restraining order package. The restraining order says to stay away 1,000 feet. The restraining order literally orders Romeca to stay away 1,000 feet. That's a lot of feet, because you know, in a restraining order, they normally don't even go that far. In a restraining order, it normally like 300 feet, 250 feet. But 1,000 feet, that's the first time I ever seen 1,000 feet. That means don't come nowhere around me. Okay. She was supposed to stay far away. Okay. Far away. All right. So I'm not sure if, when you said, does it say allege? Because you got to understand a restraining order. So you got a restraining order, then you got a restraining order package. The package is, her statement is in the packet, the restraining order package. Okay. She said each allegation says alleged next to the statement. Yeah, well, but that's just her statement. Okay. That's just her statement. Her statement, of course, is alleged. Yeah, it's her word. It's alleged. Yeah, of course that. And for people to say, well, it doesn't mean it's facts. It's a legal document, whether it was facts or not. The judge ordered it to her to stay away. The judge put it in effect. That's what y'all don't understand. Romeca didn't fight it. If Romeca would have fought it, she probably wouldn't. She probably would have beat it, to be honest with you, unless, unless Holly could substantiate facts, proof. You understand what I'm saying? But she didn't do that. So we can sit here all day long and say, well, it really, we don't know. I don't know, and you don't know. Only people that know if this really happened, let me tell you who. God, Romeca, and Holly. I don't know, and none of one of y'all in these comments know whether it's true or not. And I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying this is what's in the documentation. That's what a lot of people not understanding. This is black and white. This is what was filed in court. In court. She was ordered to stay away, which means, and then let me just clear this up right quick, and I'm gonna come back and get to my point. Somebody came up under my comments and said, you're wrong, which I don't mind you guys saying I'm wrong. I ain't right over everything, right? I was wrong about the dates, remember? They said, you're wrong. If there's a restraining order in place, Holly has to leave too. Not just Romeca. If Romeca is already there and Holly pulls up to a destination, they both have to leave. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The person that is protected with a restraining order can stay. The person that the restraining order is against has to leave. That's law. And if you don't believe me, look it up. I always tell people, don't just take my word, go look it up. Reading is essential. So before you come out of your mouth and say you're wrong, read it, look it up. Illinois protection order says if you are the protected, you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave. If you are being protected against this person, they have to leave. Even if they were there first, they have to leave. Romeca would have to leave. If they are at a church and Romeca is there and Holly walked through that door, Romeca has to leave that church. Now, does it sound fair? It don't sound fair. I mean, it sounds weird, right? It sounds kind of crazy, right? But that is law. That's not Amoira's law, but it's law. And if you don't believe me, just Google it. Start learning how to Google shit. Look up the law. Get out your feelings and read. You understand what I'm saying? So again, Holly took the necessary steps. Now, who taught her this? I don't know. But somebody schooled her. Somebody schooled Holly on how to handle things legally. And she did that. Okay. She took the extra steps to protect herself. She put Romeca on paper. Now, if Holly was antagonizing Romeca, Romeca could have done the same thing. Romeca could have went down there and petitioned the court, right, to put Holly on paper, but she did not do that. She didn't do that. It was the other way around. Holly put Romeca on paper. And something else. I was talking to a lawyer friend of mine about this case, and we talked extensively. Okay. And he said, unfortunately for Romeca, right? Unfortunately for Romeca, whether the shooting was intentionally or not, unfortunately for Romeca, Holly took every precautionary steps necessary to protect herself, right? What do they mean about that? What do I mean by that? At the scene, remember the other day I said she yelled out an excited utterance? I have a restraining order on her. I'm a licensed carrier. I feared for my life. Now let me tell you what she did that I didn't know. I don't know if anybody knew this. Let me pull this up. And I'm laughing because when I found out something that I didn't catch before, I'm like, damn, I didn't even know that. Let me pull this up right quick. Let me pull something up right quick that a lot of people did not know what Holly did. Uh, where is it? Uh, Hold on. I be speaking on so many stories. I know I got. Oh, here, right here. Here it goes. Do y'all know what Holly was doing right there? Do anybody know? Do anybody know what Holly was doing right there? Let me know in the comments right quick before I tell y'all while I drink me some water. Do anybody know what Holly was doing right there? Anybody? Somebody said calling her lawyer. Mm-mm. Somebody said seeking legal help. Nope. Somebody said calling the police. Nope. Anybody else want to take a shot at it? She was yelling. She was a CCL carrier. She was making a statement. She was recording. Thank you. Who said that? Who said that? Right here. She was recording her statement of what happened. She was recording what happened. She was recording what happened. Okay. She was given an account on a recording of what happened. Did I hear the recording? No, I ain't that involved. I don't even want to hear the recording, right? Thank you, Sherry. That's one of our police officers right there. What she said, she was recording what she just did. Exactly, Sherry. Now, I don't know if this young lady has a lawyer in her family or this young lady has law enforcement in her family, but this young lady is smart. I'm telling you, she is smart. This young lady was recording the accounts of what happened so that later on or whatever, when they hear it, they will hear her statement exactly from her recognition right then and there. Now, what she said, I don't know, but I can only imagine. You know what I'm saying? I was leaned over, I was doing this, and then this happened, and then this what happened, and then this what happened, and it did this, and then this and this. Listen. She was doing a recording. She recorded what happened on her phone. She recorded what happened on her phone, right? She said the right things. She said, I feared for my life. She said, I am a licensed carrier. And she said, I have a restraining order against her. She was protecting herself. She said, sounds premeditated. Sounds smart. It sounds smart. Okay? Smart. A lot of people act out of emotions in situations like this. And sometimes and we're gonna get to that in a minute, but sometimes when you act out of emotions, a lot of it get discounted, right? It gets downplayed, watered down, whatever you want to call it, right? When they act out of emotions. But when you know how to act under pressure, I'm not gonna say it's conniving. I'm going to say it's what's the word? It is just smart. It's smart when you know how to pull yourself together. A lot of people say, oh my gosh, she didn't act like she had no remorse or whatever the case may be. Listen, I can't say if she had any remorse or not. I'm not no, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't there. I wasn't in her head. I can't say how she felt. We can all say that, right? And that's going to lead me to my next topic, but I'm going to talk about it in a minute, right? Okay. She said, let's talk about the license to carry law and what the license is for. Did she retreat? We already talked about that. I did a whole video on that. And let me tell you, matter of fact, let me tell you about the video I did if you guys didn't see it. Okay. I looked that up extensively and I also talked to my lawyer friend. The duty to retreat, believe it or not, when you got a restraining order for someone to stay 1,000 feet for you and they block you in with their vehicle, right? And you cannot get away without causing harm to yourself or anybody else, then that duty to retreat goes out the window. Okay. What helps Holly in this situation about the duty to retreat? She had a restraining order. And also, let me put this back up. I didn't put it up 15 zillion trillion times, but I'll put it up again. Let me grab it. I'll put it up again. I will put it up again. Where is it at? Let me see right quick. I will put it up again. Where is it? Give me a second. Right here. She could not retreat. That was Holly's car right there. Excuse me, not Holly, but that was Romeca's car. Romeca pulled up on them. Romeca pulled up and blocked them in. They were blocked in. She didn't. Duty to retreat goes out the window when one, you have a restraining order. Okay. Two, you are blocked in, and three, and the restraining order already says that you are in reasonable fear of your life. The restraining order says you are in reasonable fear of your life. So her reasonable fear, the reason why she never got charged, you guys, let's just be honest, whether we like it or not, let's just be honest. The reason why she was never charged is because she had a restraining order that said that she feared for her life. The restraining order by itself, when you go and take a restraining order out on someone for threatening to do these things to you, you are telling the legal courts that you are in fear of your life. She was already protected. Her restraining order said that she was scared or scared or in fear. It's the same thing. She was in fear. So because she had a restraining order, right? She said, wait a minute, wait. So say that again at her child. I mean, she said, the white one. The white car is Romeca's car. That is Romeca's car. The red arrow is Holly's car. The yellow one is Carlos' car. Again, the white car is Romeca's car. The yellow arrow is Holly's car. And no, hold on, more. Slow down. The white arrow is Romeca's car. The red arrow is Holly's car. And the yellow arrow is Carlos' SUV. So exactly, Ice Soldier. Duty to retreat unless you are in fear for your life. Her restraining order said, I feared for my life. Automatically. Before Romeca even pulled up, that restraining order says, I fear for my life from Romeca. Even if they wasn't even in this situation, the restraining order says, I'm in fear of my life. And then she also stated that when at the scene, I am in fear of my life. Or either at the scene or when she was questioned at the police station or whatever the case may be. She said, I am in fear of my life. And that's what a lot of people are not understanding. She was protected. She did not drive up on Romeca. Romeca drove up on them. She said, if I'm not mistaken, the witness said Carlos was trying to move someone's car. I don't know if it was. Let's talk about the witness. And I said I wanted to do that on a different video, but I think it's time to talk about that. Okay. Let's talk about the witness. Amoira, do I want to talk about the witness today or do I want to talk about the witness tomorrow? Y'all tell me in the comments, do we want to talk about the witness today or do we want to talk about the witness tomorrow? Because the witness is the reason why a lot of people out here are in their feelings and all emotionally charged because of the witness statement. Do we want to talk about that today? Are y'all really ready for this? Are y'all ready for this or do y'all want to wait on this? Because the one that's failing, right, to testify in court, right? The witness, the one that went and put out a whole statement, a contradicting statement, an emotionally led statement, okay? She's the reason that a lot of people out here right now are emotionally charged, are in their feelings the way they are, and really want or see things the way they do. Okay? The witness. I listened to that statement, y'all, and I said, God damn. Right? She said, ma'am, do you see the SUV in front of Romeca's car? How can she go? Are you talking to me? I don't think that statement is for me. Because if you're trying to say that she's just sitting there waiting to pass by traffic, then you need to go back to the 5th grade or something like that, because she pulled up on them and got out the car. So if you're just trying to say she was just in traffic, then yeah, you need to repeat the 5th grade again. Okay. You really need to go back to school and learn a little bit of something. Okay. If that's what you're trying to say, yeah, it ain't gonna work over here. We speak facts and ain't over here. Ain't no conspiracy theory. You on the wrong damn channel. If you think somebody is gonna speak some conspiracy theory shit over here, we speak facts. And we don't sprinkle sugar on top of no shit over here, okay? I'm just letting you know. No sugar goes on no shit. We talk what's real. We talk what's documented, okay? All right? So again, if we're going to talk about the witness came out here, made a statement, and spoke to a lot of people, got them emotionally charged, and then said, but I don't want to go to court. So what good is you running your damn mouth if you're not going to allow the courts to hear your story, right? And not only hear your story, but for you to be cross-examined, right? Because if you're not going to do that, then shut the fuck up, right? But she's not doing that. She's not doing that. That girl came out here and told everybody that Carlos had Romeca in a headlock. Okay. She said that Carlos had her in a headlock and was slamming her in the car and blah, blah, this, whatever, whatever. She said a whole lot. I listened to the statement from beginning to the end. And I said, OMG, she is the one. And I'm not going to play it. And the reason why I'm not going to play it is because, for one, I don't want my page struck. It was done with a bigger blogger on YouTube. And I don't want her to strike my page for playing her content because she's in it also, right? But I will speak it, right? But she made a lot of statements. She contradicted herself. She exaggerated to the damn fullest. And I'm gonna tell you something. If she the reason why she's not going to court, a lot of people saying that she's not going to court because she may not be documented because she sounds Hispanic and she may not be documented. ISIS may get her. No, she's not going to court because she know the defense attorney will eat her lunch. Why? Well, one, because the lady said a whole lot, contradict herself up and down, sideways. She literally did. She said some exaggerated ass things. And not only that, her statement was done, it was full of emotions. It was so full of emotions. I swear, it wasn't self-defense. No, it looked like she was just angry or something. She said a lot of it looked like, or I think, or he had, or the defense attorney, they would love to see her coming. I'm telling you, her statement wouldn't hold weight at all. At all. Her statement would not hold weight. It is full of emotions, and defense attorneys will eat it up. The matter of fact, the prosecutor will listen to her statement and be like, God damn, we can't even use her. We can't use her. She said she was on a bus, a train passed, and she was across the street. And then she came back across, and then she heard them. They was fighting each other. And then she came and they was on the passenger side, and she was slamming the door, and it was in a headlock. And then she popped, and he released, he grabbed her again, and she was all over the place. Literally all over the place. She's not going to court because of no ISIS. She wouldn't have went on somebody's panel or talked to them or whatever if it had something to do with ISIS coming to get her or whatever the case may be. She ain't worrying about no ISIS. She's in Chicago. Do y'all know ISIS is chasing people down the street in Chicago as we speak? Do you know they all over Chicago right now? She ain't worried about no ISIS. She knows that her statement was exaggerated. It was emotionally led. Now, am I saying she didn't see some things? She probably did. But sometimes when we're in our feelings, we see what we want to see. She said things like, she said a lot. Let's get to her statement. Hold on, y'all. Let's get to the statement. See, I was going to do that on a different live because I was like, damn, this witness came out here and she got these people emotionally charged. She really did. Okay. Let's get the statement. Hold on. It's so long. Okay. So I summarized it, right? Because I didn't want to play it on here because I'm not trying to get my page struck. I don't like stealing people content and shit like that, even though people like to come steal your content, which I don't mind anybody using my content, but you ain't gonna, let me tell you what you ain't gonna do. You ain't gonna use my content and talk shit about me like one of them bloggers thought she was gonna do the other day, and I struck her motherfucking ass because that's what you ain't gonna do. You ain't gonna come over here and use my content and then you gonna go over there and talk shit about me. No, not if I'm gonna hear it. Now, if you want to use my content or whatever just for commentary purposes, you can. But what you ain't gonna do is use my content and then talk shit about me, right? That you ain't gonna do that. No, you gonna because your ass gonna be in timeout for 7 fucking days. Okay. So let's continue. So I summarize the witness' own words, and here's what she said that happened. Okay. The initial altercation, Carlos, which is the baby daddy, was slamming her with a door while Romeca stood in her doorway. Holly, the shooter, was on the other side of the street, not close at that time. Romeca went back to her car and then came out again. Carlos walked toward Holly. He grabbed Romeca by the waist. She struggled to get loose. He then had her almost like in a headlock. Holly said, "I'm going to shoot you, bitch." Carlos said, "See, she about to go get her gun." Holly ran to her car on the passenger side, grabbed her gun, came around and pop, pop, pop Romeca. After Romeca slipped away from Carlos for about a good second, that's when she got shot in the face, in the chin, and in wait a minute, in the face, the chin, the side, and the thigh. So the chin, the side, and her thigh. Okay. Now, okay, let me finish. Carlos then held her briefly. Apparently, he was in shock. The witness described blood and confusion afterwards, then expressed anger that Carlos didn't even help or even try to apply pressure. Okay. Now, this is her statement summarized. All right. Now, let's match her words with what's physically possible. Now, let me say this right quick. We actually seen Carlos on a recording standing over her body, touching her body, touching her on the shoulder as if I don't know what he was saying, but he was touching her on the shoulder, right? And I'm assuming, how you be like hanging there, which I don't really want to put no words in his mouth because, I don't like Carlos. I don't like the fact that Carlos put hands on her and blackened her eyes. So I'm definitely not I ain't no team, no motherfucking body. I ain't team Holly. I don't know Holly. I ain't team Romeca and I ain't team Carlos. But y'all know on this channel here, I don't like when guys put their hands on females. Okay. Right. But at the same time, I don't like when females put their hand on guys either. Domestic violence is domestic violence. It shouldn't happen. Nobody should be in a relationship putting hands on each other, period. Right. So before y'all think, oh, I'm over here trying to take up for Carlos, fuck Carlos. You understand what I'm saying? Fuck him. He put his hands on her. She put his hands on him. They fought each other. They were both toxic as hell, if you ask me. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back. Let's match the words to physical possibility. He had her in a headlock and then she slipped away. Then she got pop as soon as she slipped away. That wording actually means she was not in the headlock when she was pop. Okay. Which, when we first heard about this story, what did we hear? Everybody and their mama went crazy saying Carlos, or they didn't say Carlos. I don't think they knew the name at the time. They said a guy held one of his baby mamas in a headlock while his girlfriend and other baby mama popped her. Raise your hand if you heard that. Raise your hand if you heard that. Raise your hand if you heard that. If you heard from the beginning, when the story first hit. Because I was going to do the story when it first hit. And then when I found out that wasn't true, I said, God damn, all these lies I hear, people just tell lies, blah, 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 right? But did you hear in the beginning that a guy held his baby mama head in a headlock while another person popped her? Pop, 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 pum, 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 right? Did y'all hear that? Okay, I see the hands. I see the hands. All right. So, how is that possible? If she said when the girl slipped away, after she slipped away, she got shot. So even in her version, the headlock had ended by the time Holly fired her. Now, the shots in the face, which is the chin area, and the thigh, that's a pattern that suggests multiple angles and a moving target. Okay. A moving target, which means That's consistent with Romeca moving or turning, not being held still in somebody's arms. Okay. She's the one said it was like in a headlock or something. In a headlock or something. All right. That's what she said. Okay. Now, mind you, she said that she saw them fighting while she was either on the bus, sitting down, or getting off the bus. But anyway, that'll come in a minute. Carlos was not hit. That further supports the likelihood that he wasn't directly behind or wrapped around her during the shooting. Because with 2 or 3 rounds at 6 feet or even closer range, because we don't know exactly the feet, right? We don't know because they haven't came out and released that yet. That would help, but I don't even know if they're going to give that to the public. But if they told the public, they know, the detectives know, right? Detectives already know where the shot came from because they could do that. They have the skills to do that, to tell you directly where she could have been standing and everything. They know how to do all of that stuff, right? They know how many feet away it was. They know exactly what angle she was standing. They know where Romeca was standing. They know all of that. Why? Because they know how they train to do that. They train to do that, right? So, but the shots were the multiple angles. The pattern of shots suggests multiple angles and a moving target. Okay. Meaning Romeca was probably moving, whether she was running toward Holly, right? Or turning away from Holly. But I'm going to say toward her because turning away, it wouldn't have been in the chin, right? So it was a moving target, not somebody being held still. She wasn't being held still, but that's what was put out here by a witness in the beginning. All right. Carlos was not hit. If Carlos was holding her at that close of a range and Holly popped her and ended up in the jaw and the leg, then he almost 100% would have been struck. It would have been very much impossible for him not to be hit. You understand what I'm saying? He would have been hit. Okay. She said Holly ran to her car and came back, right? That would give time for the headlock to end. So the visual memory of the headlock may have been just before the shooting, during, or not during it. Okay. Which means that just discount that whole thing of she was being held in a headlock when she was popped. That just takes it out. All right. She slipped away for at least a good second. In gunfire terms, a second is enough for both people to move several feet or change position entirely. The fact that the witness said herself, she slipped away, and she said for the second time, she slipped away for the second time for just a good second. That gives Romeca time enough to advance toward Holly, or it gives Holly time enough to advance toward Romeca. Okay. Now, do I know which happened? No, I don't. But I bet you who do. I bet you the detectives know. How do the detectives know? Because detectives check those vehicles. If she was standing by this white vehicle and just so happened to slip away, because that's where they were, right? They were by the white vehicle when Carlos was holding her, right? And if she slipped away for just a second, okay, she said, Amoira, why is 1,000 people asking why the case is still being investigated and the prosecutor has sent it to the judge to close it? Wait a minute, hold on. Let me read what you said again. Why is 1,000 people asking why the case is still being investigated and the prosecutor has sent to the judge to close it? Because they still investigating it. That's why. The case is still open because they're still investigating. They're still doing what I'm saying right now. They're doing all the stuff that I'm saying right now. I'm sure they are, okay? But they haven't found proper cause. I'm gonna tell you that. They have not found proper cause. But anyway, let's continue. They are actually due diligence. Thank you, Bokamoso. They are actually checking the forensics of the car to see, did the car take any bullets? Where did the bullets land? You understand what I'm saying? Because if Holly ran up on Romeca, then and shot, right? All those times, I think 3 times. Then where did the bullets land? Did it hit the car? Okay. She was really close to the car. She only slipped away for a second, so it should be in the car, right? It should hit one of the cars, right? Anyway, they're doing all that stuff. They're doing all of that. That's what they get paid to do. I get paid to break down and blog on stuff that I'm interested in, right? They get paid to do the hard stuff, the really, really hard stuff. They're doing all of that, right? So anyway, so she slipped away for at least a good second. In gunfight terms, a good second is enough for both people to move several feet or change positions entirely. All right. So the headlock part statement appears just to be exaggerated. Okay. That came out the first time. She had her in a headlock and she popped her baby, her baby daddy ex-girlfriend. Not true. It was just absolutely not true, right? Anyway, let's talk about emotions in her statement. The witness statement was very emotionally charged. She was upset. Now, she stated herself, she was upset. She was crying. She was frustrated with Carlos and Holly. And she made moral judgments. Her moral judgments was she needs to be arrested. She needs to be arrested. Arrest her. Arrest her. That wasn't self-defense. I swear it was not. It's bogus. That's emotionally charged. Emotionally charged. She made that statement under stress. Okay. She mixed sequence with emotions. All right. Okay. Remembering vivid moments, but not exact timing. She says it looked like it was a headlock to me. That language shows uncertainty, meaning she's describing an impression, not precise holds. Her focus on why Holly didn't just give up the gun or apply pressure shows her mindset is more morally, emotionally than forensics. What does that mean? That mean that the damn defense attorney will eat her lunch. Eat her lunch. The defense attorney will say she was emotionally charged. She picked the side right there on the site. She saw what she wanted to see and she picked a side. She didn't know the whole thing. She said, no, it wasn't self-defense. I swear it wasn't. I swear it wasn't. She didn't even know what was what. She didn't even know that Romeca had a whole restraining order against her. She didn't even know Romeca pulled up on them. Okay. She didn't know any of this. I'm telling you, a defense attorney will destroy her ass. Destroy her ass. Eat her lunch. Eat it and spit it out. Okay. It was emotionally charged. All right. Now, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's talk about the contradictions. All right. Hold on. She says, I saw them when they were fighting in the beginning. She was literally standing on the other side of the road. She said Holly was fighting on the other side of the road when Carlos and his baby mama was fighting. Okay. Well, that raises key questions. How far away was she? Okay. If she was across the road on a bus earlier, like she said she was on a bus, what could she actually see or hear clearly? Could she see the exact positions of the bodies or just movement and yelling? Okay. Because was she looking out the window and walking? Okay. Did she turn to walk off the bus? Was anything in the way? Was there other noise around? Did she hear vehicles going back and forth? All I'm saying is she said out her own mouth she was on a bus, but she heard them and saw them fighting. She literally said, I heard him say, Romeca say, I just dropped off my fucking son at school or something like that or whatever, right? She said that. Okay. Where was her vantage point? Something they're going to use and say, how was you able to see, hear, and clock all of that tea while you're walking, right? While the bus engine is going, cars going up and down the road. What did you hear? Where were you? How you see all of that shit? How? Okay. They're going to eat her ass up, I'm telling you. All right. She made statements like, it was no self-defense. I swear to you, it was not self-defense. She shot her because she was just angry. Huh? How do you know that, Miss Witness? How do you know that? How do you know that she was just angry? Huh? She made those statements before knowing that Holly then took this lady to court and got a restraining order because she alleged that this lady threatened her over 19 times. 19 times, okay? All right. She said that was bogus. Why weren't you putting pressure on the wound? And she even said, he just let her die like that. Just let her lay there and he wasn't even trying to help her or nothing. And y'all, oh, this one took me out right here, Lord Jesus. She said at the scene that Carlos and Holly fist bumped each other and said, it was self-defense, right? It was self-defense, right? She said all of that, right? When some of it was captured on recording, somebody out there was actually recording the situation. We didn't see any of that. We saw, she said that he didn't even care. He didn't care. She was just laying there. He didn't try to apply pressure, didn't try to do any of this or whatever, right? But we saw with our own eyes, he was over there by the body. We don't know what he was doing, right? He was doing something. He was bloody, had blood all on him or whatever because he touched a bloody body, right? He was more concerned about Romeca than he was Holly. He wasn't stunting Holly, you know, at that scene. We saw Holly. Holly was over here by her damn self. He was over there with the body. He was over there with the paramedics. He was over there telling people, get back, y'all, get back. Okay? That's what he was doing. He wasn't, don't delete nobody comment, you guys. Don't delete. You don't have to. They can have their opinions. Don't delete their comments. As long as they're not being disrespectful, like that one person was being disrespectful. As long as they're not disrespectful, they could disagree with me. I don't care. I'm speaking. This is my channel, right? I'm reading my analysis. I'm doing a breakdown analysis. Okay. They can feel that I'm being biased or that I'm taking a side. I'm not taking a side. I don't know these people. I don't know these people to take a side with them. I ain't got no relationship with none. Ain't none of them put no coins in my pocket. I don't know these people. It's an unfortunate situation all the way around. But it's some people that just don't want to hear facts. They just want to hear the exaggerated ass shit. They want to hear the fluff. They want to hear conspiracy theories. You understand what I'm saying? They want to hear all that. What do you call that word? I don't even know what you call it. But anyway, I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to do that. I'm not sprinkling sugar on no shit over here, right? But I'm saying the witness is saying that he wasn't even applying pressure. He didn't even care. He just laid there and let her die, this, that, and the other. Well, an attorney, a defense attorney, will look at that and listen to what she's saying, and then look at the video recording that somebody recorded, right? And it was saying, wait a minute, what she said don't align with what we see here. She said that Carlos went up to Holly and fist bumped her and said it was self-defense, right? It was self-defense, right? Right? It was self-defense. As if they was trying to plot or something like that or whatever, right? The girl got very exaggerated. Or she exaggerated the shit out of her statement, okay? And now all of a sudden she don't want to go to court. Girl, sit down. If you don't want to go to court, then shut the fuck up. Because if you're not going to really help Romeca, if you're not going to go and say, I saw this, I saw that, and I stand for Romeca, then shut the fuck up. Why are you telling anybody what happened if you're not willing to tell it in the court of law? If you're not willing to tell it and be cross-examined? I don't give a damn about your status. If you stand for the truth, you stand for the truth, period. Okay? So if, you know what I'm saying? If she really wanted to testify and on behalf of Romeca, she would do that. You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, let's continue. So her statement read more like a reaction than a clear recollection or a recollection. Okay. It is mixed with facts with feelings, and that's what she did. When that happens, the defense attorney, they will eat it up. If they can show the judge that there is holes in her story, it was filled with emotions, and she already developed a side or in her mind, because that's what we do sometimes. We automatically lean towards a side because of emotions. All the facts may not even be out yet. Like, if they're not out now, all the facts are not out. We ain't seen no video footage. We don't know what really happened. Don't know. Amoira don't know what really happened, and no blogger out there knows what really happened. We're only giving our analysis of what we see. Okay. No one knows what really happened except for the people that were actually there on the scene. So, what I'm trying to say is, if the attorney, the defense attorney, their job is to find holes in your story, and it don't even have to be a big asshole. It could just be a small one. Because once they find a small one, trust me, they're going to make it big. They're going to have you questioning your damn self. They're going to have you trying to figure out, did you see or hear what you said you saw or hear? Thank you, Miss Sean. It's called reasonable doubt. Thank you. That's what it is. Thank you, Real TV, TTV. If they can find reasonable doubt in your story, they're going to eat you up. They're going to eat the witness up. And then guess what? The witness statement is going to be, what's the word they use? Irrelevant. It's going to be non-usable or whatever the legal jargon word is, right? Inadmissible. That's what it is. It's going to be inadmissible. If they can prove to the judge that your story is all over the place, that is full with emotions, and that it is impossible for you to walk, talk, hear, listen on the bus, off the bus, cross the street, looking for cars, protecting yourself, all this stuff or whatever, and you saw every single thing that you said you saw, right? If they can find a hole in your story, they're going to eat you up. Her story was emotionally charged, period. It was emotionally charged, which means they will eat her up. They will destroy her on that stand, which means that, and the judge doesn't like that, to be honest with you. It's not consistent. They don't like that. Matter of fact, before it even got to the judge, a detective wouldn't even use her statement if they found that it was emotionally charged. They're not even going to use it. They're going to say, yeah, no, it's inadmissible. We can't use that. She's all over the place. She's chronologically confused. She said it happened this way. She said this happened first. She said that happened. Then she said this. Then she said that. Now she's saying this. You understand what I'm saying? And then let me tell you another thing. They don't just use just one statement. They have you write it out. They have you record, they record you. They ask you more than one time to see if your statement is the same, consistent. And when they find out that it's not consistent, guess what? They're not going to use it. It's going to be inadmissible. They're going to say, yeah, we can't use that. It's too emotionally charged. You're jumping all over the place. You're jumping between here. You're jumping between there. You're recalling emotional thoughts. She said, she's a mother. How can she just do that? She is a mother. She said all of that without even knowing that the shooter was a mother as well, that she had a 6-month-old baby in the car as well. She formed her own opinion, is what I'm trying to say. And you know what I'm saying? She did. She formed her own opinion. They will definitely poke holes in her story. And once they get one hole in her statement, they're going to make a bigger statement. A bigger hole, then a bigger hole, then a bigger hole, then a bigger hole. Okay. And that's why I said in that video the other day that Carlos and Holly's statement, because Romeca is no longer here. If Romeca was here, Romeca would be able to make her own statement, right? But she's not here. Lord rest her soul, right? So Carlos' statement and Holly's statement has to match up. And guess what? They're going to do them the same way. Don't think that just this witness is going to be asked over and over and over of their statement. They're going to ask Carlos for his statement. They're going to wait a day or two. They're going to ask him again. They may even ask them again. Same way with Holly. They're going to have to give an account for their statement more than once. Why? Because they want to see if you're talking the same shit. They want to see, wait a minute, did you have time to go home and think of some other shit to protect yourself? Right? They're going to try to see if they can catch them in some type of lies, inconsistencies, or any of that stuff. Okay? They're going to do that. Right? So with that being said, oh, I see what you're saying. I agree with you, KB. I agree with you. Hold on a second. So, like I said, they're going to punch holes in her statement, just like they're going to look for holes in Holly's statement. They're going to dissect Holly's statement the same way they're going to dissect Carlos' statement, the same way they would do the witness. Right? That's what they're going to do. Mm. They wanted up the line. She said, if a defense attorney can cast doubt on any parts of that witness story, is a wrap. Exactly. Is a wrap. And then he's gonna point to the judge if they even allowed a witness in there, right? Which the detectives will have to basically say if they think the statement is just hearsay. Because if it's hearsay, it's inadmissible. Let me tell you something about a statement, because I heard somebody say the other day, it doesn't matter if she wants to testify or not, they can still use portions of her statement. False, false. They cannot use a statement. They cannot use hearsay if they cannot cross-examine. So if a defense attorney cannot cross-examine a witness, it is just considered hearsay. It false. No. The defense attorney say, Your Honor, I can't even, how you going to say a witness said this when I can't even cross-examine her? If a defense attorney cannot cross-examine, which is a part of the Sixth Amendment right, okay? If the defense cannot utilize their Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine a witness, it is thrown out, period. Period. So if this witness or any other witness that say that they were there, right? If they don't go to court, be sworn in under oath and be okay with being cross-examined, whatever they said don't matter. People say, oh, more, listen to the witness statement. Listen to it for what? The girl already said, but I don't want to go to court. I don't want to get involved in no court stuff. Well, then shut the fuck up then. Why are you out here getting people emotionally charged for if you're not going to be a witness for Romeca? Then your words mean nothing. It means nothing. You're out here spitting out your feelings, out here putting out your emotions for what? For it not to be used in court. You're not helping Romeca. She's not helping. If anybody think that the witness is helping Romeca, you're crazy. You're crazy. She's not helping Romeca. The witness is putting bullshit out here in the atmosphere, getting people emotionally charged to do what they're doing right now. Fight each other in the comments, cuss each other out, talk shit, all this bullshit. The witness is causing confusion. Because if she was a real witness, the damn detectives would have told her to shut the fuck up until we go to court. Don't come out here and put nothing out because they're going to eat your lunch in the courtroom. If she was a real witness, they would tell her, don't say nothing else. You understand what I'm saying? Because we don't want whatever you have already put out there for an attorney to come back and use what you done already said on panel 1, panel 2, panel 15, or whatever. They're going to use everything that you said. They're going to use that shit against you. So they would have already silenced her. They would have silenced her on day one. They would have told her, don't say nothing. You are our case witness. Don't go out there, talk to no bloggers. Don't do any of that. Because the attorneys that's going to defend Holly is going to come after you in a worse way that you can ever even imagine. They're going to make you question your own reality. Honey, they're going to have you wondering if you are a man or a woman at the end of their cross-examining. They're going to make you think, was I really there? Did I actually see anything? Shit, was I in Chicago that day? Do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to eat her up. So her coming out here panel hopping, or if that's what she's doing, I don't know. I just know she was only on one, but she may have been on two. I don't know, or whatever. But if she was making a statement, and if they were going to use her statement in a case, they would shut her up. They would tell her, don't say anything. They would probably even assign an attorney to her. Probably. I don't know. I don't know if witnesses have attorneys or not. But I know the detectives, because it puts a hole in the detective case. A prosecutor would have told her, you are the prosecutor's witness. We need you to be quiet. We don't need you to go out there saying anything. We don't need you jumping on no panels. We don't need you recounting anything because you said this first, and then you said this. And because each time a person that is emotionally driven make a statement, it's going to change. It's going to change. It's going to, you know what I'm saying? Because it's filled with emotions. She's gonna add something else, like the fist bump thing. I thought that was so far-fetched. And I saw them and they went over there and they fist bumped each other and they said it was self-defense, right? Right? Really? Really, witness? Did you really see that? Why that wasn't captured on that video? We heard the witness say, lock her up. She did it. She just put her gun back in the car. We heard her say that, but we didn't hear her say, wait a minute, why are y'all just fist bumping? What are you doing? What do you mean? You know what I'm saying? Do I think the witness exaggerated? Yes, I do. I think the witness exaggerated. And if I think the witness exaggerated, what do you think an attorney, a defense attorney, is going to think? They're going to eat her up. Eat her up. So, anyway, her statement sounds powerfully emotional, but legally is weak. Too many emotions, too inconsistent. Okay. And it's inadmissible unless she testifies and be willing to be cross-examined anyway. Okay. She the one came out her own mouth and said, I don't want to go to court. I don't want to speak in court. I don't want to be a witness for this, whatever. I don't want to have to do any of this. Okay. So, well, because of this, it's inadmissible. Anything, if anybody ever come on my channel again and say, well, what about the witness? I'm going to say, what witness? You mean Carlos and Holly? You mean Carlos and Holly? Because those are the witnesses right now. Where's the other witnesses? And this witness actually said, I'm the one that was here first. I'm the one that was here first. Okay. So, Real TV said, can we talk about that? Hold on. Can we talk about that? Did Holly do the right thing by putting the gun on the car, in the car on the floor? I have not looked that up, but I will. I'll look that up and find out, and I'll get back with you on that one. But I would think she did the right thing. Why would she stand out with a gun in her hand? I mean, common sense says that she should put the gun away. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell you what Holly did do that was right. Okay. In a self-defense case, she did not leave the crime of the scene. Okay. She did not run. She stayed there, right there. She said that she was afraid of her life. She's a gun carrier and that she had a restraining order. Okay. If she would have fled the scene, took off running or whatever, that would have been bad for her. She would have left the scene. That would have been bad for her. Right. So she did that right. She stayed there. She did get arrested at the scene. She did not fight the officers or whatever. So they put restraints on her or whatever and took her right down to the precinct. Okay. So she did what she was supposed to do as far as those things. She didn't leave. She stayed there. Okay. She said, I think the witness did exaggerate the fist bump. Yeah, exaggerated the damn fist bump. How the hell she pulled it out her ass is what she did. In my opinion. I'm gonna say that in my opinion. She said Holly was dead wrong. I'm sorry. She wasn't even being a good mom in that situation. Yeah, that's your opinion. I don't know. I wasn't there to say whether she was being a good mom or not. She made a voice note while she was in shock and also yelled in excited utterance. Yes, whoever this is know what they're talking about. They know what they're talking about. Let me tell you something. You were absolutely correct. She did that. She made a voice note. She told from her recollection what just happened. That holds a lot of weight. They look at that because let me tell you something. They said when you're in shock, right? When something just happened and you say what just happened, they look at that as face value because that's you don't even have time to think. You're in shock. You're not even thinking straight. So you're just telling what happened. And do you notice how some people in shock? They say, I didn't mean to do it. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. The gun just went off. I just pulled the trigger. I was upset. She was yelling in my face. And they say that and not even realize that they're saying it. Sometime when you in shock, you tell on yourself and you tell what you just did without even thinking about it, without even thinking of a lie or anything. So the fact that she pulled her phone out and said, this is what happened. I don't even know what Holly said on that voice note, but she said, this is what happened. And I did this and I did that. And she did this and she did that. They look at that as truth. They look at that as facts. Whatever she spoke in that voice recording, the police detectives are taking that as facts. Because when you're in shock, you don't think, you react. You react. And most people, if they shot somebody, if they did something, they say, oh my God, I don't know. The gun just went off. I was just trying to scare her. I just held it and I didn't know what was going to happen. And it just went off and whatever. I don't know what she said in the recording, but whatever she said, the detectives will take that. They will look at that as, okay, she said this right away. Before she was Mirandarized. How you say Mirandarized? I can't say the word. Miranda. I can't say that word, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Read her Miranda rights, okay? She was said that before she was read her Miranda rights. She said that before she was taken down and investigated or interrogated, she said whatever she put in that recording was all before she had the right to remain silent. That holds weight. It holds weight. She said, but was she calm or in shock? That's kind of incred. I don't know what that word means. But a lot of people said, oh, she looked too calm. She don't look like she was shocked or whatever. Everybody don't react the same. They really don't react the same. You know what I'm saying? Some people say, oh my gosh, she looked like she didn't even care. She looked like she was nonchalant, like whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and judge nobody's facial reaction because shit, I don't even know how I would look. You know what I'm saying? Until you're in that situation, you really don't know how you would look if you're in that situation. You know what I'm saying? So I can't speak on that. But let me finish. So anyway, like I said, the evidence, I mean the witness statement would be thrown out, okay? And then the case would end up relying heavily on physical evidence, the ballistics, the forensics, the autopsy report, and Holly and Carlos' statement. Because believe it or not, they're witnesses too. Why they're witnesses? Because they were there. And if Romeca was still alive, she would be her witness. If Romeca was still alive, they would take Romeca's statement, they would take Holly's statement, and they would take Carlos' statement, and whoever else gave a statement. They would take their statements, right? Right? But because Romeca's not here, if Holly's statement lines up with Carlos' statement, their statement hold the most weight. But they're not just going to rely just on their statement. It still has to make sense. They can't just fathom some lie together, right? And be like, oh, yeah, it happened like this and it happened like that and get away with it. No, that's not how things works, right? They still going to have to look at, okay, they said it happened like this. When they go get the ballistic reports or even the video footage, if they have it or whatever, right? It has to still line up. Just because Holly and Carlos make a statement don't mean that it's automatically going to be facts. No, it has to still align. It has to make sense is what I'm trying to say. So because of that, and that's why they ask them for their statement more than once. And they'll catch your ass off guard, right? They'll ask you for your statement. They may let 2 or 3 days go past or whatever, and then they're gonna ask your ass again. I need you to come in here. Tell me again. Can you tell me what happened? Just tell me what. Just start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Tell me. Tell me. So you said, and they'll even try to trick your ass. They'll say, so you saying that you was right here and she was right here, and they want you to retell your story like you told it before. Okay. They're trying to find any holes in your story to see if you're inconsistent, to see if you're telling a lie. Okay. So they're doing that. They're going to do that. I guarantee you, Carlos has told his story more than once. And I guarantee you, Holly has told her story more than once, probably 3, 4 times. You understand what I'm saying? So, but again, like I said, they will eat her up on if she did go to court. Any witness that go to court, they're going to really find out: are you really a witness, or did you hear a lot out there in the public? You know what I'm saying? Did you come up? Because a lot of people pulled up after the fact. The police, the sirens and stuff, brung a lot of people, and they may be like, "Oh, I was a witness. I was a witness," and then they start going off on what's put out here by the bloggers. They know those people. You know what I'm saying? They know those people, okay? So anyway, um so again, so what I meant by the witness is really out here. She put out some information that got a lot of people in their feelings. A lot of people looked at it like, "Oh my God, a mother was dropping her child off at school, and two demons, two devils pulled up and ambushed her and unalived her and took her away from her son." That's how a lot of bloggers are putting it out there in the atmosphere. And it's just not that black and white. It's absolutely just not that black and white. Okay. And it's unfortunate that they're doing that because they're not being truthful. It did not happen that way. You know what I'm saying? It didn't happen that way. Romeca pulled up on Holly and Carlos. It was not right in front of the school. They were not. It's not like, because somebody said yesterday she was dropping off her son and they pulled up on side of her or something like that. They said. I was like, oh my God, Jesus, right? But Romeca pulled up on them. How she got there, I don't know that yet. Somebody said she bust a U-turn. I ain't seen no video footage where she bust no U-turn, so I'm not gonna repeat that. Until I see that she bust a U-turn, I don't know how she got there. For all I know, the wings could have dropped her from the sky down there. Okay. Okay. She got there though. She got there. All right. So she's there. She blocked them in. Now, at first, I was trying to give her a little leeway and say, well, the car looked like it can come out a little bit. But then I asked my attorney friend, and he said, no, that she blocked them in. That's what you call blocked in. She blocked them in. She said that if Holly wanted to safely get away, she would have had to maneuver, which means that she would have had to position, you know what I'm saying? It would have took a lot to try to get out from her vehicle. Her purpose of pulling up there is, I don't want you to leave from where you are. So she blocked them in. I tried to give her a little leeway and say, well, I mean, she ain't exactly turned the wheel and a car is right there. No, my attorney friend said, no, that's blocked in. She blocked her in. She's pretty much blocked in. Right. And because of that, she's blocked in. And she said, how do you know how do you know about the voice note? It was in the incident report. The detective wrote it in the incident report. The detective wrote that she made a recording at the scene. She did her own recording of her account at the scene. So that's in the report. But anyway, she said, but my attorney friend said that's considered blocked in. She blocked her in. You know, she pulled up close to where, because they're parallel park. You know, when you parallel park, you only got a little, inch or two to get out anyway. So she blocked her in. Okay. She said Holly had room to leave. Well, guess what? Guess who don't think so? The detectives. They think that's blocked in. Okay. So anyway, that is why she was let go. That is why they did not find probable cause. She had documentation, which was the paperwork. She was licensed to carry. Romeca showed up on them, pulled up on them, blocked them in, and her baby was in the back seat. She was in reasonable fear of her life. How do we know that? Well, the damn restraining order said it. Okay. And in the state of Illinois, the duty to retreat, except if you are in reasonable fear of your life. Reasonable fear of your life. So, with that being said, do I still know if they're going to press charges on something else? I don't know. But what I know of right now, the reason why she's not locked up right now, because they don't have nothing to lock her up on. They don't have nothing. Are they looking for something? They probably are. They probably are. You know, they probably are. But have they found it yet? No. Why? Why do we know that? Because if they found something to lock her up on, she would be locked up. She would be called in and locked up. Okay. And somebody told me, somebody got in my comments and said, you don't know what you're talking about. And just look up this case. And this case is exactly like it. So I looked up the case. I said, all right, let me oblige this person, right? So I looked up the case. Girl, I can't believe you told me to look up the case. The case was about a lady that got beat up at a club, left with her boyfriend, came back on foot, right? Popped the girl and took off running down the street. Girl, how can you tell me it's the same thing? Are you serious? Whoever told me in the comments, and I ain't gonna call you out, but whoever said that in the comments, you can't possibly think that this is the same thing. You cannot possibly think that somebody leave from getting beat up, go home, get a weapon, come back on feet, pop the girl, and then take off running down the street with the weapon and said, and made a statement and said, I didn't mean to K her. I just wanted to scare her. That was her statement. I didn't mean to K her. I just wanted to scare her. Yes, she's being charged with first-degree murder. She left the scene from getting beat up and came back with a weapon. That's the difference. Absolutely difference. Sometimes we have to use our thinking caps. We got to put them on sometime. We got to put them on. Or more, go back to the picture of Holly. This one right here. This one right here. She said it's going to be murder. They trying to put it together. I seen many cases where they came and got 6 months later. That's facts here in the city, though. All right, Jermaine. Just don't hold your breath, baby. I don't want nothing to happen to you, okay? My only thing is when she went to her car, she was out of danger. She could have gotten in the car. Okay, so when I looked at that, right? I looked at that and I talked to my attorney friend about it as well. So what happened was if she can, if their statements, let me just say it like that, if their statements is that Carlos was trying all his might to hold her back, right? And she was trying to fight out of Carlos' arms, wiggle her way away to come toward Holly, then Holly had every right to go in her car and get protection. So I don't know what Romeca was yelling. I don't know what Holly was yelling. But it was, let's just say, now I really don't want to do this, but I'm gonna do it. Just know this is all hypothetical. I'm definitely not taking nobody's side when I say what I'm about to say. But let's just say Romeca was saying, "Move, Carlos. I'm gonna get this bitch. I'm gonna handle this bitch. Move, move. Carlos, move out my way. I'm gonna handle this bitch. Oh, I'm gonna handle you. Whatever." I don't know what she was saying, right? But we know when we get ready to fight and somebody is holding us back, we talking shit. We talking shit, right? Let me go. Let me go. Move, move. I'm telling you, move. Whatever, right? So if she was yelling and still trying to get out of Carlos' arms and he's trying to restrain her, and she's saying things like, I'm going to get you, I'm going to attack you, I'm going to knock you out, I'ma K you, I'ma hurt you, I'ma grab you, I'ma touch you, I'ma twist you, I'ma flip you, I'ma dunk you, whatever. I don't know what she was yelling, but if she was yelling things threatening, Holly had every right to get protection to protect herself. She had every right. She had every right. If somebody's yelling out threats to you and you already in fear of your life, she done already told you, grandmama. She already told you, grandmama, that she gonna KI you. And now y'all right here. And again, this is hypothetically. If you don't know what that means, go look it up before you come in my comments and say, how you know that happened? Like I said, it's hypothetically. And if you don't know what it means, look it up. So if she was yelling off threatening, you know what I'm saying? Threatening words or whatever. Here comes somebody say, y'all listen to the witness statement. Rewind the video. Just rewind this video. We already didn't debunk the witness, honey. The witness is on sitting on the curb. The witness is out of the game. The witness is she's non-credible. Okay. She ain't testifying anyway. The witness is emotionally charged. The witness is out of it. All right. So anyway, if if Romeca, as Carlos was trying to restrain her, if she was still saying threatening things at Holly, Holly had every right to protect herself. So when people say, but she didn't have to go to her car to get her weapon, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she did. She could have. She could protect herself. If she was in reasonable fear that she was about to be harmed, she can protect herself. Period. That's the law. That's not me. That's the law. Look it up. Go look it up. Let's be clear. Romeca's reputation and behaviors paint her in a bad light, not Holly. You're right about that, Sassy D. And that's what a lot of people don't want to acknowledge. She said, read my statement. Where is it at? She said, Amoira, Holly was acting in the heat of passion. Her blood was piping hot when she did this. If she had a chance for the blood to cool, things would be different. Holly or Romeca? Which one are you talking? Why do you keep saying what Holly should have did? What about what Romeca should have done? The witness said she was already inside her car. Why did Romeca get back out? And you know what, Ski? I don't know if that's how you say your name or not, or maybe just Ski. It seems like the emotionally driven people, you can't get to them. Okay. You can't get them to see logic. They have already formed an opinion. They don't want to hear law. They don't want to hear what's black and white. They don't want to critical think. They only want to listen to Holly and Carlos was these big bad wolves out to set this innocent woman up. Okay. This innocent, loving mother, right? They was out to get her for whatever the reason. They're not even thinking or even saying, why did Romeca pull up to them? And I heard somebody say she got a right to talk to her baby daddy or not when she got a restraining order against the girlfriend and the girlfriend is there. No, she was not supposed to stop. She was not supposed to stop. She was supposed to stay 1,000 feet away. Okay. She said, y'all are crazy. What happened was wrong. Somebody lost their life. The hell that, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me read this. I want to rehearse. Y'all are crazy. What happened was wrong. Somebody lost their life. The hell that little boy lost his mom. And at Brown Sugar, you don't know if you justice for Romeca or Holly, but God is revealing it all. Okay. All right. Well, yep, the little boy. What you did say that's right. Two things you said. God is looking at it all. That's one thing. And another thing is the little boy lost his mom. That's another thing. Yep, you right on that one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you said what happened was wrong. Yep, it was wrong. But it wasn't just wrong with Holly. It was wrong that Romeca pulled up on them and stopped. That's the first wrong. Let's talk about the first wrong. Until we get to the fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh wrong, let's talk about the first wrong. The first wrong was Romeca pulling up that day. Because if Romeca wouldn't have pulled up that day, we wouldn't be here. That was the first wrong. And that's what a lot of people are not wanting to say. Romeca pulled up on them. That was wrong. She did the first wrong. The first wrong. That was the first wrong. Okay? Let's talk about that. That was the first wrong. She said if Romeca never stopped and got out of the car, blocked them in to fight her, the little boy would still have a mother. Now that's true. I mean, it's hardcore, but it's true. That's true. The little boy lost his mom, but we cannot act like the mom didn't have fault in it. We cannot act like she was just some innocent bystander. And you know what I'm saying? Just some innocent bystander that this just got ambushed or taken advantage of. No. Sometimes we write our own fate. Sometimes we bite off more than we can chew. Amoira never said everything she said is right. This is an ongoing analysis. That's right, Bokomo. So thank you for that. Ebony said she was dropping her son off, though. No, she was not. Mm-mm. She was pulling up on her baby daddy and his girlfriend. Let's just call a spade, Ebony. I mean, Ebony, I'm sorry. She was not dropping off her son. She was pulling up on her baby daddy and her baby daddy girlfriend. Lovely Jim said Romeca was not innocent. She went looking for trouble and got what she was looking for. I don't want to sound as cold as that, right? I'm not calling you cold, but you know, I don't want to like sound, you know, lack of empathy like that, but basically is yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. Now, did she intentionally do that? Did she know that she was going to lose her life that day? No, she just thought she was going to go whoop her baby daddy's girlfriend ass. That's what she was going to give her the ass whooping that she promised her. And I'm sure she thought, I'm going to give her this ass whooping, and then I'm going to jump back in my car, and then we're going to go live merry, happily ever after. Okay? She said, Amoira, the address in the incident report and Carlos' address is totally different. The school is across the street from the school. It's different. I looked at it. The 2200 block and 16. Let me look it up because I just looked it up today. Where's my phone? Oh, my husband got my phone. Damn, he got my phone. So the address is two different addresses. The news report that the incident happened in the 2200 block on State Street, and the school address is 16 something. Hold on, let me just look it up right here. My husband has my phone, but let me just look it up. So it wasn't at the same spot. She was not dropping off her kid at school. She pulled up on her baby daddy and his girlfriend. Romeca Meeks address, school address. So the address was at it was 16 something. Let's get the school address. What was the name of the damn school? Hold on a second. I have it pulled up on my damn phone too. If anybody have it, can y'all put it in the comments? It's 16 something. Me and my husband was literally just talking about it before I went live. I don't have it in front of me, but it's 16 something, y'all. It's the address is 16 something something something, and where the incident happened was like 2200 block of State Street or something like that. So it was not the same address. It is not the same address. Not the same address. Oh, that's the name of the school, 50 West Carmike. Okay, hold on. Okay, so the address is. Let me just go get my phone. Hold on, y'all. Let me just grab my phone. Ooh, baby, it smells good. All right, I'm coming. All right, what was the address? The address is. Hold on, I thought it was the last thing I looked up. Hold on, y'all. I thought it was the last thing I looked up in this phone. Did I not? Hmm. I thought I looked up. I don't see it, y'all. I know I looked up this damn address. Hold on. Hmm. I don't know what I did with it. But anyway, I thought I looked it up. I don't even see it. I know I looked it up on my phone. Or did my husband look it up on his phone? But anyway, it's not the same address. It's fairly close, but but it was not, she was not dropping off her son at school. She was not dropping off her son at school. She was pulling up on her baby daddy and his baby mom and his, I don't know if she was just another baby mama, the girlfriend or not. I don't know. She said Carlos lived on the same block as the school, but a different 100. Romeca dropped the baby off, saying them and decided to get out and fight. I'm not going to say Romeca played stupid games and this is what she got because they both going back and forth. Holly just started the paper trail, and that part I can't respect. Carlos' address was 2116 State Street. He lived over Monument Cap Coffee. Well, that's not the school address because you said that he was dropping the baby off. She was dropping the baby off at the school. Romeca was picking, saw that girl and wanted to fight. Not Holly. She said if she touched me, I'm going to protect myself. Google the distance of where Carlos live and where the school is. Okay, let's do that. What's Carlos' address? You said 21 State Street. And you said Google the distance of what? Where that comment at? Google the distance of what? Oh, distance of where Carlos lived and where the school is. And what was the name of the school you said? Hold on. Okay, I got it. Let's see the distance between the two. It says, what's the name of the school again? What'd you call the name of the school? What was the name of it? Hold on, let me just look it up. What is the name of the school? What is the name of Romeca Meeks son school? The name of the school is damn, you think it would say it? Shit, what is it? National Teacher Academy. That's the name of it? Okay, hold on. That's the name of the school? All right, hold on. Somebody just texted to me. All right, she said, okay, that's the name of the school. So it's located at 55 West. Okay, so what's the distance? No, that cannot be true. Is the 2116 State Street, is that Chicago Heights? That's not Chicago Heights, is it? The 21 State Street, is that Chicago Heights? I don't know if that's Chicago Heights. Is it? Okay, Chicago, Illinois. It says the Natural Teacher Academy is located at 55 West Carmack Road, Chicago, Illinois. 2116 State Street appears to be a property in Chicago Heights. The 2116 State Street can't be correct. Y'all gotta give me another address than that. 2116 State Street, it gotta be a different address than that because they're saying that it's far apart. It can't be, that can't be, let me see. What is Carlos' last name? I think it's Smith, Carlos Smith. The 21 state, the 21, oh, South, oh, 2113. Oh, okay, thank you. Somebody said something different. 2113 South State Street. Thank you. Y'all just sent different numbers. It's still saying, let me look up this address right here. Amoira, that's not important unless they're saying they pulled up at her school. Yeah, they didn't pull up at this. They didn't pull up at the school. Even the news came back and corrected that. They came back and corrected that. My husband did a whole Google map of it, and it wasn't the same. Now, let me just put this. I know y'all saying it's not important, but you know, when I start doing this stuff, I get the okay, distance from this. Distance Okay, let's see what it says. All right, finally. Okay, it says the distance is roughly a 4-minute walk. So the distance is roughly a 4-minute walk or a 1-minute drive. So it is extremely close, but it's not on school property. So it's extremely close. It's a 4-minute walk or a 1-minute drive. She said, Amoira is a blogger and is only reporting what is black and white. Why y'all so mad at her? Child, you know, I don't care if they mad at me. They in their feelings. They need to get out their feelings because the thing about it is, you being in your feelings is not helping Romeca. How is it helping Romeca? You being in your feelings is not helping Romeca. Only thing it's doing is making you stress yourself out. Facts are facts. Black and white is black and white. Things may not work out in our favor sometime, you know what I'm saying? Especially when we emotionally charged. But when you peel back the onion and you look at things, that's why they have laws. When you peel back the onions and you look at things and you say, you know what? Things didn't work out the way I would have liked them to work out. But then if you take your emotions out of it and be like, oh, you know what? That is logic. You know, she did pull up on them. People don't want to realize that, but she pulled up on them, you know? And it's an unfortunate thing. It is. You know, I can say I can't say it no more. Wait a minute. She says, "Will you drop the link for me?" Hold on. Hey, yeah, I'll drop the link. All right. Well, 5 minutes. I'm gonna drop the link, but when you come up, 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye. Somebody want to speak? I'm gonna let them speak for 5 minutes. It looks like Romeca could have just kept going down the street. Yeah, she really could have. The coffee shop address is 219. The apartment on tops are 2113. I'm only trying to help her get the address of the crime scene correct. What did you say the crime scene address was? Amor, do you see that tan building in the background of the crime scene? Amor, that's the school zone sign. It's in the back. Yeah, it may be the school zone sign, but we already know school, you know, we're not saying that it wasn't in a school zone, but a school zone is just for driving purposes, right? And it could extend way past the school or on both directions, right? And even across the street, you know? A school zone is for driving purposes that stretch across a good little distance. Not really good little, not like long, long, but you know, a distance of is for traffic purposes where they want you to slow down at because it may be kids crossing the road and this, that, and the other. That doesn't mean it's at the school. She was not at the school. She was not at the school. Tracy said the facts remain. Ramika should have never stopped. She got out ready to fight Holly. I'm sorry she lost her life, but at what point she would be held accountable for her actions? Well, guess what? She don't have to be worried about being held accountable for her actions because when she jumped out her car and made the decision that she made, right? And as Carlos tried to put her back in the car or hold her back, or, you know, because let's think about it, right? For the people that's saying that Holly is so wrong, I have a question for you. So was Holly supposed to, and Carlos, let's just say Holly and Carlos, was they supposed to just was Carlos was he not supposed to hold Ramika back and just let Ramika beat the shit out of Holly? I'm just and or they fight. I really want to right now I want to talk to someone that think that Ramika was just so right and Holly was just so wrong. Was Holly supposed to just let Ramika kick her ass? I'm being serious. Was Holly supposed to just say, "I'll just let you kick my ass"? She said, "Why y'all holding Holly accountable and not say why Mika ain't?" gonna stop because they are emotionally driven. That's why. Because they are thinking with their emotions and not logic. Because they think that people can just make threats and shit and just, intimidate people and fight them and talk shit and this, that, and the other, whatever, whatever, and then just move on about their life. That's what they think. She said, did the school go on hard lockdown? I think they did temporarily lock down the school. When you say hard lockdown, I don't know about the hard lockdown, but I do believe that they locked down the school. She says, tapping in to say hello, and I'm so proud of you, more. Thank you, fishy, fishy stank. Fish stank. Fishy, fish stank. Hey, can you hear me? Is it echoing? Y'all let me know if it's echoing. If it is, I'm gonna have to switch browsers.
Hey, hey, Auntie. What I
Hey.
think everybody is upset about is the fact that he was cheating on her, and that's the reason why, Romeca did what she did. That's why she pulled up on her. But what they got to realize is that's not against the law for him to cheat on her. It's not against the law. So she is not going to. They're not going to say in court, well, because he was doing what he was doing on the side to you, that makes this okay. Yes, it's morally wrong for Carlos to have been playing those women against each other, but it doesn't justify her pulling up on them and doing what they did. And that's what everybody looking at, the fact that they were together for those 10 years and he been doing all of this stuff to her this whole entire time. That just doesn't justify what Romeca did. It just doesn't. It's not going to legally clear her of any wrongdoing. It's just not. Unfortunately, yes, she lost her life, but it just doesn't clear her, and that's what has everybody in an uproar. They're looking at that aspect.
Yeah, I agree with you. I absolutely agree. I do believe. Is it echoing, you guys? Is it echoing, Courtney?
No, we sound good. This is the first time we're gonna sound this good in a long time.
Oh, okay, then they must have fixed it then, because girl, this thing
Mhm.
used to always echo.
Yeah, yeah, I
So,
remember.
I don't like that a young lady, and I'm gonna put a picture up as I say this, because I look at both of them as they both gorgeous as women. They both beautiful women. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful
Mhm.
women that could, in my opinion, could have any man they want. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And why they fighting over Carlos, I don't know, right? Because they look like they could definitely have any man they want, right? Two
Mhm.
beautiful women, but again, so I'm definitely not siding with neither one of them. I'm siding
Right.
with
Absolutely not.
black and white. You already know how I move, right? Black
Mhm.
and white.
Right.
So
Mhm.
but it seems like the Ramika supporters, right? I'm just
Mhm.
gonna say it like that. It sounds like the Ramika supporters don't want to hear logic. They don't want to hear
Mhm.
facts. They don't want to hear the legal side of things. They want to hear the emotional side of things, and they want people to lie to them. And I feel sorry for them for that. I
Mhm.
literally feel sorry that they want to feel good at night over
Mhm.
somebody lying to them, because I just can't do that. I'm not about to sit
Mhm.
here and just lie to you guys just to spare your feelings and make you feel good. Go bake
Mhm.
cookies if you want to feel good. Drink milk or
Mhm.
something, but I just can't do that, right? All
Mhm.
I can say is the facts shows that Holly protect herself. Now, if you want to go to sleep at night, rock yourself and suck your thumb and say she protect herself because in her
Didn't want
mind
to
it was
fight.
premeditated.
Cause she
She
didn't
knew
want to
what she
fight.
was gonna do. She knew
Mhm.
what she gonna do and she set it up. Well, then deem her
But
smart then. I
auntie,
don't know.
But auntie, that's how it's supposed. That's the reason for a protection order. It gives you the authority, it legally able for her to do what she did, and the law need to stand by that. Because in the event that I'm in a situation, I'm licensed to carry, and somebody roll up on me like that, I would expect for the law to protect me also. When we was covering the Bree story and everybody was making those threats at Bree, what did we tell her to do? Go get her some license and get her some protection, right? And in the event that some of them people run up on her in the mall, at the store, in the street, what we said?
Right.
It,
Well,
it,
we
it-
know because of the sector that we've been in that people sell wolf tickets. They say they're gonna do this and they say they're gonna do that. But
yeah, what
I'm just
Romeca
gonna
did,
say
she cashed hers in on that day.
Yeah,
She cashed her wolf
unfortunately.
ticket in. She cashed her wolf ticket in. She been calling in threats, and she thought that she was pulling up on her to carry out them threats that she been making to her grandma, her best friend, in her DM, in her voicemail, all of that. And even when people go on a limb to say that we don't know that the stuff that she alleged to do in the restraining order was or was not true, let's just keep it real. If Romeca had the balls enough to pull up on them people right there, y'all know doggone well that girl had been calling and texting and whatever. And I know you, auntie, don't want to, what I'm saying, put yourself on the side. But, if we being grown, if we being logical, if we thinking critically, you got to know that the girl had voicemails, emails, calls
Yeah,
from the sun phone. The sun phone, y'all. Come on,
I
that's
do.
definitely harassment.
It is, and not only is it harassment, she could have been criminally charged for it. She literally
Right.
could have been criminally charged for that. So I'm looking at it like, she did a restraining order, but she literally could have charged her criminally for all the things that she alleged that she did. Now, we don't
Hmm.
know for sure, you know what I'm saying? Because,
Yeah, I
like
can't
me,
go on the record and say that,
right, you
on the
can't.
record and die by it. No, I cannot. But, if I'm critically thinking, if she had the balls enough to pull up on them people like that, we know. Oh, we went to echo, Auntie.
Oh, it is echoing.
I can hear
Um,
myself talking.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
But yeah, if she had the balls enough to pull up on them like that, then she definitely, was we even heard a recording of her talking to him, talking about her friend on recording and what she would do to him in that recording, what she would do to her in that recording. The video that she played when they was, why you lie, and I got a friend that said she a, garden tool and whatever the case may be.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunate situation, but a lot of people wants to point the finger at one person, and you just can't do that. You can't just point the finger at one person. But in this situation, she said no echo on our side. But in this situation, you can't. We learned in school, right? We learned in school that it has a cause have to it
Have
has
an
an
effect.
effect, right?
Exactly.
Right. So there's a cause and there's effect. You can't accuse Holly of doing something wrong before accusing Romeca of doing something wrong. What I mean by that,
She
why was
initiated
Romeca
it.
there? You
Mm-hmm.
can't ignore it. You can't ignore that part. Why
Right.
was Romeca there? There's a
Mm-hmm.
cause
And
and an effect.
this here is just my opinion. If we're gonna blame anybody, it's a lot of people that we can point the blame at. But these people in the comments, everybody done painted the town in pink, for her homegoing celebration and all of that. Those same family members and friends should have been the one pulling on Romeca coattails, telling her this guy ain't no good for you. He done blacked your eye, gave you STD, allegedly, according to Holly's
Mhm.
little four-mind man or whatever she said. She did all of that stuff to he did all that stuff to her, and you guys as friends out here going on record saying, helping her, find contact information and this and that and the third, put her in the position, get her at that such high of a rage. Also, y'all contributed to it too. Auntie, she got up here saying, we went on family vacations and this and that and the third. If somebody had black my niece's eye, they'll never be able to sit at our table again. Even if you continue to deal with them, you wouldn't be able to sit at my table. You can't come around me. Now, even if my niece continue to deal with you, that's on her. But I don't want that kind of guy, around you. And I'm not going to co-sign it as family. Yeah, he can deal with his child. We'll go through the process of him co-parents and pick up and drop off locations and whatever that need to be done as far as that concern. But niece, no, we can't have that man around us no more. We got to understand what really was going on here. It's not Holly's fault that he decided to play the both of them. Yeah, it's not her fault. It's it's
Yeah.
not.
But you know what? I'm gonna say something. As far as Carlos, right? I don't like, you know, any how I am about
Uh-huh. I
a
know.
man put his hand on a woman. You already know I can't stand that shit. But this day, this day,
Mhm.
when This day is not Carlos' fault.
Mm-mm.
It's not. And,
Mm-mm.
and I can't say it is. And the reason why do I say that? Because they all grown, they all
Mm.
adults,
And
they
you make
all
your
in
own
their 30s.
decisions. Mm-hmm.
She stopped. She made that decision to stop and pull up on them. She stopped. Okay, you remember that case we covered where the wife
Pulled up
went
to their
to
girlfriend's. Mm-hmm. The
the
side chick
girlfriend
house.
house
Mm-hmm.
and she ended up getting blasted. Where
Mm-hmm.
was that? What state was that? I can't remember. But anyway, and I think they deemed her self. I don't know if they did her self defense. I got to go back and look at that case. But I
Can
think
you hear me?
something happened to your. I put you on mute because it's just a. It sounded like
Can you
a
hear me,
gush
Elsie?
of. Courtney, your phone sounds very loud now. Courtney, if you can hear me, something happened to your phone and it sounds very loud. It's like a gush of wind or something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. So I put you down on the thing. Something happened to your phone. The first time was sounded real good, and now it doesn't sound good anymore. Let me bring you back up to the stage. Oh yeah, it's still there. Yeah, Courtney, you have something going on with your phone, baby girl. So sorry, I had to drop you down. But what was I about to say? I can't remember what I was about to say. Oh yeah, I know what I was about to say. Um, as far as all three of them was grown, right? And this particular day, I just feel like things would not have went the way it went had she not stopped. Okay, she pulled up, and not only that, right? The fact that Romeca kept trying to wiggle away from him instead of just, wiggle away from him and whatever she was trying to wiggle away from him for, right? Uh, you know, I do believe that he was trying to hold her back. I believe he was trying to restrain her. That means that he did not want them to fight. He did not want them to fight, you know? Okay, Courtney, something happened to your phone and I had to drop you down. It was
Yeah.
very loud.
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
that. I got a call. They came through though. But yeah, I forget what
Oh,
what
okay.
city that incident took place in. But yeah, I do. I remember that.
Somebody said, I'm starting to think Holly, the cousin, was going back and forth telling Romeca. Wait a minute, you think that Jolly, the cousin? I'm starting to think Jolly, the cousin, was going back and forth telling Romeca what Carlos saying about her and doing to Romeca, and also the same to Carlos. Yeah, but in my opinion, I think your name is Wale the boss. That's getting too involved. That doesn't matter.
It doesn't. That's what
A
they're
lot of
trying. They,
people
they
are
don't.
going. Yeah, going all on the tangent, saying things like, "Well, was she dating him?" And what? That doesn't matter. It
It
doesn't matter
doesn't.
at this point. If they fucked each other, all had a threesome the night before, that doesn't have anything to do with why Ramika is not live today. We
Mm-mm.
got to talk about the day of
Mhm.
Ramika made a bad decision. We can't
Mhm.
sit here and be like, oh, well, she was doing this and she was doing that and she was doing this and she taunted her and she made this video on TikTok and she did this and she went and got a blue dress and she went and got a white dress and she wore her hair the same and she was this and she was that. She made a bad decision that day.
Mhm.
That day. We got to stay focused. We be getting off on
Mhm.
a tangent and going down 15 different streets and trying
Mhm.
to figure out this.
Mhm.
She made a bad decision that day.
Mhm.
That
And let's
day.
be honest. If we gonna call it out, if they gonna call it out, if I'm thinking logically, being a critical thinker, Ramika and Carlos probably had been laid up or whatever the case may be the day or the week recently. They had not no 2 3 months ago. It was recently, and she drove by there, seen them sitting right there, like I know this ninja ain't got this girl at his house, and we were just together and bust at you. I know. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. If I'm thinking critically, she bust at you because I know we ain't been dealing with each other, and he's still dealing with her.
But
When
we
she
don't
seen
know
them,
that.
we don't know
We
that.
don't
But if
know
we thinking
that.
logically, she.
We don't know that. And to be honest, it don't matter. It don't matter if God tapped her on her shoulder and said, pull up on your baby daddy. It just wasn't a good, it didn't work out.
Mhm.
It,
It
it,
just
it
don't
should not
matter.
have,
She should have kept going. Mhm.
it should have kept going.
Yo,
There was
I
a
would have
restraining
pulled
order in place.
beside him and said, "Look, I see you. Like, let you know I see you. What you doing?"
You should have
But I
called him
ain't.
on the phone. But
Mhm.
you don't. She has a restraining order against her
Mhm.
from this young lady,
Mhm.
and she violated that restraining order. She
Yeah,
violated that restraining order.
and for the people that's saying that she didn't know she had a restraining order, from my understanding, Carlos has text messages from what she said where why old girl put a restraining order on me. I'm pretty sure that's something that they done presented to the courts too.
Well, whether she knows she had a restraining order, well, that's bullshit. She knows she got a restraining order because the paperwork said that she was served in June. So she knows she had a restraining order. She knows she had a restraining order. But she didn't abide by it. She made the decision not to abide by it. And unfortunately, little man lost his mom.
Mhm.
Little man lost his mom. If anything, this should be a documentary as a learned lesson
Mhm.
for females, right? That think that they can
Mhm.
avoid the law, disrespect the law, don't abide by the law, take claims to their baby daddy or whatever. And I'm not saying that's what she's trying to do, but whatever was going through her mind that moment, she jumped out the car. She made a bad decision. Okay. And the bad decision cost her life. And people say, I can't believe y'all speaking on the dead. Get your soft feeling ass the fuck up out of here because ain't nobody speaking on the dead. That's your own mental emotions getting the best of you.
Mhm.
Seriously. Get out
Mhm.
your feelings. It's facts over here. You want somebody to tell you, oh, Holly wrong and Holly gonna be under the jail, this, that, and the-" Well, if she is, then they're gonna have to find something on her. Because at this point, if they had something, she would be arrested.
Mhm.
They found no probable cause.
Yeah, and what Holly
Holly,
did is how you protect yourself. That's how you protect yourself. Crossing your eyes and down your teeth so that you don't end up catching a charge like that in the event you do have to defend yourself that way. This is, a lesson for all of us. We get into altercations with people where we start getting, threats and
exactly.
stuff like that. And you guys got to take in consideration if I had to go to the courts and get a restraining order out on somebody and they for whatever reason still pull up on me, you're gonna need the law to back you so to know that you did the right thing. I'm letting y'all know that this girl telling the world that she gonna try to do something to hurt me. And if she do, I want to be able to protect myself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, in the that situation with the wife and the whatever the case, the girlfriend and the dude, they arrested that lady. You know what I'm saying? When she could have called the police and did a whole lot of stuff, the same stuff that Holly did. You know what I mean? But yeah, her getting a restraining order. They talking about she was creating a paper trail. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you follow the law.
Right.
That's the
Right. She
rules of the
followed the
law.
law.
That's the what you're supposed to do. That's not
Yes.
premeditated. That's saying that if it happens, guys, I'm protecting myself. Like what you did, when they was in Katie and they was saying they were doing whatever whoop de whoop, you called out to the police department. Let them know
Yep.
that there's some people here that said that they gonna do some stuff that hurt me, and if they pull up
Yep.
to my house, I'm going to defend myself. And I wanted to
Yep.
be on
So did.
record that I'm calling to prepare you guys that I need to defend myself. That's how you follow the
Did.
law.
Sure did. I even
That's
said send
how.
a car around to my neighborhood. Just drive around in my neighborhood. Like, you got some old loose cannons over here saying they're gonna pull up at my house, and I'm letting you know I am a licensed carrier and I'm going to protect my home. And you see they
Mhm.
ain't come around, did they?
Right.
Okay. Well,
Right,
you already
right. That's
know.
how you protect yourself. That's not premeditated. They're just saying, if I got to use my weapon, it's for this cause. She's already said that she don't mind doing that to me. She done told my grandmama, my mama, my cousin, my auntie, my grandma, everybody. She done told everybody that she gonna KI me. So I'm feeling
Exactly.
like she randomly pull up on me. I'm thinking that she finna carry out those threats at random. She
Exactly.
pull up on me. I'm thinking she finna carry out those threats. So let me be prepared.
If
She was
someone
smart.
threatens to KIU, you need to take it serious. Don't I saw somebody the other day say, "Oh, people just be talking." No, you talk by saying, "Hey girl, what you doing today? What you eat,
Mhm.
girl? Oh, I'm hungry. I want to go get me something to eat." That's talking. I'm gonna
Mhm.
KIU. That ain't talking. And stop thinking that just because somebody say I'm a KIU, that's just talking. No, even if your man say that to you, I'm a
Mhm.
KIU. You need to take that serious. People need to
Mhm.
stop thinking that just those words don't mean nothing. Some people
Mhm.
tell you that, and then when it happened, you be like, "Oh shit, I ain't know you was for real." He
Right.
told you.
Right. Right.
He
Mhm.
told you. People
Mhm.
say, "Oh, they was just talking. They just talking noise." No, it's illegal to say
To
those
say that.
things.
Yep. It sure is.
Threatening someone's life is illegal.
Mhm.
It's
Kids.
illegal.
When kids say that at school, they get consequences for that. They can't even say that at school. They get expelled, suspended for saying that in school. You know, they get into an altercation with some kids and they let that fly out their mouth. That's a major consequence in school if they say that.
Exactly. Right.
So I mean, I don't know. You know,
Exactly.
just the conspiracy of some y'all. I hate that it happened to Romeca. I wish she would have made another
Exactly.
decision or another choice, or wasn't so
Right.
upset. But I get it. I understand. I'm a young girl. I'm in my 30s. I know I've been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? We done got out in the street and tussle about some stuff that done happened in a relationship with the. We done did that, but we gotta be thinking logically, y'all. Until you said you're gonna
Exactly.
start running a course on teaching us young people how to deal with these men, she should have
I
went
am.
and found her another man to randomly ride down the street so that he could have seen her with him or something. You should have did something else. That just
Hmm.
wasn't it. That just
Yeah.
wasn't it.
Yeah. And it's an unfortunate thing, but you can't just point. And I see what people have done. And I guess that's why I was asked to cover this story, because the young lady that asked me to cover it, she was like, Amora, I'm not gonna tell you which direction to go in, but I just want you to look at it, because she know how I am. She know I'm gonna look at things. I'm gonna
Mhm.
look at things, and that's what I did. I hate the
Mhm.
fact. I thought that the funeral was beautiful. I hate the
It
fact that
was.
Ramika was gone, and I saw that people was painting her as this, basically the highlight of everybody's life, and I didn't really know the story. But then when we start pulling videos and documentation and this, that, and the other, and I'm looking like,
Mhm.
whoa. And then, of course, I reached out to my attorney friend, and I'm like, hey, I want to run something by you right quick. And we start conversing back and forth with each other. And come to find out, then I was like, okay, well, let me look up Illinois law. And I start doing that. And then I start applying logic. And then I'm like, oh, wow. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's an unfortunate thing, but people have gotten their emotions so involved that it clouds their judgment. They don't want to
Mhm.
hear that Ramika shouldn't have stopped. They want to hear Holly should have got her ass beat. Okay.
Mhm.
And allow Ramika to just run off, walk off, or
Mhm.
whatever the case may be. But
Mhm.
Holly protect herself. And then I hear people say, well, she antagonized Ramika. I do believe at some point they went back and forth, right? But
Mhm.
they went back and forth. And the thing about it is, if Holly threatened Ramika, and I think I said this yesterday, either the day before yesterday,
She should have went and got
if
her restraining order.
Holly
Mhm.
no. If Holly threatened Ramika via phone, let's just say Ramika texted her and said, "Bitch, I'm gonna kill you," and if Holly
Mhm.
texts back, "Bitch, I'm gonna kill you first," or whatever, the detectives are going to see that. They're
Mhm.
going to see that. They're going to see what was said between the both of them. Okay. Because
Mhm.
what you can't do, right? You can't go down and go get a restraining order if you retaliated back. If What I
Mhm.
mean by that is, if Ramika texts her and said, "Bitch, I'm gonna kill you when I see you," and if Holly come back and say, "Bitch, I'm gonna kill you when I see you," or whatever, then okay, unalive. I'm sorry, I can't say the word I just said. All right, unalive. So sorry, YouTube. If Ramika said, B, I'ma unalive you, and Holly turned around and said, well, B, I'ma unalive you first, or whatever, then
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? Ramika had an opportunity to go to court and say, well, Your Honor, she said she gonna unalive me too. Well,
Mhm.
or Your Honor, she said she was gonna do this to me. Or Your Honor, she did this to me first, or whatever the case may
Mhm.
be. And then the judge would have been able to look at both of them. But Ramika
Mhm.
didn't go to court. And in my observation, I believe that she didn't go to court because she knows that some of the things that
Mhm. She had
Holly
proof
had
on her.
in
Yep.
her, that some of it was
Mhm.
probably true. Am I saying all of it was true? No, but why people don't go to court?
Mhm.
Why people don't go to court? I didn't go to court because Well, I can't even say that because I didn't go to court because, well, let me just say this, back. I didn't
It
go
was
to,
crazy to go drive all that far or spend that much money to go way over there when you knew you
well,
didn't do what they said she did.
well, no, no, let's dial it back again. I didn't go to court not because of what she said I did wasn't true. What she said I did was true. I cussed her the fuck out, right? But she called it cyber stalking. That ain't, I knew it wasn't cyber stalking. Okay. What I
Mm-hmm.
did to her was true. She said, oh, she said my husband put a knot upside my head. I did say that. I did say that. Why did I say that? Well, because your husband said it. Whether he was joking or not, he said it. I played off
Mm-hmm.
on his joke. He still said
Mm-hmm.
it though. You
Mm-hmm.
know he was joking. I don't know your husband was joking. Hell, he the one said it. That's between you and
Mm-hmm.
him. I laughed
Right.
at it, right? I made
Mm-hmm.
fun at her. I made
Mm-hmm.
fun of her. And what she do? Run to the court. Who does that? Who
Mm-hmm.
run to the court because you made fun of something that their husband said?
Mm-hmm.
Thin-skinned people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Thin-skinned individual. Anyway, I don't want to
And
make this
and
about me,
and
but
and right now we don't have, we got Holly's restraining order of her allegations of what Romeca said to her, but you guys saying that her subbing her online, that's not the same as making threats either. She's talking about, for my man and about the coat and all that type of stuff. And on not one of them videos did she threaten her. She making fun of her. They got
yeah,
baby
that's
mama, baby
true.
daddy going back and forth type thing going on. When you venture off
Right.
over there and start making threats, like we said, when the saga was going on, they get so mad to the point they can't come back at you. Now they want to make threats. You know what I'm saying? That's,
Right.
not the same. Her talking about her wiping, old people butt ain't the same as making threats on your life. That's not
Yeah.
illegal for her to do. Them videos that she made ain't illegal, y'all. Y'all, Ramon, play them video. Okay, she was, picking back at her. Yeah, she did do that. Whoop de doo.
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah.
She picked back at her, but that wasn't making a threat on her life and illegal.
Right. 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 Well, thank you, Courtney. I'm gonna put you down
But
because I
yeah,
wanna I wanna just let it
finish
right
up.
quick.
Okay, all right, Auntie. I
All
just
right.
wanted to come
Thank
up
you,
and say that.
baby.
All right,
Okay, honey. I got you.
bye
Love
bye.
you, babe. All right. I want to address this comment that I just saw. Uh, where did it go? I'm looking for it. I hope you guys didn't delete it. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't see it, but damn, I hope y'all didn't delete that. Anyway, I don't see it. I wanted to put it up on the screen, but what it said was, and now I'm paraphrasing it because I don't see shit. It said, if you believe in God, you supposed to remember or praise the dead. Where did it say that at? Who made that comment? Whoever made that comment, can you put that back? Can you make it again? Because I'm looking for it and I don't see it. But it says something about if you believe in God, you supposed to praise or memorize or remember the dead or something like that. I guess she's trying to say, I guess I'm wondering if she's trying to say, do you not supposed to hold the dead accountable or something? I don't know if that's what she's trying to say. God dang it, what happened to the comment? Did somebody delete it? Anyway, it's gone, y'all. But whoever made that comment, if you're still in here, can you repeat your comment? Can you copy it or say it again? But it was a comment about if you love the Lord, or God said something about you supposed to praise the dead. Anyway, I don't see it. God dang it. Damn, I wish I did. I wanted to talk about that. Mm-mm-mm. She said it's still there. Where is it? Let me go back up. Let me go all the way back up because let me see. I don't know who wrote it, so it's too many comments, y'all. On my end, it's too many comments. I don't see it, y'all. But anyway, I wanted to talk about that. Like, are you saying because she passed away, right? Are you saying, and because she passed away, us mentioning the facts, right? As far as Holly protecting herself, having a restraining order and all this stuff or whatever, and doing the right steps. Are you saying uh that we're wrong for pointing out facts? She said, check your messages. I sent it to you. Okay, hold on. She said, check your messages. I sent it to you. Let me see. Okay, this is what it says. All right. It says, honestly, you aren't oh, you aren't. Okay. It says you aren't supposed to praise or memorialize the dead if you believe in God. Well, what does that mean? Okay, so I had you wrong. I'm sorry. I thought it was the other way. So you said you aren't supposed to praise or memorize the dead if you believe in God. What do you mean by you're not supposed to praise the dead? She said people are saying that, okay, hold on. People are saying that you weren't supposed to talk bad about the dead. And I was saying that you aren't supposed to get tattoos. You aren't supposed to have birthday parties and glorify them in that manner. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So I misread your comment because I actually thought that you was trying to say that you supposed to praise them, meaning that you're not supposed to point out their faults or show where they were wrong. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, okay, I'm wrong. I was saying the opposite of what you were saying. I thought you were saying the opposite of what I thought you were saying. Okay, my bad about that. Because I was like, are you trying to say that we're not supposed to point out someone that's deceased faults? Because where they say that at in the Bible? Because girl, I was about to ask you that. All right, okay, okay. My bad. She said, you supposed to let the dead rest in peace. Maybe that's what they meant. I don't know. I didn't see the comment. Yeah. Okay, I understand what it is now. You do supposed to let the dead rest in peace. So they ain't even letting Romeca rest in peace because they too busy wanting the head of Holly on a plate, on a silver platter. They literally want Holly probably I hate to even say that, but they want the worst to come to her all because she protected herself, you know, because they don't want to look at it like protection. They want to look at it like, oh no, Holly was just going to beat your ass and you should have sat there and allowed her to beat your ass and that's it and moved on. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know where they went to school at. Okay. Everybody don't do that. Everybody ain't gonna allow somebody to just whoop their ass. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna do that. Everybody ain't fighters. Everybody didn't grow up in the hood. Everybody didn't grow up in alleys. Everybody didn't grow up, in violence. Everybody didn't do that, you know? She said, well, that family is so, of course, they want justice. I understand that they want justice, and everybody should want justice for their loved one. But I pray for the family, and I hope that they can eventually find peace. You know, but I just hope that whatever the outcome is, they will be able to accept it, and that's whatever it is. Whatever it is, I pray that they are able to accept it and not try to go do anything that's going to jeopardize somebody else's life. I hope not. I really, really hope not. I know they love their loved one and this, that, and the other, but at the same time, you know, you got to look at the whole picture. She said, toting a gun isn't violent. No, it's your Second Amendment right. So no, toting a gun is not violent. It's your Second Amendment right. Go talk to our forefathers about that. It's a Second Amendment right. I have a gun too, and I will use it to defend myself. I ain't playing with nobody. I'm not breaking no nails. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not rolling around on the floor and letting you sweat all over me. I'm not doing none of that. I am a law abiding citizen and I have a right to carry. I'm not a felon. And if you're not a felon, you should have a gun. She said it's still violence. Well, guess what? The law said it's not. The law said it's for protection. The American law said it's for protection. If you live in America, you have a right to bear arms. And just because you don't want to bear arms, that's your decision. But other people want to bear arms. Both of them should have walked away. Holly seemed like she was very calm with no remorse or tears. She sure knew how to say real quick that she had a restraining order and it's concealed. She was smart, Jacqueline. Just call it what it is. She was smart. Holly was supposed to wait for Romeca to kill her first. Oh, yeah, that's what Romeca supporters think. You can't, you just can't kill someone because of a fight. It has to be mutual combat. Why bring a gun to a fist fight? To protect yourself, it says nowhere in there that if they use their fists and fingernails, that you're supposed to use your fists and fingernails. You can't tell somebody how to protect themselves, and you can't tell somebody how to fight back. She said, it is your Second Amendment right to bear arms, and I agree. I would defend myself. It's different between murder and self-defense. If I defend the country for over 20 years, right? If I can defend the country, you think I'm not going to defend myself? If I can walk around with a 9 mil on my hip or my leg, right? Or strapped across my shoulder, if I can do that for this country, you think I'm not going to do it for myself? Oh, okay. Well, just keep thinking that. Prayers and peace to the family, whether who is right or wrong. We are sending condolence and empathy. We have to be logic and we have to be honest with ourselves. Absolutely. Absolutely. Prayers to the family on both sides. Because you got to think, you know, they lost a beautiful sister or niece or child or daughter or friend, right? But Holly life is forever going to be changed too because her son has to grow up knowing that his brother life was taken by his mom. A lot of people are not thinking about that. They both lost. That's what I said the other day. There ain't no win. If somebody think Holly is winning because she's still alive, that's not true. That's not true. She didn't win. I'm sure she has to live with the decision that she made as well. She said, so why call Romeca violent? They both violent. They just use different forms. Uh, who called Romeca violent though? Did anybody call Romeca violent? Romeca did have, let me just say it like this. I've seen uh evidence proof that Romeca has some aggressions that should have been checked long time ago. Whether she did it on her own because she was 30 something years old, or whether it happened before she was 30 and maybe her mom or dad or whatever didn't check it. But she has some built up aggressions that should have been checked. See, we so numb to females out here acting like gorillas in the street and shit. Bitch, I'ma kill you. Bitch, I'ma kill you. Bitch, I'ma knock you out. Bitch, I'ma fuck you up. Bitch, that's not even ladylike. Let's really talk about it. That's not even ladylike, right? And that ain't peace. I don't know what you call it, but it's rah, 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 rah. Calm down. Go get some counseling. That's anger issues. That's absolute anger issues, you know? So there was some aggressions that could have been checked way before this fatal day, you know? So again, if it happened when she was younger, she could have got it checked then. Her mom and daddy could have went and got her some counseling or whatnot. Or as she get older, you can enroll your own self into counseling as you get older, you know? So to say that they both violent when you got one making a joke, joining you or janking on you or subbing you, because that's what she did. She subbed her on social media versus saying, bitch, I'm a, K you or calling your grandmama and your whoever else or whatever, all these threats, and then pulling up on somebody. Yeah, no. Well, I don't know what you call it. You want me to spell it differently? Okay. She was Violent then, all right? Does that make you feel better? She was violent. Okay, she was violent. Okay, but she definitely wasn't no saint. She said, well, only God know the truth intentions in Holly heart, so she will to deal with. And God said, thou shalt not kill. God said, thou shalt not do a lot of shit. Thou shalt not gossip. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not fornicate. Thou shalt not commit adultery. I'm sure everybody in here doing something that God said don't do. Raise your hand if you ain't doing something or have done something that God said don't do. I'll wait. Let me go on and cash app you $10 right quick. Raise your hand if you have never done something or you ain't today or yesterday did something that God said don't do. Raise your hand. I'll wait and tell me what it is. Tell me what it is, Jacqueline. What else God said don't do? I'm sure it's a whole lot of other shit God said don't do. But raise your hand so you can tell me that you ain't never done something that God said don't do. Y'all kill me trying to quote one scripture out the Bible. God said, y'all, oh, jeez, Jacqueline, girl. She said a threat is a threat. Intentions be damned. Yes, a threat is a threat, and it's illegal to make threats. It's illegal to make threats. Anybody want that $10? I said I'll cash app somebody $10 if you can say if what God, you have never done something that God said don't do. If you've never violated God rules, raise your hand. Well, ain't nobody raised their hand, so. I tell you one thing, Holly got to move out that city and she don't think that man is going with her. I heard that she didn't even live there. The girl that gave me the story told me that Holly didn't live there. I don't know though. I don't know where Holly lives and don't care. And don't care. They only use the Bible, make it apply when it's relevant to them. Exactly. And I know that. That's why I don't even be believing none of these people that be running up in here with that. You're gonna run right back out. She said, haha, don't hold your breath over there. Yeah, ain't nobody dropped their cash app. I guess ain't nobody listen to everything God said, honey. We all done some shit we weren't supposed to do. Still do it. She said, Holly don't live in Chicago. Yeah, I didn't think she did. She said, thank God finally found someone that's covering this story, speaking facts, laws, as well as with common sense. Yep, that's the only way I'm gonna come. See, what y'all don't know is I got caught up before with a story being all emotional and shit. When you being all emotional, that clouds your judgment. It have you not wanting to look at the real thing, the real facts and shit. I done that before. I would never be that type of blogger ever again in my life. Never, ever. I'm not just gonna roll with you because I'm all emotionally attached. I don't want to be emotionally attached to no story I do, and I'm not emotionally attached to this story. And I see that people in the comments, y'all are so emotionally attached, baby. I'm telling you, it ain't good for you. It's gonna stress you the fuck out. Is what it's gonna do. It's gonna stress you out. And I'm not doing this, even though I do blog to make money. But y'all, I normally will be pushing super chats hard as hell, wouldn't I? My people know in the chat, and I'm not even pushing it hard. If I get a tip, I get a tip. If I don't, I don't. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking at it like this story right here. I just see a lot of people just so confused, and they being fed with a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's people out there that's really lying to people, and I'm not gonna call their name out because I don't want to be like I don't want to seem like I'm no hater blogger. But it's some bloggers out here that's straight up as lying. They just lying, and the reason why they doing it is because they know they have an emotionally charged crowd. Emotionally charged crowd. And when they have an emotionally charged crowd, they take advantage of them. I'm not about to do that. Mm-mm. She said, people are going to disagree. It doesn't necessarily mean emotional. Maybe we just think differently. No, I'm talking about you weren't in here earlier, baby. It was some people basically telling me I was going to hell, honey. You weren't in here earlier. I had to put a couple of people out already. And I ain't even bring a whole lot of attention to them. I just put them out. She says, and I don't think anyone is paying attention to the details regarding Romeca threats, but we all know what heartache makes people say or react. But she ain't have to shoot that girl, fight girl. Keisha, I don't know where you from, but everybody ain't fighting. Everybody ain't walling on the ground and want you to put your sweat all over them. Everybody ain't doing that. Just because that's how you was raised, just because you did that, I did it too. I used to get suspended all the time for fighting, but I ain't fighting no more. I done became civilized, okay? Only women that fight are uncivilized motherfuckers, okay? If you still fighting and you a whole grown ass woman, you are uncivilized. Period, point blank, period. Uncivilized people waddling on the ground, okay? Everybody ain't uncivilized. When you know better, you do better. Okay. Some women grow up and say, you know what? I'm gonna leave that fighting for the children. I'm an adult. I'm a woman. I'm a mother. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody don't fight. If you still fighting in 2025 or even at 30, 40 years old, then you are uncivilized. Period. You are uncivilized. You need to go sit on somebody's couch. You are uncivilized. I ain't fighting nobody. I fought when I was in the 6th grade. I fought when I was in the 8th grade. I fought when I was 17 years old. I'm not fighting. I'm 52 years old and I will pop somebody dead between their eyes before I break a nail or anything. You ain't getting your sweat on me. Don't touch me. I don't want your secretions on me. I'm civilized, but I'm going to exercise my rights, baby. So everybody ain't the same. Keisha, I don't know where you from, St. Louis, Memphis, I don't know, but everybody ain't the same. So if you think somebody just gonna waddle on the ground with you, you're gonna end up in a whole box down below. Okay? So don't think everybody gonna fight with you these days, baby. Everybody don't do that. She said Texas is a stand your ground. And that's why I live in Texas. Illinois is not. Therefore, we must apply different arguments to this situation. No, ma'am. I already looked up Illinois law. For y'all that don't know, I was actually born in Illinois. So my family is still in Illinois, to be honest with you. They are. But I looked at the Illinois law. No, they don't have stand your ground. They have a duty to retreat, but not if you are in fear of your life. If you are in fear of your life, you do not have to retreat. And you know what? For those that don't believe me, just go look it up right quick. Just put these words in Google. Do you, in the state of Illinois, do you have a duty to retreat if you are in reasonable fear of your life? Just look it up and then come back and holler at me. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. I don't agree with everything you say, but I appreciate the educated. Oh, she said, I don't agree with everything. I don't agree with everything you say, but I appreciate the educated debate. I just love to debate. Don't take it personal. Okay, thank you. Why you lying? Appreciate it, baby. You know, and you know what? We're not always gonna agree. And it's okay if we don't agree. But some people were saying some crazy shit in the chat for real earlier, just crazy. Like we're gonna go to hell, God gonna punish us, and all types of crazy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? But no, but look it up. Look it up. You do not have a duty to retreat if you are in reasonable fear of your life. And that's subjective. You may say, oh, she wasn't in reasonable fear of her life, but you can't say she wasn't in reasonable fear of her life. You weren't there. I wasn't there. Can't nobody say if Holly was in reasonable fear of her life except for Holly. You can't tell Holly she wasn't scared. Make it make sense. Oh, Holly, she wasn't scared. You sound crazy. You sound real crazy. You can't tell somebody that they wasn't scared. Why do you think she took the precautions to go get a restraining order? If she wasn't scared, she did what she was supposed to do. She went and got it documented. You know? Oh, she wasn't scared. She should have fought. No, that's what you should have done if that's what you want to do. It is subjective. I'm very aware, respectfully, fear of your life is subjective. However, I'm just saying we should be open and not make snap judgments. Yeah, we're not making snap judgments. We're just talking flat facts over here. Tell me what judgment am I making? She's the one said she was in reasonable fear of her life. I'm just quoting what she said. How are we making snap judgments? You know? She said, I think she was scared, but how scared? A, It don't matter. She said she was scared. She was in reasonable fear of her life. But when I went and looked that up, it said if you go and get a restraining order with all of these threats that Holly alleged that she said, that restraining order alone says that she's in reasonable fear of her life. That restraining order alone said that she was in reasonable fear of her life. People don't go just get restraining orders, right? If they ain't scared, right? She was in reasonable fear of her life. The restraining order says that she's in reasonable fear. That's her reasonable fear of justification right there, is what I'm trying to say. If someone block you in and can't move your car, that's alone is fear. That's right. That's absolutely true. Whisper, whisper. She said, I am very much grown and civilized. I wouldn't want to fight either, but I'm not scary either. And all that was very unnecessary. I've been a supporter of yours. I thought we could give opinion. You can give opinion, but you said that the girl shouldn't have went and got a gun, a GUN. You said she should have fought. So all I'm saying, Keisha, you would have fought, but how you going to put it on somebody else? I appreciate you being a supporter, but what I'm saying is you saying she should have fought. Everybody is not fighters. You have to understand that. Do you not understand that? Everybody is not a fighter. Everybody don't want to waddle on the ground. They don't. You saying she should have fought. What type of sense does that even make? She should have fought. That girl got a 6-month-old child in the back of the car. Really? Do you really think she should have fought? It doesn't make sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to say it doesn't make sense. You can't tell somebody they should have fought. No. Protect yourself how you feel necessary to protect yourself, right? But saying, oh no, she shouldn't have popped her, she should have fought her. No, that's your opinion that she should have fought. Everybody don't think the same is what I'm trying to say, sweetheart. Do you think it would be the same if she had a knife? I think it would have been totally different if Romeca wouldn't have stopped. Let's start there. Romeca, I think it would have been different if Romeca would have kept going. There. That's the cake. That's the icing. It would have been different if Romeca would have kept going and stayed 1,000 feet away. It would have been different. If she would have abided by the restraining order that she had, it would have been different. I 100% stand behind you on this one. I'm not fighting anyone, but I will defend myself, a supporter of the Second Amendment. Yes, I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment. And if you're not a supporter of the Second Amendment, I mean, you're missing out because, baby, this world is ruthless. I'm going to defend mine. I hope this be a lesson to any woman or man who don't know when to hold up or when to hold, when to fold, when to walk away and when to run. Stop letting him play you, sis. You're better than that. Exactly. She said, but I gave other avenues she could have taken. I guess you missed that. Okay, Keisha, what do you think she should have done? Tell me, what's your avenues, baby? Tell me what avenues you think. You think she should have jumped the fence? What avenues she should have done? Tell me. Anybody in the comments, tell me, what do you think besides her protecting herself, defending herself, what do you think she should have done? Tell me. Tell me. She should have just fought her is a ghetto ass mentality. Sometimes you gotta give the ghetto a Robbie. She said, wait a minute. She said, how could she have abided by the restraining order if she never received it? She did receive it. It says in the restraining order that it was received in June. So she did receive it. Or she was served in June. I'm sorry. She was served a restraining order in June. It said it's on a restraining order. So she got it. She knew about it. And if anybody telling you that she did not, they're lying to you. She said, fighting can lead to death. I've seen women stomping other women in the head. That's dangerous. Exactly. Didn't we just cover a case? Or was it, did we cover it or I mentioned it? It was a case where it wasn't it was a weapon, but it wasn't a gun or a knife. I think it was like a broom. They did something to the girl, like they shoved the broom up into her backside or whatever. I know that sounds horrible. But you remember that girl they did? They tortured her. They did her so wrong. You understand what I'm saying? They like did her so. But anyway, it wasn't a knife or a GUN involved, but they tortured her. They beat her. They did all types of crazy shit to her. It was crazy. She said, "What's the issue with Keisha giving her opinion, agree to disagree, and move forward?" Tiffany, this is my channel. If you talking to me, if you talking to me, if Keisha is one of my supporters, she know how I roll. Holly was not about to let that girl get a hold of her. She definitely went back and forth, and I believe she didn't want to get punked in front of Carlos at no point. Okay. I believe she was popping her shit, but definitely scared. I don't think she thought Carlos would let her get to her. Definitely scared. She said that part, people need to stop thinking they can whoop on another adult. Everyone isn't going for that because I'm not. I agree with you. Everybody is not going for that. You remember how they said they was gonna pull up in Katie, and what did I say? Come on, my door was unlocked. I ain't inviting you over, but if you're gonna come up and do something, then just make sure you got your shit in order. Make sure who gonna take care of your kids, your elderly parents. You know what I'm saying? Your dog and your cat. Just make sure. You know what I'm saying? I used to kind of play the games where Mika played and then wonder how things went left. I had to check myself. I stopped doing unnecessary stuff that could have caused for things to go completely left. Mrs. Kent, you are being one of the realest ones in this chat right now. Because let me say something. I'm so glad you said that, right? My people that's been following me for a while already know this, but I'm going to say it. I got in a fight when I was 17 years old in school. Why? Because I thought I was a biggity badass. That's why. I thought I was a biggity badass. And I actually started the fight. I ain't going to lie. I started the fight, right? And they came, the principal, Mr. Skeet was his name. He called the police on my ass, right? But I'm 17, so I'm sitting up here thinking my daddy gonna come get me. I'm not about to spend not one day in jail because my daddy gonna come get me. The police came up there and they arrested me, literally walked me out of the school. The whole cafeteria was looking and laughing at me, literally laughing, whatever, right? I walked out in handcuffs, got in a car, and I'm still saying to myself, my daddy gonna come get me. My daddy gonna come get me. My daddy gonna come get me. My daddy made me stay overnight. I stayed in jail for 27 hours. Okay, 27 hours, right? All because I thought I was a biggity badass, wanting to start a fight. And it was over a boy that wasn't even mine. The boy didn't even like me, but I liked him. He didn't even know I liked him. The boy didn't even know I liked him, right? But I got in a fight with a girl that said that they kissed after the game. And I went up to the girl, "Why you kissing on my man?" Just stupid shit. I was 17, okay? Charge it to my immaturity, okay? 17. But I went to jail and spent 27 hours in jail being a damn dumbass, right? And while I was in jail, I remember this lady with braids. She said, "What you doing in here?" And I said, "I got in a fight," or whatever the case may be, or whatever. And she said, "Uh-huh, you think you bad. You a biggity badass. You think you bad, don't you?" I'm like, "No, I don't think I'm bad, but blah, blah, blah." I said some old crazy shit. She said, "Yeah, you would be back because you a hothead. You think you bad. You gonna be right here." She said, "I got a daughter your age. You will be back." Man, that shit stuck with me. I said to myself, I'm not coming back here. So guess what I had to do? I had to change. And I thank God for the military because I left. I left my town, right? And I end up going into the military and I end up meeting people. You know, you get out of your area, right? You meet people and they show you different things and you learn different things. And then you grow up, right? You grow up. But I do contribute me being able to be more calmer to the military. Cause you know, you can't just be a hothead and stay in the military 20 years. You just can't do it, right? So I had to calm the fuck down. I had to calm all the way down, literally calm down and learn some discipline. And that's what I did. So you saying that I used to play those games Romeca played, that's on some grown woman shit right there. It might be a lot of us in this comments right here that used to be hotheads. Okay. They used to pop off. They used to run up. You know what I'm saying? They used to do things or whatever, fight, waddle all on the ground. I used to go to the club with my sister. She probably in here listening to me now. I used to go to the club with my sister. Me and my sister used to get kicked out of the clubs. Why? For fighting. For freaking fighting. Get kicked out of clubs for fighting. Until I told her, I said, I can't go to the club with you no more. Why not? I said, because I can't afford to get kicked out of another club for fighting. I had to change and stop doing that shit. And I'm glad I did. You want to know why? Because I could have ended up in jail, like prison, or down below in the ground. And I'm glad I changed my life. I'm glad I recognized it, right? And I'm glad I changed my life. And I hope anybody that's still doing this rah-rah bullshit out there, right? Still think you biggity bad, still think you street, you gangster, you bowdy, all this shit or whatever. Those people, let's be honest for a moment. The biggity badasses, you know what they are? Hmm? Do you know where the biggity badasses are or where they end up? Two places. The biggity badasses. They either end up in jail or in a box. Okay? Jail or in a box. So yeah, no. Ain't nobody got time to be fighting. We ain't at guerrilla war. Mm-mm. She said, I was always fighting. I was an angry child. See? But yeah, so no, I don't do that shit no more. But no, that's being real. You got to grow up. At one point, at some point or another, you have to grow up. You have to grow up. She said, now I do believe Holly wanted to unalive that girl. I truly believe that. Well, that's your opinion. Kia, I heard a different view about multiple shots, and some gave me an idea, adrenaline or something. Someone told me I'll be back too, but in labor and delivery, child. I never went back. You crazy. You funny. She said, for the ones in the chat that think you're just going to fight these days, please know that's not the case. Please walk away and do not engage. That's true. She says they saying she should have fought, but we can rewind and say Mika should have never pulled up to fight. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. They don't want to say that. Saying that she should have fought, in my opinion, is just all the way left. All the way left. Everybody ain't gonna fight you. Everybody ain't gonna fight you. That's why you hear people say, "I'm gonna spit in your face," and they when they say that, they say, "When I see you, I'm gonna spit in your face." And then what they think you gonna do? They gonna spit in your face, right? It's probably seem harmless. Oh, I just spit. And then when they family gonna be dressed in pink and shit and releasing balloons or whatever, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my God, you should have just spit back." No, you can't tell somebody how to respond. You can't tell somebody how to act. You spit in my face, you better get prepared. Period. I'm not about to put my hands on you, even if you spit in my face. So let me see. She said, I am my responsibility. Take it however you want. She said, Kia said, why multiple shots? Now that I don't know, but I do believe that she will have to explain to the officers, the detectives, I do know some weapons that you do handle when you pull the trigger, it's just automatic. You know what I'm saying? They just come out. But I don't even know what type of weapon she had. I didn't even look at it. I didn't even look to see what type of weapon it was fired. It was probably either, I don't think, Holly seemed kind of small. So I doubt if it was a 9. It was probably a 22. She seems kind of small. But when you pull the trigger on some of these weapons, they keep going. Sometimes they'll keep going until they empty. You understand what I'm saying? You got to be careful when you get some of these weapons. when you get your weapon. That's why you need to go to the range because, baby, it'll keep on firing. And you'll be like, what the hell? You know? She said an automatic, yeah. So it could have been, what type of weapon did she have? I think it did say a 22. I do have the incident report. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what type of weapon it was. I'm gonna have to look for that receipt. Let me see. I got it, but I don't think I labeled it. Did I? Let me see. I done covered 2 more cases since then. Let me see. Mm, Let me see if I can tell you right quick. Okay, I got it right here. Let's pull it up. All right, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. On the report, it does not say what kind. It just says a firearm was used. It doesn't say. It just says firearm. Nope, it doesn't say what type of weapon. It just says firearm. Um, but yeah, on some of these weapons, they just, they go off. And some people don't even know to take their finger off the trigger, especially if they're like in some type of shock. When you put your finger on the trigger, some people just don't know. They're not relaxed enough. They're not calm enough. They may not even really know how to properly use the weapon. So, when you're using a weapon, sometimes that weapon will throw your ass all the way back or whatever, right? The power on it. So when you're using a weapon, you got to be trained. You got to be relaxed. You can't let the weapon overpower you. We all know people nowadays, pow pow. Nowadays, these YNs do not fight anymore. Learn how to walk away or avoid the trouble so you can live to see another day. That's true, brown sugar. That's true. That's absolutely true. Oh, she said, no, I didn't say why multiple shots. I said, I don't believe she was in a position to shoot her 3 to 4 times, even if it was one time. I just don't believe she needed to shoot her. I'm from Rochester, New York. It's so bad now. Nobody is fighting. They all got weapons. I don't want to believe she just wanted to K her. I just don't think it went the way Romeca thought it was going to go. To be honest with you, I don't think it went the way either one of them thought it was going to go. I actually do not believe that Romeca had intentions on, like, when I say harming, I mean like in the worst way, like injuring. Let me say that. I don't believe that Mika had intentions on injuring Holly. I think she just wanted to fight, but not injuring her. What I mean by injuring, like literally causing bodily harm to her. And I don't believe that Holly had intentions on causing bodily harm to Romeca. That's why I said I believe they woke up that day and a bad decision was made. Okay. I don't think it was even thought about. I think it was at that moment. I don't think anything was planned out or anything. I don't think it was even planned out when Romeca saw them. I don't think that she was even thinking, because I believe, she just looking at her, not just looking at her photo, but looking at how she lived her life or whatever, right? It just don't seem to me that she was ready to, ready for anything fatal to happen. So I believe she literally made a bad decision. She saw Carlos' car. She saw, whether she saw Carlos or saw Carlos' car or she saw the girl, and she just snapped. Okay. She jumped out her car and she did what she did. I honestly do not believe neither one of them planned or intended for what happened that day to happen. And I do not believe Carlos wanted, I honestly do not believe Carlos wanted this young lady deceased. I don't. I think that he had love for her. Like she was his baby's mom. I think that he respected her and had love for her in a way because she was Lil Junior's mom. Not Junior, but I don't even know if he's a junior or not, but little man's mom. And the reason why I say that is because he still wanted to be around her and do family activities and take photos and be at birthday parties and shit like that. So she says, I think I saw your live today. Did you do a story with a hat on? Not today. This is my first live for today. This is my first live for today. I did one last night. Do you have to take classes for your firearm here and show? She said, no, you have to take classes for your firearm here and show you know how to use it. Everybody should, but some people will sell you a weapon and don't know if you know how to use it or not. But everybody, if you do own a weapon, you should go to the range and you should know how to fire your weapon, clean your weapon, break down your weapon, put back your weapon. Yeah, you should really get familiar with your weapon. It shouldn't just sit in your drawer in your closet. You should go to the range and learn how to actually properly use it and properly care for it. Because you may need it one day. And if you don't know how to properly use it or care for it, it could cost you your life. The moral of the story is keep your hands to yourself. I'll teach my kids this. They will fight to defend themselves. Yeah, the moral of the story is if you have anger issues, get it checked. You know, some of us deal with anger issues for things that's not even related to what's going on in our life right now. It may be some things that we've dealt with for years back in our past, and we've never went and got help for it. And there's nothing wrong with saying, damn, I have some issues, some unresolved issues that I need to go get checked on. So I believe that, if you have anger issues or aggression, over aggression in your life or whatever, go get it checked. Literally, go sit on someone's couch and tell them straight up. I get angry. I go from 0 to 100 real quick. You know what I'm saying? My temper is through the roof and I need to learn how to control this. I need to learn how to, even if you got to learn how to count to 10 before you make decisions. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with getting mad and talking to yourself and counting backwards from 10 to 0 or whatever until you calm down. And hell, if you need to count from 50, do that or 100. But fix these anger issues. She didn't realize she was bringing her hands to a gunfight. But it wouldn't have been a gunfight if she wouldn't have stopped. See, we could say that every day, and it seems like we want to just focus. And that, let me just talk to y'all for a moment. It seems like we want to just focus on what Holly did. We want to put all our focus on what Holly did. But you can't focus on what Holly did without focusing on what Romeca did. Holly was legally protected. Legally protected. She had papers on Romeca. Romeca was supposed to stay 1,000 feet away. So we can't just focus on what Romeca did without focusing on what Holly did. You know? She said it looked like Romeca could have just passed by the stop on purpose. Yeah, I don't know her intentions. I don't know if she did it on purpose or not. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that whatever reason it was a bad decision. It was a bad decision. I think he wanted a good co-parenting relationship with her. However, she couldn't accept the fact that he moved on. I honestly don't think he wanted any of this to happen. Well, when I saw him down on the when she was on the phone and he was over there over her body, and he was walking back and forth and he was down there with the medics or whatever, that told me right there that he was having, he was feeling away. He was feeling away. He wasn't consoling Holly. He was not. He was over there concerned about Romeca. Let's be honest. On the video that we saw, let me see if I can pull it up right quick. Now I know on Facebook they've hid it. They put like this disclaimer on it, but let me see if I can pull it up right quick. Give me a sec. I don't want to just grab anybody's Oh, for real? Hold on. Where? I don't see. Let me let me see whose this is. Yeah, this shows it right here. I can do it from here. If this triggers, I'm about to show the day of the incident. I'm definitely not trying to trigger no one. So if you are easily triggered, you may want to excuse yourself while I play this little clip. Let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a second. Let's see if I can pull it up. All right. So I'm going to play this clip of the scene. Okay. Again, if this, triggers you and you don't want to see this or whatever, it's not going to show anything gruesome, but it is going to show of that day. And if you can't handle that, you could just, for about 5 minutes, you could step out. Okay. All right. She said, have a good night. Good night. Have a good night. All right. Let's play this little clip right here. Okay. So Holly right now is on the phone. You see, she's against the SUV right now with her house shoes on. If you notice, she has her house shoes on. What does that mean? That means that she wasn't trying to go nowhere. Like she was literally coming out of her house or something like that, either coming out of the house or whatever, or about to go in the house. But this is comfortable right here. She was comfortable. Okay. I'm assuming they must have just came out of the house. Okay. Because that's when people have on their house shoes, when they just coming out of the house. You know what I mean? Okay, let's continue. Now, as you can see, Holly is over there by herself. Carlos is not around Holly right now. You want to know why? Well, let me show you what Carlos said. Where did Carlos just come from? Both of his hands are bloody right now. Where did he just come from? The body. He was literally over there by the body. He's not consoling Holly. He's over there with Romeca. And now he's just saying, hey, y'all, get back, get back, get back. Y'all go, get back. And where did he go right back to? He goes right back to Romeca. Where is he looking down at? directly at who? Romeca. He's literally looking down at Romeca. So when you listen to the witness to say he act like he didn't even care, he act like he didn't even care. That if that man did not care, he wouldn't have been over there looking down at her body. He would not have been over there. He would have been consoling Holly. Okay? Where he at? All right. Now, where is he? He is bent over with who? With a paramedic, another paramedic, and another paramedic. It may be an officer, whoever. But anyway, now you got 1, 2, 3 officers and him bent over with her body. He's bent over with Romeca's body. And now he's saying, go on, go on, go on, right? And I ain't gonna even say what I was about to say. I sure was about. Now I am gonna say it. I'm not gonna hold my tongue. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about the Mexican or the Hispanic. I don't know if she Mexican or not, but a Hispanic girl, the so-called witness over there saying, "You shot somebody, nigga, nigga." Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about that. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. Where he at? Over there with the body? Over there with the body? Put the gun in the car. The gun, she saw her. And then this part got me right here. That little cop, she must be new. Oh, bless her heart. That little cop, that little one that looked around, she looked around like, what? Where? She looked around. She was so clueless. And then she comes over and she arrests Holly. Even when she arrests Holly, he's still over there with who? Romeca. He is with Romeca. Again, where did he start off at? He started off over there. His hands is bloody. He is trying to, I don't know. I'm not gonna put no words in his thoughts or whatever. But he was attending to Romeca. Romeca. He ain't attending to Holly. He's attending to Romeca. Now you know what's an unfortunate thing about this? That little girl that's out there watching, she looked like she might be a teenager. But I'm just sitting back here thinking, damn, these young folks are so numb to this that this don't even bother her. She's literally watching a woman laying on the ground bleeding, and it's not even bothering her at all. And she looks like a young woman right here with this book back on, a backpack or something. And that hurts my heart to know that there are kids out there that's experiencing this. This is way too young. They're way too young to have to be way too young to have to be experiencing things like this. And then she touched his hand and it's bleeding and everything. And then her mama is about to say, whatever, right? She said, I was thinking that when I first heard it, Amoira, she said, nigga, you shot somebody. Exactly. She sure did. See, she got her daughter away. That girl looked like she might be a teenager. But she's up here watching the whole thing. But that's mama's fault. But they probably so used to that in Chicago. Who knows, right? Again, he's over there, but this girl got on somebody's panel, right? The witness did. She got on somebody's panel and said he wasn't even concerned about Romeca. He didn't even care about her. He didn't even try nothing. He didn't try to apply pressure. He wasn't concerned. he just act like, he was just so heartless. Well, I'm not even a lawyer or a detective, but I ain't no dumb motherfucker either, right? I can look and tell that what she said out of her mouth and what I see with my own eyes does not line up. And if I could put a hole in her statement, then don't you think a uh a detective will be able to, or an attorney would be able to? You hear me?
You shot somebody, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you? Calm down. Go back down. He out his mother time. He out his. She put the gun in the car.
This girl right here, when she said she put the gun in the car, she like, what? Whoa, what? Look at her. Look at her. She like, wait a minute, where? She started looking off like, wait a minute, they running all the way over there? Where they at?
Let's go right here. She saw her. She saw her. She put the gun in the car. She put the gun in the car. The gun in the car.
And that's another thing that in her favor, she didn't run. She stayed right there. So anyway, I just wanted to show that bit right there. I just wanted to show that bit, that little bit right there of how a defense attorney could literally eat up this witness statement, but the witness is not, she already said she wasn't taking a stand anyway, so hearsay doesn't apply in court. People being shocked when she started, wait a minute, people being shocked when she stated the first thing I remember was set it off was the procedure when there is a gun to your head. Most people don't remember that procedure. I'm not sure what you're saying. Somebody is backstage. Who is Nelly? Who is Nelly?
Oh,
Yes,
hello. Can you
hello,
hear
may I
me?
help you? I can.
Hello. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I was in the I've just been in the chat,
Mm-hmm.
and I had sent you the video by email the other day.
Let me see. You sent me an email.
Mhm.
Let me see. I haven't looked at my email in a couple of days, so that's my fault. Hold on. You
No,
sent
that's
it
fine.
when? What was?
It had to be maybe yesterday or the day before,
Hold on.
and I think it's untitled because
What's your name? What's your email name?
I think it's SB.
That said this is the full email with timestamps or something.
Yeah, yes, that. And that was with the witness, her her full that was her full interview.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only reason why I was pointing that out was because I know there was some discrepancies. I mean, I came in the live late, so I don't know if y'all talked about it earlier, but some discrepancies about her particular location, like where she said that she was when everything happened, when the shots were fired.
Mm-hmm.
So that was that. And then the other link, I don't know if it'll come up or not because it was a link from Facebook, but that's another recording of them at the scene. And you actually hear two people. They say that Holly had the gun on the car. And that was because that witness, the Hispanic lady, she was kept saying, Holly walked around to the passenger side and got the gun and came back over.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you went in here earlier. So I've already
Hmm.
dissected her entire statement.
Hmm.
And I already basically, her statement is inadmissible. One, she does
Hmm.
not want to go to court. She already said she doesn't want to go to court, and you can't go off a hearsay.
Hmm.
And then two, her statement was highly exaggerated and highly emotionally charged. So one thing, she's not even going to go to court. So they're not even going to ever hear anything that she has to say. You know what I'm saying? And so I spoke about that earlier in this live. I spoke
Mhm.
about how her whatever she said, it was some inconsistencies because like she was talking about she was on the bus and then she was here and then she was there, but yet she know all of this and seen them fist bump and say it was self-defense, right? It was self-defense, right, and all
Mhm.
this stuff or whatever. So we done already discredit this witness that got everybody out here in their feelings in the first place.
Okay, yeah, that's why I wanted to bring that up because I was like, a lot of people, they kind of holding on to our word, but it's kind of like, how you see all of this and you kind of almost a half a block away. So that's why,
Right. Yeah, we
I
already
didn't know if people
didn't
heard it.
yeah, we I read it. I didn't play it because I didn't want the blogger to strike me. But
Oh,
we I summarized it and read it off here.
okay.
But thank you. But I'll take a look at the other link that you sent me.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. She says, can they subpoena her to court? Um, they can't make her go. They can't make you be a witness. If you say you don't want to be involved, you don't want to be involved. She said, bless you, Amora. No one has shown this video in this light. I totally agree with you. He was definitely attentive to that young lady. He was. He was. And let me tell you, I don't even know if you know me, but I eat up men over here. They think I hate men, but I don't hate men. It's just that I don't like, the manipulation bull crap. But I don't really like men that be putting their hand on women like that. So I'm not like trying to take up for Carlos, but when I heard the witness say that he was not attentive, he didn't even care nothing about her. It was like he was just like whatever. And I said, that's just not true. That's just not true. She never said she didn't want to go to court. That was witness number 2 that said that. No, that was her, Ebony. Go back and listen to it. That lady said she did not want to go to court. That lady literally said it at the end of her interview. She says, I do not want to go to court. Go back and listen to it. She said, no, she said she was getting off the bus when everything started. She said the first thing she heard was a woman say, I just dropped my son off. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter what she said, Ebony. Her statement is inadmissible and it has too many holes in it and it is emotionally charged. It will not be used in court. Period. There go her statement. What's the next one? What's the next one? Looks to me that he was trying to apply pressure to stop the bleeding. He was definitely over her. He literally wanted to, he was attending to her. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't attending to Holly. He was attending to her, you know? He was not the cold, calculated person that people was trying to paint him out to be. Oh my God. He was so cold and he was so, and him and Holly, and I believe they did it, they planned and this, that, and the other. Like, no, it's just not what you're saying, don't add up to what we see. You want people to just not use their own logic, not apply what they learned in school, right? You want them to just listen to what you say and don't go fact check and don't go look and don't analyze and don't break down and don't use common sense. You want people to just believe what you say. Well, that's not me. I'm not just going to listen to what a person say and then don't apply logic with it and say, wait a minute, she just said this, but then this is what I see. This don't add up, right? So you're not just going to be able to sell me a story because it sounds good or it makes me feel good emotionally. No, I'm going to look at it and I'm going to break it down. She said witness number 1 said she doesn't want to get on the stand either. Y'all be having selective hearing. Girl, is that what you call it? Selective hearing? Mm. She said, no, I have several angles, but he was tapping her to make sure she didn't fall asleep. Well, even if he was trying to make sure she didn't fall asleep, that's still attending to her. But now that's subjective, what you said. We don't know if he was tapping her to make sure she was falling asleep. But we can we can assume that he was like, stay with me, stick with me or whatever, but we don't know if that's what he was saying. We don't know if he was saying, don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep. We don't know, but what we do know is he was attending to her. He was attending to her. The man had blood all the way up to his elbow. He was attending to her. So in the witness statement saying that he was so nonchalant, like he didn't give a fuck, that's just not true. That's why I said, somebody said, who's paying you? Well, I guess you are, your views. You paying me and everybody else in here right now. That's who paying me, Silhouette or whatever your name is. She said, you just pulling up on the scene. He was stealing her phone. He was for sure not trying to save her. Who paying you? See, you one of them old conspiracy theory type. If anybody believe the dumb shit come out of y'all mouth, how y'all talk like this, y'all just sound ignorant as hell. Listen to read what you just said out loud. Read it out loud to yourself. Come on, y'all. Silhouette or whoever the hell this is said, you just pulling up on the scene. He was stealing her phone. Imagine that for a second. Whoever said this, like they were there. He was stealing her phone. He was for sure not trying to save her. Who paying you? You just pulling up on the scene. Read that out loud. You sound ignorant as hell for even typing that shit. Literally. Just imagine. You just pulling up on the scene. He was stealing her phone. Go tell the court. Go tell the judge that. Go tell the detective that. You hear me? Go tell the judge that. Okay. Make no damn sense. He was stealing her phone. He was not trying to save her. Okay. All right, then. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. That's why he kept on leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back. She said, I've been saying the same thing about these people more. Girl, that's what I'm saying. Let them stay wherever they stay with that shit. She said, Amoira, the police has her phone, so that can't be true. Girl, you better tell them in the chat that. Tell Silhouette or whoever that is that said that dumb shit. Oh my God. He was stealing her phone. And, oh, did he steal it and the police stole it back from him? Real TV, maybe her family don't have her phone because I'm sure they would have released conversations or something by now. Amor, I wonder how he really feel now. One baby mama not here anymore and one second baby mama did it. I wonder what he's feeling for the second baby mama. I don't know what he's feeling for her as far as like a love relationship or whatever, but I'm sure the man is going through some emotional changes, right? Because I'm sure he's probably even feeling like he's responsible. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say I seen something, or maybe I think I saw him say something like, "This is all my fault," or "This is the worst day of my life," or something like that. So I'm sure he's probably trying to figure out how he could have prevented this from happening. You know what I'm saying? She said, you going by another content creator who said that narrative about stealing the phone. I know who it was, but I'm not going to say no name. Y'all believe anything dumb as hell, stupid, stupid. Yeah, those people that believe dumb shit like that and they come over there and speak that, those are the people that just sit there and just believe anything. They just believe anything. You know what I'm saying? They don't use logic. They just talk. But that's not what we do over here. See, those people are emotionally involved. I'm not emotionally involved and ain't gonna get emotionally involved. See, those people want sides. See, they're gonna learn. This is probably the first case or saga, I guess if you want to call it, that they've broken down. Not me. I've learned my lesson. I would never do that shit again. But maybe that's just what they like. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But she said they shoulder biters. Exactly. No, the police got the phone. She said, y'all make me want to paint my face purple. Our people can be some ignorant clown niggas sometime. You right about that. Especially when they just believe anything. They don't even try to even, do no research or process of elimination, right? They don't even try to do that. You know what I mean? She said, no, they're not emotionally involved. They just slow. Is that what it is? I was trying to dress it up. I'm just trying to dress it up. I ain't want to like call them slow. I just wanted to say they ain't too emotionally connected. They can't see the trees from the damn forest. You hear me? Or the forest from the trees. However you say it, you know what I mean? Some people are just slow, They don't want to see it no other way is what it is. They don't want to see it no other way. They just want to go off on what it is that they've heard and just keep going. No process of elimination, no cause and effect. No, no, no. You know what I mean? She said, I know where she heard that from too. Now that person is saying Carlos has the phone because the family told them that. Lord, I don't know about all that. Some things do not require research, only a brain the size of a pea. That's right, Miss B. That's right. Sometimes you got to really think about things. You know what I'm saying? She said, I just feel if she really was a threat, the first shot was to the thigh. So she could have stopped shooting after that. That's all I'm saying, or not shot at all. From what, have you ever handled a weapon before? Have you ever handled a weapon before? Because if you never handled a weapon, then you don't understand. Sometimes when you have a weapon in your hand and you fire or whatever, it may keep firing until you empty the clip sometime, or or it could jam. So to say that, oh, she could have just fired one shot and stopped. Well, yeah, but if the weapon was an automatic, it's going to keep firing anyway. And she didn't shoot her in the thigh like, oh, let me just shoot you in your thigh. Like, no, I don't think her intentions was to shoot her in her thigh. The lady probably was coming her direction. It said that it was a moving shot, right? So she was probably coming in her direction and the bullet was landing wherever at that time. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she intentionally said, well, let me get your leg. Let me get your face. I don't think that she sought out to pinpoint where the bullet was going to land. I'm sure if she aimed at her, her intentions was to stop her from advancing toward her. Exactly. That's what it is, lovely Gemini. She said they think that she's a trained assassin. Yep. Or she should have been. She should have been a sniper or something. She should have been controlled. She should have been a professional. She should have knew just to shoot her in a toe and that's it. She shouldn't have not tried to injure her. Why shoot her twice? Why the face, not the arm? Why she didn't shoot her in the finger? Like, come on. If somebody's coming toward you and you shoot, you're not planning. You know what I'm saying? You're not planning saying, oh, I only want the shot to go here. You're not trying to mark out your shots. All right. Well, hold on. Let me park her, honey. Ooh, child. Go take a break, child. Go drink some water. Go drink some water, honey. Go drink some water, child. Go drink some water. Go calm down and drink some water. She says, no, I'm saying the thigh because I heard you say the other day the shot was the face. The first shot was the face. To be honest with you, don't nobody know but the detectives where the first shot went. Don't nobody know but Holly and Carlos and the detectives where the first shot went. No one knows where she got shot at first. No one knows if she got shot in the face first or the thigh first. When they came on the scene, they saw her with multiple gunshot wounds. They can't tell where she got shot at first until they do their investigation. So don't nobody know where the bullet landed first. They just know it landed in those areas. She said, Carlos no, and Carlos' best friend told me to thigh. Okay, well, that's hearsay. I honestly don't get why people are saying what Holly could have just done when Romeca could have just kept going. May God rest her soul. Exactly, Lisa. It's because they want it to be more than what it really is. They want it to be, oh, she conspired and she was this evil person and she was demonic and she was whatever. Romeca made a bad decision and stopped. The law was on Holly's side. The law told Romeca to stay. Why don't anybody that is basically saying Holly shouldn't have done this and Holly should have done that? Can you please explain to me what does stay 1,000 feet away mean? Just tell me that. What does that mean to you? Stay 1,000 feet away. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? Let's stop saying anything else. What does stay 1,000 feet away means? Just explain that. Just explain that. What does stay 1,000 feet away means? Because you cannot ask anything else if you cannot even answer that. What does stay 1,000 feet away mean? I need to make a shirt that says stay 1,000 feet away. Because what does that mean? She said usually a TPO has an area you can't come to. It did, Ebony. You want me to tell you what the 1,000 feet the area was? It was her person. It did. It had an area. The area was her. Stay 1,000 feet away from me. That's what area it was. The restraining order said stay 1,000 feet away from me. So now what area what come on, what area you are you thinking of? If it says stay 1,000 feet away from me, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? It says stay 1,000 feet away from her family, her residence, her children. 1,000 feet away mean 1,000 feet away. 1,000 feet. So if it says stay 1,000 feet away, then all the other stuff that people are talking about, Holly should have done this. Holly should have did jumping jacks. Holly should have did push-ups. Holly should have did the butterflies. Holly should have did the Tootsie Roll. Like Holly went and got a restraining order that says stay away from me. Stay away from me. Me is me. Me is me. Me. Stay away from me. So all that, oh, she shouldn't have done this. 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 She should have did this. She should have done this. She should have done this. Romeca had a legal obligation to stay away from Holly. Period. All that other shit doesn't even matter. Because if she would abide by that order right there, beautiful Romeca would still be here with her handsome son. Period. You can't say, oh, she should have ran and jumped the fence. Oh, she should have kicked Worm down the sidewalk. She could have, should have, would have, but she should have, Romeca could have kept going and abided by that restraining order. But that's what no one wants to talk about. That's what people get upset about. That's why they want to go to the conspiracy theories channel, because the feel good channel. I'm not a feel good channel. I'm not a feel good channel. I speak logic over here. I'm not gonna gaslight you. I ain't here to make you feel good. Suck your thumb, drink milk, do something. I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm just here to speak logic. That's it. Logic. That's all. We can sit here all day long, but the witness said that this happened and that happened and this happened and that happened and this happened. Okay. But she had an obligation to not be around her legally, lawfully, and that's why, point blank, period. That's why she's free today. She said, I thought people were allowed to have their feelings. You have a right to have your feelings, but you still, you know what I'm saying? If you talk foolish, even if it's your feelings, it's gonna get called out. And not necessarily saying that you're talking foolish, but you're putting the horse, how do you say that? You're putting the horse, hold on. How do they say that shit? You're putting the horse before the wagon or the wagon before the horse. You thinking about something before thinking about the most important thing. The most important thing was Romeca wasn't supposed to be there. So when you ask, well, why didn't Holly do this and why didn't Holly do that? You can't ask why Holly didn't do this and Holly didn't do that before you ask why the fuck was Romeca there in the first place. And that's what a lot of people are not doing. That's what they are omitting. You can't omit that because then it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. She said, Amoira, why YouTube won't let me like the live? Is it something going wrong with YouTube? Anyone else is having this problem? Oh, I'm not sure, baby. But yeah, hit that thumbs up. Like this live, please. Like this live. She said, when is your family you sing at different tunes? Yeah, when is your family you don't want to face reality sometime? Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. I understand. I'll probably be making excuses for my damn child too, or family member. I'll probably be the same one, not thinking logically and just thinking of a million zillion kickworms that Holly could have did down the sidewalk. I'd be doing the same shit. I ain't gonna lie. If it was my son, my sister, my daughter, yep, I'd be making up excuses too. I'd be coming and saying she should have flew a kite and got out of there. She could have jumped on a horse and got out of there. She could have got a big blimp balloon and flew out of there. She could have took the wings out her pocket and flew out of there. Yeah. She should have got on some skates and slid down the sidewalk. Yeah, I think of a whole bunch of stuff that she could have, should have, could have, would have done too if it was my family. And I get it. That's why I said this is an emotionally charged case. A lot of people are thinking emotions and they're not thinking legal and logical. But I get it. If it was my family member, I'd be coming up with a whole bunch of shit too. I'd be coming up with a whole bunch of shit too. But, you know, that's true, Tatiana. She said, we can agree to disagree. Yep. We can agree to disagree, but we also, we can agree to disagree, but you can't just jump straight to, in my opinion, because I would love to debate, but we ain't just going to debate one thing. What did Holly do? What did Holly do? What did Holly do? Let's talk about the whole thing. Let's talk about the whole thing. Let's talk about what Holly did wrong and what Romeca did wrong. Don't just talk about what Holly did wrong. And that's what a lot of y'all coming in here doing. You want to point fingers just at Holly. You cannot do that. You absolutely cannot do that. Not if you're being real with yourself. You can't do that. You just can't. Let's point out both of what they did right and let's point out both of what they did wrong. And like I said the other day, it's a sad situation all the way around. There's no winners here, none whatsoever. And the things that I'm hearing that should be done to Holly and oh, Holly gonna get her day and God gonna do this to Holly and this, that, and the other. Come on, y'all are tripping. And if God do that to her, I'm sure God gonna do something to you too and me too. Don't leave yourself out when God handing out ass whoopings and shit. Don't leave you out. Because I'm not going to leave me out. She said, I think everyone agrees Romeca was wrong, but that doesn't give a right to unalive someone, period. That girl should have called the cops, and people are being attacked on this live. I don't think anybody is being attacked on this live. We debating, sweetheart. Let's just say Holly did run, or Holly did get in the car and lock the door. Do you really think Romeca would have left? No, she would have chased her down or banged on the window. She had her child. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say about that. Now, this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion. Holly was the one that was legally protected. She was legally protected. So she didn't have to do that. She was where she was legally allowed to be. Romeca was not where she was legally allowed to be. So Holly didn't have to do none of that shit. I heard people say she should have got in her car. She didn't have to. She could have drove off. She didn't have to. She could have done this. She didn't have to. That lady charged her. She charged her. How do I know that? Well, the witness said herself. She tried. He was trying to restrain her. Restrain her for what? 1 + 1 = what? He was trying to restrain her from what? The baby? He was trying to restrain her from the car horn, the tire, the boogeyman. Who was he trying to restrain her from? He was trying to restrain her. He was holding her for what? Why did he have to? He was holding her for what? He was holding her for what? She said how Roe wasn't legally where she was supposed to be. Well, let me go back. Hold on. Let me rewind. Okay, I just rewind, okay? Because the restraining order say stay 1,000 feet away. That's why. 1,000 feet away. When she jumped out of her car where they were, she was wrong. That's why she was not legally where she was supposed to be. She had an order that said 1,000 feet. Back up. Give me 50 feet, but it said 1,000 feet. She was not supposed to stop, Carla. Do you not understand that? She was not supposed to stop. There was a restraining order, an active restraining order that says she was not supposed to be 1,000 feet around Holly. That's why she wasn't where she was legally supposed to be. She said, Amoira, they're not listening. They're full of emotions. Yeah. So is it 1,000 feet or 100? It's 1,000. The restraining order said 1,000. It said 1,000 feet, which is that's a fucking lot. And let me tell you something. Restraining orders is normally not 1,000. It's normally like 250 or 300. This is the first time I've ever seen 1,000. Now, I don't know if this is a Chicago thing or whatever, but it said 1,000 feet. Okay. She said Holly came around her. Oh, okay, Carla. Well, all right then. If that's what you want to fool yourself and think. She said if Holly was locked in her car, then Romeca and Lo would have been tussling while the police came. Oh, okay. But Holly was okay. I don't know. Anyway, all right. They've been fed that she didn't know about the restraining order. Well, she did. Romeca was in her neighborhood, not Holly. Oh, okay. Well, believe that if you want to. She could have dropped her child off and kept driving. Okay. She said, just like y'all are passionate, I am as well. If I am not at people and I am stating my opinion, what is disrespectful about my thoughts? If this channel is only for one side, no others are welcome. This channel is, I ain't on nothing. Listen, I don't know these folks. I ain't on nobody's side. If you really think I'm on a side because I'm telling y'all what y'all don't want to hear, then that's on you, baby. I'm sorry if you taking it that way, but I am not on nobody's side. I don't know these people. I don't know these people. How am I going to be on the side? These people ain't paying me. I don't know these people. None. They both young women to me. Both of these young women are young enough to be my child. I think about my own children. I have 5 adult kids. And I think about my own kids and I pray in the mighty name of Jesus that I don't have to bury my kids one day for making bad decisions, because making bad decision is not just for someone that's just an awful person. It can happen. It happens in life, right? But I pray that none of my kids, right, wake up one day and just decide to make a bad decision and that cost them their life. I pray that they don't, you know? But I'm not on nobody's side. None whatsoever. I don't know Holly and I don't know Romeca, but I do know logic. I do know logic. She said, I just hope they drop the video Q's talking about. That would dead everything. If there's really a video, I'm sure we'll see it one day. She said, it's not disrespectful, it's dumb, especially if you are going to do or anyone else does what Romeca did. Yeah. If anything, I kind of, and I know this might sound bad, but I kind of hold Romeca family to a certain extent. And the reason being is because they came out here and said it wasn't no controlling Romeca, right? That Romeca was a fireball or something like that, and there was no controlling her. Well, they could have just suggested her to go to some type of counseling or may even be medicated or something. You know, if she was such this fireball, right? She was such this cannon, this person that can't be controlled, right? I do believe that they should have, talked to her. Especially I heard that they've lost like 2 or 3 family members from to the same type of violence. I mean, if I love my loved ones, I would try to talk to them and you know what I mean? And what I won't do is try to come out here and put the blame all on someone else and try to paint my family member as a saint. I wouldn't do that. I would not do that. She said she couldn't be calmed and she had lethal hands. Well, they weren't that lethal. It didn't. Let me shut up. Yes, it could be a simple chemical imbalance. Yeah, she could have been medicated. There's a lot of mental health going on, right? A lot of mental health going on. But to come out here and try to make it seem like, oh, I just want justice. I just want justice. I just want justice. And don't really think about it and try to put everything together and realize that your daughter was wrong, your aunt, your niece was wrong, your whoever, they was wrong for violating a restraining order in the first place. Yeah, it hurts that you lost a loved one, but at the end of the day, she was where she was not supposed to be that particular moment. She said, this is an example that people don't like facts. They just want my way or revenge. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't want to hear it because it ain't in their favor. It's not their narrative. You know what I'm saying? They like taking sides. We've done that before. We ain't doing that over here no more. You can't tell any person how to react. I've always told my kids for every action is a reaction. Girl, you better say that again. You better say that again. You cannot tell a person how to react. She said, Amoira, you are on the side of common sense, logical integrity, and not emotions. Exactly. And I'm gonna stay on that side. I'm not taking no side at all. And I don't think that you have to. And I don't think that you should. I don't think that you should have to take a side when there's no winners. You're gonna take a side for what? There is no winners. Holly didn't win. If anybody think Holly won, you crazy. Holly ain't sleeping. Holly being destroyed out here. Holly being villainized. How you say villainized out here. They posted all type of photos and pictures of her, and I'm sure she's receiving all type of threats and shit. She ain't winning. Holly is not winning. Holly family is not winning. No one wins. She said her hands weren't that lethal, is wild to say. Well, they wasn't. Somebody said she had lethal hands. They wasn't that lethal. Your hands can't outbeat everything. And if she had lethal hands, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever, then that's even more reason for Holly to be afraid for her life. They wasn't that lethal. She was so pretty. It's really sad. She could have had any guy. Both of them, though. Both of them pretty. You can't sit here and say Holly was unattractive or Romeca was unattractive. They both beautiful girls. Beautiful girls. They said that because they couldn't control Romeca. I'm sure they talked to her millions of times. It's no timeline on when a woman's fed up. Women get tired when they get tired. Yeah, that's true. That's why I said she made a bad decision. She probably was tired. She probably was mad. I don't know. She probably did see him. She probably, he probably did tell her something. We don't know that though. We don't know that. We could sit here all day long and be like, oh, she was really, really mad because she thought that was her man and she was going to check her man. Yeah, well, she was trying to get away from her man. Checking your man, I'm with that all day long. But trying to come at the girl for what though? What is that gonna do? Now that's what I don't agree with going after the girl. I never agree with going after the other woman. Go after the man. If he's supposed to be with you and you know what I'm saying, and you checking him or whatever the case may, I mean, you want to check him because he's cheating on you, check him if that's what you want to do. But they both look beautiful women. They could have had any guy. So, and I heard somebody say, oh, she didn't even want him. She was over him. Well, I can't tell. She pulled up. She pulled up. She said, you lucky they ain't accuse you of being related to Holly like they do me. I wouldn't care if they accuse me of being related to Holly or not. I don't care. Shit, I get called names every day, all day. You hear me? I don't care. I've been called names for 3 years, y'all. I got tough skin. I'm a blogger. It comes with the territory. I do not care about them people saying whatever they say. They lie every day. They lie, lie, lie. They always lie. I don't care if they say I'm kin to Holly. They can say that all they want to. She said, "You cannot allow your emotions to dictate your actions. You sure can't. And if you do, if you allow your emotions to get the best of you, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to end the way you thought." Her first didn't touch her. Her first didn't touch her, but that gun didn't match the threat. Incoming charges on the way to Holly. All right. Well, when it don't happen, I just hope you don't jump off a bridge. That's all I'm saying. I just hope none of these emotionally charged people don't go off themselves when things don't come work out the way they think they supposed to be. Come back and tell me how that worked, how that happened. Meek said on her Facebook page, why would she check the woman she told lost she's gonna check him? So explain. Well, if she was just checking him, then why was she trying to get out of his arms and charge someone else? She said, me personally, I done been Holly and Rowe. Well, at least you being honest, baby. There's a lot of people over here acting like, you know what I'm saying, they don't know what life is about. She says, so we don't have integrity or think logically because we think unaliving someone instead of calling the cops was the right thing to do. And that's not an attack, okay? Keisha, baby. Keisha. I understand where you coming from. You think Holly is wrong for unaliving her. Okay. Okay. I'm not saying she should have, but what I'm saying is she wouldn't even had that option if Romeca wouldn't have pulled up, is all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that she should have unalived the young lady. What I'm trying to say is, in my opinion, Romeca is the one that set the scene. She set the scene. It wouldn't have been a scene. None of this would have taken place if she would not have pulled up. And I think that's what y'all are not understanding. Romeca is the one that stopped, not Holly. Holly did not pull up to Romeca. Romeca pulled up to Holly. Ain't nobody, I don't think that there is a soul in this live stream. It's 370 people in here right now. I do not believe for one moment that anybody in this live stream is happy that Romeca is not here. I don't think anybody. I don't think anybody is happy that Romeca is gone. Nobody is saying that. Nobody. But what I think that y'all are missing, you're basically saying, oh, we don't think unaliving someone was the right thing to do. Pulling up wasn't the right thing to do. But y'all ain't gonna say that. Y'all ain't gonna say that. You only want to point a finger at what Holly did. That's all I'm trying to say. She wouldn't even had that option at all. It would not, the option would have been taken off the table. You can't get to B before you get to A. That's what y'all not thinking about. Romeca was wrong. She set the scene. She pulled up on a woman that she was told legally to stay 1,000 feet away from. You can't get all the way down the alphabet without hitting A. A first. A first. That's all I'm saying. Y'all are talking about well, she could have done this, she could have done that. Yeah, she could have done a zillion things. But Romeca was not supposed to be there, is what I'm saying. She was not supposed to be there. She said, you know, Coco, I'm just going to let you talk to the audience, honey. Keisha, she says, yes, Romeca did set the scenes, but she had the chance to get in the car and call the police, cops Amoira. Romeca was dead wrong, but didn't deserve death. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, baby. She don't got to retreat and walk around scared. She was protected, legally protected. Stop blaming her for being somewhere she was. Stop acting ignorant and making ignorant ass comments. How about that? We wouldn't have been here if Romeca hadn't pulled up to them and violated that protection order. That right there. That right there. The police do not respond quickly until someone is shot. I've called and reported an individual breaking in a car with a gun, and the police never showed up. Damn. So y'all wanted Holly to wait and see the damages. Child, they just emotional. It's all good. She pulled up on Carlos, not Holly. She didn't even know Holly was there. Her and Carlos was fighting, and Holly got out of the car. So, okay, Barbara. Okay, let's go with your theory. Barbara, we're going to go with your theory, okay? We're going to go with your theory. The moment she saw Holly, she was supposed to get the fuck gone. Now what? Next. The moment she saw Holly, she was supposed to leave. Now what? What's your reply? The moment she saw Holly, she was supposed to leave. What's your reply? Okay, go drink some water. Go and drink some milk. Bye. Go drink some milk. Okay, what's your reply, Barbara? She saw Holly, she was supposed to leave. Next, what's your reply? When her baby dad, they said she got in the car and got back out. What she get back out for? Did she not see Holly then? Did she not see Holly then? But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm really not trying to convince or change y'all mind. I'm just speaking logic. Okay? Right? I'm just speaking logic. It's just like some of y'all just don't like it though. She said, why would you shoot somebody that don't have a weapon, soft ass? Oh, really? Okay. She said, why would you shoot somebody that don't have a weapon? Oh, soft. You know what? I was gonna say something, but I'm not. I'm gonna save it for somebody else. Once you see 12 and you got drugs, you gonna catch the play or you gonna turn around. LOL. Okay, that's I don't have nothing to do with that. She said, how long do they want Holly to run? Because they just would have been the next time. Child, honey, they wanted Holly to get beat up, is what they wanted. And I ain't even saying, I'm not even saying Romeca would have beat her up. I don't know, because I don't know them like that, you know? But because people be thinking, soft, quiet spoken people, and I don't even know if Holly. Only words I've ever heard Holly say is the damn 2 videos that I played the other day. So I don't even know her like that. I don't know none of these people. To be honest with you, I don't. But some people be taking that quietness or whatever as they won't do nothing, or they just, they ain't gonna do nothing or whatever. They may not do the same thing you would do, right? Meaning she may not waddle in the grass with her, but here in America, y'all know I lived outside the country, so this is not allowed in every country, okay? But in America, we have a right. We have a right to bear arms, okay? Let me explain what that means, okay? That means that we have a right to bear arms. We have a right to have weapons, okay? Weapons is for protection. If somebody is trying to attack you or hurt you or harm you, especially after you then went to the courts and did your due diligence to get the courts to tell a person to leave you alone, okay? To stay the hell away from you, okay? So once a person go and get protected, right? And they're utilizing their rights to protect themselves, and somebody violate their rights, they have a right to defend themselves. And it seems to me that Romeca pulled up illegally and highly utilized her rights to bear arms. I don't understand what part of that you do not understand. Now, I'm just trying to tell you the law. Our forefathers, they taught like this back in the day when they put the rights in place. We have the rights to bear arms. Now, I have them, and so do you. Just because you choose not to utilize your rights to bear arms, that's your fault. That's on you. But other legal abiding citizens of America, they choose to utilize their rights to bear arms. So, and let me just say this. With your rights to bear arms, they said don't draw a fire weapon unless you plan on using it. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is, if she's a legal abiding citizen and utilize her rights to bear arms, and she was legally protected with a restraining order, It seemed like y'all want her to fly kite next. There's nowhere in the Constitution that says, along with the rights to bear arms, you need to grow wings to fly up out of there. She was protecting herself. She already was legally documented to protect herself. So she utilized her rights to bear arms. Do you understand now? That is a right here in America that's not always offered in other countries. Now, I don't know which way you want to understand it, but I'm letting you know. She was legally protected. Y'all want her to ET phone home or some shit. Beam me up, Scotty. Y'all wanted her to fucking disappear or some shit. Like, get out of there. Like, how? She was legally where she was supposed to be. Okay? That part. Now, it's a constitutional right. So to say, well, she shouldn't unalive somebody, well, not saying that she should, but that's what happens when you're protecting yourself sometimes. Shit like that happens. You know? Even with the protection of order, some people feel it could give them the rights to be on bullshit when they see you. You, as the smart person, will move around and protect your peace. Listen, if I got my weapon, my service weapon, and you run up on me, look, I'm just gonna tell you right now. Hell, I might be the next one. If somebody run up on me, I am going to protect myself. I'm letting you know that now. That's why I love Texas. I think I'm gonna live in Texas forever, forever. Cause y'all, oh Jesus, honey, oh Jesus, mercy. All I got to say is I'm gonna protect myself. I am going to protect myself. So I'm gonna get knocked upside the head after you threaten me every time. I don't know. I guess if they say if you live in Illinois, you need to get knocked upside the head. She said, yeah, premeditated. Okay, well then why she ain't locked up, Carla? If it was premeditated, they would have found proper cause. Barbara ain't saying nothing she done. They wanted her Chevy Cruiser to grow wings and fly away. Child, I think they wanted to beam me up, Scotty, or whatever. You know that on the show back in the day when he used to just hit that little button on his chest and he would disappear. they want they wanted Holly to do that. I can't. Beam me up, Scotty. I mean, god damn, for real. Y'all tripping. She could have done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. She could have done everything but popped her. Listen, y'all tripping. What Romeca could have done? Ain't nobody said Romeca could have kept going. Ain't nobody said Romeca could have just, called a dude up on the phone, customized. Ain't nobody saying none of that, right? Right? She said, you have the rights to protect yourself in America. That's what I'm saying. We in America. We in a free country. Baby, this is a free country. We have rights. We have rights. Rights. We have rights for a reason. We have rights. Stop. Don't take away our rights. That's my thing. You said it right. She ain't have to pop her. She could have stayed in the car too. All right, Carla. Don't be Romeca, Carla, okay? Don't try it. I'm just letting you know. It wasn't premeditated at this point. You are being willfully ignorant because everything Amoira just explained is true. Yeah, they know it too. Romeca, what she say? Romeca pulled up on her. Romeca didn't have to do that. She knew about the court order. Absolutely, Kayla. She should have walked on eggshells forever because of Romeca. But in a state like Texas, people ain't even gonna play crazy like that. They know better. Girl, you better know. And that's why they ain't come down on my street. Remember? They came out talking our shit. I showed the gun one time and I ain't seen none of them motherfuckers. Then they came back on the internet and said, oh, you was scared. You showed your gun and you ain't pull up either, did you? And you ain't pull up either, did you? But they was all, when I see you, I'ma do this. When I see you, I'ma do that. When I see you, I'ma do this. Okay. All right. Carry on. Cause I ain't playing with none of them motherfuckers. You hear me? I ain't never leaving Texas. Never. Never. I ain't never leaving Texas. They've been fighting all their lives. They want to fight. Yeah, okay. They're gonna fight by themselves. I ain't fighting nobody. I ain't breaking my nails. Mm-mm. She said, y'all acting like Holly just pew pew everybody. Ro been bullying people. That girl could have had postpartum, anything. This been going on so long. Barbara just listening to this crap, thinking she knows all. I don't argue with people. I'm 65 years old and have 4 deaths in my family in the last 2 years. None by violence, but death is painful. Death is painful. And sometimes it could be prevented. And we have to make decisions before, you know what I'm saying? Before we have to make decisions. If you want to live, you got to make better decisions sometimes, you know? And it ain't just with gun violence or anything like that. That could be with eating healthy and, you know what I'm saying? Not putting certain drugs in your body and alcohol in your body and cigarettes in your body and stuff like that. We have to think about our safety before we make decisions. You know what I'm saying? Some people right now are eating themselves to death. You know what I'm saying? So we got to think about that. You can't do things and then you want people to think later about it. No. Think about it. Make wiser decisions. You know, you want to live a little longer. I'm not saying it's going to happen because I do believe that all of our days are marked. So to be honest with you, God just may have wanted Romeca home early, you know? Who knows? Our days are marked. That's what I believe, you know? I'm not agreeing that, you know, her unaliving was a good thing. I'm not saying that. But we can't just discount what she did. She wrote her fate, unfortunately, when she made the decision that she made. She should not have been there. And that's what nobody, you want to, you know, make up 1,001 excuses when all she had to do was stay 1,000 feet away. All the 1,000 excuses you want to come up with, when you making them, make sure after every excuse you make, say 1,000 feet away. She should have done this 1,000 feet away. She should have done that 1,000 feet away. She should have done this one 1,000 feet away. Well, she could have done this 1,000 feet away. She could have stayed in the car 1,000 feet away. She could have ran down the sidewalk 1,000 feet away. Just keep saying that to yourself, and maybe you will get it. And maybe you will get it. Oh, well, Barbara, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, sweetheart. I really am. I'm sorry to hear that. They wanted her to turn into a magician or something. The auntie even got on live and said that she could have ran to Carlos' house. Like, how is that even logical? So she's supposed to leave her baby, apparently. Now, I didn't hear her aunt say that, but if her aunt said that, I'm going to say she said that under emotional duress. Because it ain't no way that she really think that this lady was supposed to run down the goddamn sidewalk. You understand what I'm saying? She was legally protected. Why she got to run anywhere? She was legally protected to be where she is. Why does she have to run? No, her niece, if she said that, I don't want to say things if that's not true. I didn't hear her say that. So if she said that, then she should have said that her niece should have kept the hell going. Okay? That's what she should have said. And those are the things that people don't want to hear. They want to be oblivious. They want to be stuck, you know? Good night, Ladidra, baby. Did she have keys to Carlos' house? How would she have gotten in? She said, well, it ain't over. And it sounds like you glad she got unalive. You people. Girl, go drink some milk. You know, I let you stay in here long enough. Good night. Go color. Get you a big ass coloring book, one of them Christmas ones that got all the characters in it, honey. They got the Santa Claus, the sleigh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. You know what I'm saying? They got Frosty the snowman. They even got the 12 dwarfs and all that. Go get that big fat ass coloring book and get the color. And make sure you buy a big ass box of crayons. The ones with the damn sharpener in it. Okay, go ahead and do that. Because baby, I let you stay in here long enough with the foolishness. Brown sugar facts, they kept saying why she didn't do this or do that. Like, why did your niece just leave or kept going? I'm not trying to sound heartless, but we gotta have some common sense here. Everybody is not gonna have common sense. Listen, they just not. All the crazy people got coloring books. That's what they need, a big ass coloring book. She said, wait, not go drink some milk and go. Yeah, she need to go drink some milk. These people need to go cool off. You know, when you get pepper sprayed, they tell you to pour milk in your eyes. Then people need to go drink some milk. For real, for real. They are tripping. There's a lot of cases out here with wrongful deaths, but this family doing the most online and social media on everybody's platform and reading all the comments, but they are grieving. Jesus, fix it. Yeah, Jesus, Jesus. I believe those attitudes is the reason why Romeca did things that people say she did because she had no accountability. And they're not trying to, and I ain't even gonna say hold her to accountability because at this point, she's not even here to be held at accountability, you know? The accountability should have came before now, you know? If she was held in accountability before this, then maybe she would not have done this, right? So it's an unfortunate thing. I don't know how many times I'm gonna say that, right? I'm not even. Well, I probably will say it. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, and for the one that I just sent to go color or whatever and drink milk, for her to say you glad, I'm sure you glad she's unalive. Like that's just ignorance. That's ignorance, and I don't have time for that. That's ignorance. She doesn't belong over here talking to me with her ignorant ass. That's ignorance. I ain't got time for the ignorant shit. We can agree to disagree, but when you get ignorant, I'm gonna treat you like you ignorant. And I'm gonna ignorant your ass up out of here. That's ignorance. You glad she's unalive. The fuck? Who happy anybody unalive? Maybe she wants Holly unalive or something. That's ignorance. I ain't got time to deal with no ignorant ass people. We dealt with ignorant people for a long time. We don't entertain that ignorant shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Where is the proof that she was already in the car? How was she strapping her baby in and in the driver's seat at the same time? See, I didn't even see somebody say that she was already in the car. Let's not forget Romeca was stalking the other. Let's not forget Romeca was stalking the other Romeca that Carlos was messing with. Her name was Romeca and spelled the same way. Damn, I ain't even hear that. But I don't even think that well, I ain't gonna say it's not relevant if she was stalking her, but we don't know that to be for sure. I don't know of it to be for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never even heard that until now. The lack of accountability is crazy, not being heartless, but Romeca's own decisions contributed to her death. Exactly. She made a bad decision. Every reaction to trauma situation differently. Everyone reacts to trauma situations differently, which is why Holly pulled the trigger. Exactly. And she had a right to protect herself. And that's what people think that you're supposed to have gun for souvenirs or some shit like you're not supposed to use it. What the fuck you think a gun is for? It's to protect yourself. When are you supposed to protect yourself? People act like people have guns just to look at it and flex and shit, play with it, twirl it like it's a motherfucking baton or some shit, eat it or whatever. What do you think a gun is for? Why do you think people have weapons? Stop being ignorant. Why do you think people have weapons? To just have it and not use it? No. Somebody is trying to attack you. They come where you have already went and got legal protection for them not to be. You have a right to use your weapon. It's not a souvenir, you guys. It's not a souvenir. It's not a souvenir. What do they think? What if they think it's supposed to do? It's not a souvenir and it's not supposed to just scare you. You know, she said, "I'm more read Tammy comment. That's Holly's aunt. Holly aunt is in here. Who is Holly aunt? I thought Holly aunt was named Tamika. This Holly aunt, you Holly aunt, it says she wasn't in the car yet. Holly and Carlos had just made it to the car. He was strapping the baby and she was putting the bags in the car. Oh, I didn't know that was Holly aunt. You Holly's aunt? Are you really Holly's aunt? Well, welcome to the chat, Holly's aunt. We had Romeca aunt in here the other day. Well, welcome to the chat. Watch, they gonna obsess over you more. I hope they don't become. I don't care if they obsess over me. You know what I'm saying? You know I've been dealing with people that obsessed over me for 3 years. It's okay. It's okay, girl. You know I'm a blog on. You know how it is. You've been over here. You've been over here. Leave my baby after you already threatened me and him. Mocha. She didn't have to do any of that. And see, that's what they're failing to realize. She did not have to do that. Oh, she had a duty to retreat. And Romeca had a duty to stay 1,000 feet away. She had a duty to stay 1,000 feet away. Holly wouldn't have had to retreat if Romeca would have kept going. Hello? Oh, you are Tamika. Okay, okay. I didn't know that. She said, I've been in here the whole live. LOL. Oh, you bet you have? Shit, I ain't see you. Shit, I've been fighting with people and sending them to go color because some people just ignorant. Some people just ignorant. Those people are way too involved. You would be arguing all night. They are way too involved, Sharon. Some of them are way too involved. They really are. They really are way too involved. Some of them need to get a good night's rest. Go get some, I don't know, pork chops or some shit. I don't know. How long do you think Holly actually had her FOID and CCL? What's a FOID? I know the concealed carrier license, but what's the FOID? What is that? She said it's bad she lost her life, but it's up to us to make wise decision. Mika was in the wrong. That's why Holly had papers on Mika to protect herself. Exactly, Tina. And that's what people are failing to realize. No one is saying that they're happy that Holly is unalive. No. And that's why I sent the girl to go color because she's making statements like that just mean that you're just ignorant. Seriously. Sometimes God knows that there is an outcome that may be worse. So he calls us early. Sometimes you see stuff and he sends us, he sends or uses someone to intervene. We don't know Holly's spiritual life either. We don't know neither one of them spiritual life. We don't. Because even though Romeca may have been aggressive, she could have been very spiritual. We don't know that though. And I take it back to what I said before, and I don't care who don't like it. I think that the witness that came out here with her exaggerated as conflicting story, she put that out here and got people emotionally charged. She told some information and left out a whole lot of information. She really didn't know what was going on. She walked up on a situation, formed an opinion, put it out there. You understand what I'm saying? And got people in their feelings. And now you got bloggers out here that's I don't know what they doing. They just want to stir up emotions, I guess. I don't know what they doing, but that's not what I'm doing over here. And if you're not subscribed to my channel, you can. I talk about a lot of different stories or whatever. So if you want to stick around, you can. I ain't gonna make you, but if you do, that would be greatly appreciated. But I'm not here to just feed your emotions or make you, happy in your soul and shit like that or whatever to just tell you some off the wall ignorant ass shit. I'm not gonna do it. So, but I do break down a lot of stories. So if you want to stick around and hear the other stories that I break down, that would be greatly appreciated, right? I've already picked up about almost 300 subscribers, which is great. And I know some of them, I don't know, probably unsubscribed after, tonight or whatever. And if that's what you want to do that. But at the same time, I'm not going to feed your emotions just because you, I don't know, you just don't want to see facts and use logic. She said, I started suspecting something fishy when the family of Romeca wanted to shut people up and even threaten also. Yeah, that's crazy. She said, I think Holly was really concerned for her safety and protecting herself. The timeline don't matter. Leave people alone. Crafty girl, for real. I be looking at it from all points of view. This story has brung a lot of clout to them. Holly had her license since 2018, her firearm from around the same time, maybe 2019. We took the class together as a family. I'll post pictures of us in the CCL class tomorrow. And guess what? You have a right to have a weapon. And that's what people don't understand. And for people that saying that she didn't have to use it, she didn't have. So what do you use it for then? The boogeyman or something? People think that you only supposed to use it if somebody break into your home or something. If you fear for your life, you know, you protect yourself. If you fear for your life, if you reasonably fear for your life, you know, fire owner identification card. Oh, okay. I don't think do I have one of those? If I do, I've had my weapon for so long, y'all. I do have something though. It might be a FOID. I don't know what it's called, but I do have something. I am a registered license carrier, so it may be that. I don't know. But I do have something. But I've had my weapon for so long. I mean so long. I got in the military in 2014. Oh, I had my weapon before I got in the military. Yeah, I sure did. Because I remember I took a picture of it and put it on my Facebook page. I've had my weapons for a long time. Now, my husband just bought two more since this internet drama popped off and the mother sucker said they're going to pull up to my house and do this to me and do that to me. That I'm going to be floating in the back of my pool. You remember that? They didn't come take a deal. I was wondering why they didn't come take a deal. You know what I mean? They didn't even want to come swim. Oh, poor Bookie. They didn't even want to come swim. Remember, they said I'm gonna come home and find somebody floating in the back of the pool. Well, it never happened. All over feelings. Feelings. She said, the more I figured the case was going in Holly's favor when the family started protesting, because if the case is still under investigation, why protest? Are they protesting? I didn't even know they was protesting. She said, don't pull a weapon if you don't intend to use it. That's what they taught us. That's what I was trained on. Don't pull a weapon unless you plan on using it. Don't pull a weapon. She said, I encourage many of you to study your rights, the laws, and the Constitution because it's clear that there is a lack of understanding in that area. You are right, Dakota. Thank you so much for that super chat, baby. You are right. A lot of people don't even read. I guarantee you, half of the people over here talking about you just flashy, unalive. They don't read shit. They don't know no law. They don't know no constitution. They don't know what duty to retreat mean. They don't know what self-defense mean. They don't know what Second Amendment mean. They don't know what a restraining order mean. And they damn sure don't know what stay 1,000 feet away mean. You hear me? They definitely don't know what a stay 1,000 feet away mean. Because if they knew what stay 1,000 feet away mean, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. I'd be talking about the girl that the guy done kidnapped, and we don't even know where the hell she at. Hell, where is Kata? That's what we want. We where is Kata? Where is Kata Scott? That's who we looking for out of Philadelphia. Where is Kata? That's what we need to talk about. Or the lady that drove, or not drove, but flew from New York and unalived somebody because she didn't respond to her Instagram post. We could be talking about that right now. You know what I mean? Or we could be talking about DDG wrote a whole song, right? Trying to manipulate the dog shit out of Haley. But Haley didn't fall for it. And now the damn restraining order is extended to next month. He didn't win. We could be talking about a couple of more things. Had Romeca understood what 1,000 feet meant, Mocha said, I was told if you pull it, then empty it. Well, damn. Whether you use your firearm, it is to stop the threat, not give the threat a scratch. Exactly, April. And that's the hard reality because I heard somebody say, well, when she shot her, she should have, or she shot her in her leg. She shouldn't have did it again and this, that, and the other. When somebody coming towards you or whatever, you're not supposed to just shoot them in the toe. Her mother said during an interview, she is a fighter and has a quick temper. So, what do you think she would have done if she owned a weapon? Mm. She said, Keys just told us Romeca didn't have her phone. Keys on it. Johnson, it's all going to come out. God got this. Keys just told us. I don't know who Keys is, LaWanda, but if that's who you choose to believe, if he's giving you information or she, he, whatever, I think that's that guy that what you was talking about. But baby, child, go right ahead, honey, because I ain't here to compete or go back and forth with any other content creator, blogger that is putting out information. If that's the one that told you that Romeca didn't have her phone, I don't know too many people that don't have a phone that don't have a phone. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody that travels that don't have a phone. You know what I mean? She said he making stuff up. Oh, okay. Well, maybe they need to go color with him. She said he's a conspiracy theory. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I don't like them type of bloggers. I don't. I can't do them because I can't go down that rabbit hole. I just can't. I can't do that, and I'm not gonna do it. He might be young. We older over here. Hell, I'm about to be 53 in what 12 days. I ain't got time to be doing no making no shit up. Mm-mm. Is she on the way to work? Why she ain't gonna have her phone? Shy. I don't know. I'm not even gonna compete with this guy. I don't even know this guy. I don't want to hear nothing that Keys has to say. He is part of this whole mess, and he started a lot of it. That is where some of the division started at. Oh, see, I have not ever listened to him, and probably will never listen to him because I don't I'm not gonna go listen to somebody that don't speak logic, that don't know how to add, multiply, divide, or subtract. Why are people believing anyone? If her phone was missing, then they tracked this location. Be for real. He's the one that said Carlos was stealing her phone while she was on the ground. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. She said they say anything. Shit, foreigners even got phone. Foreigners got phone. They get stopped by ISIS and a cold. 8 people. Oh, Jesus. She said, and girl, we don't fight in these YouTube streets already. We done with that. So somewhere, child. So go somewhere else, child. Exactly. We don't fight these people no more. We don't fight against content creators no more. We did that already. We laugh at them though. We do. We do laugh at them now. Don't get me wrong. We laughed at one last night, boy. She gained 7,000 subscribers overnight. That shit was funny. And girl, we don't fight. Oh, I just read that. She said he's slow and his viewers slow. Oh yeah, we know them kind. We know them kind. That boy over there making up stories to get paid. That's why I unsubscribed from him when I saw that he was making up BS. Oh man. Well, I'm damn sure I ain't gonna make up nothing over here. I'm letting you know that now. I ain't gonna make shit up. since common sense is not common anymore, it's not gonna make sense if you're in here. I'm just saying nobody not saying anything against Romeca. We are just speaking facts. Exactly, April. Ain't nobody saying nothing against Romeca. Romeca could be my daughter. You know what I'm saying? My son is 34 years old. 34. He was born in 91. He's 34. So when I see a youth, right, a young person, do something to jeopardize either you lose their life or even go to jail, I feel for them. I honestly feel for them because I feel like, damn, right? They too young for that. They just messed up their whole life. So no, I would never clap for someone losing their life. You know, I wish Romeca could have made better decisions. Hell, I wish I could have been Romeca auntie, right? Because I would have called Romeca up on the phone and I would have said, Romeca, share custody with this nigga, but let this nigga go. He had a whole nother woman pregnant anyway. Holly was pregnant. If this is the case, I don't even know if she was even, because that could be rumor, right? It could be rumor that they were still messing around with each other. But I did see videos where she's like, and I heard her mention Holly name, but Holly have a whole baby that's 6 months old. You think I'm about to be clowning behind a man that got another woman pregnant? I would have called her up on the phone and I would have said, Romeca, baby girl, you're beautiful. Baby girl, you're gorgeous. You got a nice body. Your personality lights up the whole damn room, honey. You don't need that nigga. That nigga got a whole nother woman pregnant, baby. Listen, you don't need that. And I would have said, baby, heal. Let me help you heal. You understand what I'm saying? Heal from all the pain, all the lies, whatever, right? Heal from the traumas that you've been through. If I was the auntie, see, that's what I would have told my niece. You hear me? I would have told my niece, let him go. Let him go, baby. And even if you think about being with him, honey, let me hook you up with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Let us background check up somebody for you. You know what I mean? But, and I don't even know if she was still with him or not. I don't know. So I don't even want to really put that in the atmosphere because I don't know. But if that is the case, that he was playing both of them, I would have talked to my niece and I would have said, you deserve better. You deserve better. You know? She said she didn't want to let go. That's just because she wasn't in love with herself. Because if she was in love with herself, ain't no way she would have messed with him. She was with that man for 10 years and he didn't marry her. I would have taught her to love herself. If a man is fucking you for 10 years and he ain't marry you, then that's on you. That ain't on him. That's on you. That's on you. You making that decision to stay there. You know? So anyway, but I'm about to go, you guys. I literally just came on here and basically to say the fact that it could have been worse for Romeca, and a lot of people are overlooking that, And earlier they was like, "Well, how you even know that the threats or the accusations are true or not?" I don't know, but it ain't for me to know. But what I do know is Romeca didn't go to court, right, to defend herself, and Holly was able to be granted that restraining order for 2 years. Okay, so that was her protection. She legally got protection from the law. The law. So she was protected from the law. So for people that want to come in here and say, oh, but it's not true. She really didn't do that. I don't know that and you don't know that. I don't know that and they don't know that. And if any blogger is around here saying she really didn't, them really wasn't no real threats, Holly was lying, they're lying. How do I know that? Because they don't know if she really had those threat messages or not. The only way they gonna know is if they see Holly phone, right? See Holly phone or receive those phone calls. You know what I'm saying? So for them to say, oh, they was made up, they was fake, they're lying. They're lying. They don't know that, and I don't know that. But what I do know is a judge signed the order A judge's signature is on the order, which means if it was by default or not, the fact that she has it protects her. She said, "Good night, everyone. Good live. Amoira. Appreciate you embracing the truth and being natural. Love the info and commentary. Thank you so much, Brown Sugar. Appreciate you and have a good night." And I'm about to get off, you guys, because we done been on here. Oh, Lord Jesus, we've been on here 5 hours. Why y'all let me do that? And I was supposed to be eating. Shit, what time is it? 11 o'clock. Lord Jesus. Listen, I had a good time with you guys, but literally, I just wanted to tell y'all this live was supposed to be about two things. It was supposed to be about if Holly was really after Romeca, if she really, really wanted to bother Romeca's soul, literally, she could have filed criminal charges against Romeca. She could have, not should have, she could have had Romeca having to go get an attorney and fight criminal charges. Okay. She could have done that. And another thing, I said something about the witness, and I stand by that. The witness came out here and put out a statement that got a lot of people's panties in a bunch. You know what I'm saying? Especially for her to now say she doesn't want to testify in court, right? If she didn't want to testify in court, then she should have shut the fuck up. That's my opinion. Because now she has everybody out here all emotionally charged with shit that the courts will never hear. The courts will never hear what this witness has said, whether it's true or not. They will never hear it. So it's irrelevant. But look what you did with your irrelevant ass statement. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You did all this just to say, but I don't want to testify. Well, then what was this about? What was it about? Now you got people jumping in people comments saying some of the craziest shit. Oh, you just happy she's unalive. Being delusional. Just absolutely delusional. So, like I said, this this live stream was for two things: to point out that if Holly wanted to disturb her nerves, she could have. She could have hit her where it hurt, the pockets, way before this fatal day, way before this day. But also the witness that came on the scenes and said what she said just to come around and say she doesn't want to testify. You know what I'm saying? And most of the things that she was saying was just not, it didn't line up. Let me just say it like that. It did not line up. So anyway, that's all, y'all. We done talked enough. I love y'all. Thank y'all for pulling up. Let me thank y'all and give y'all a big shout out for tipping me on this live stream. I do appreciate any tips that you guys give over here. I do appreciate y'all, and I hope y'all have a good night. Thank you, Binky Bink, Perfectly Imperfect, Lin, Knee Deep, Lisa King. She said, "Thank you for staying unbiased." Thank you, baby. The cameraman is the real abuser. Come on, ladies. Let's support the GOAT. Let's go, Auntie. Bring the house down. Slow walk this thing. These people need some guidance. And you know I do that, right? You know it. Thank you, baby. Tamika Meek. Amoira says you doing your thing. Peace, love, and many more blessings to you. See you soon. See you soon, baby. And like real soon, next week. Thank you, Jamaica. Thank you, my girl Candy, Miss Sonia. I love it here. That's the message. Thank you, Miss Sonia. Vanessa, let's support with super chats. Thank you, baby. Rita, showing my favorite content analyst some love. Facts over feelings. That's right. Facts over feelings here. You were the first to say it. Yes, ma'am, baby. Thank you so very much, Rita. Lisa, and the Cult Jam. Facts over feelings on this channel. Love it here. Thanks for doing the work, Amoira. You know it. Thank you, baby. Vanita Spears, thank you, baby. Tender T. Thank you for being a faithful member for 22 months. She said, as a mom, I would not retreat to my car where my baby is. I would try to move it from around my baby. Ooh, okay. Fishy fish. Thank you, baby. Tapping in and say hello. Thank you, baby. Miss Pamela, a more great live. You always come with the facts and not feelings. Thank you, baby. And do TC girl, what's going on? Thank you for the insight, Amoira. You welcome, baby. Thank you. Why you lying? I don't agree with everything you say, but I appreciate the educated debate. I just love to debate. Don't take it personal. Okay, and I don't. No worries. Thank you. And you wasn't disrespectful. You didn't say ignorant ass shit like you just happy she unalive. You know what I mean? That's when I send people to go color. So you good over here. Thank you, Tisha Bailey. One wrong move, you can die fighting. That's true. That's absolutely true. Shit, you damn right, right, Tisha? Gloria, Amor, I will stand my ground. Great live, Amor. Facts over feelings. Yes, facts over feelings. Thank you, Gloria. Rita M, exactly. I'm gonna talk shit, but don't put your hands on me. I'm not fighting nobody. Okay, everybody ain't fighting. Everybody ain't fighting, right? I 100% stand behind you on this. I'm not fighting anyone, but I will defend myself, a supporter of the Second Amendment, and is me too, baby. Thank you for becoming a member, Shanda Taylor. Appreciate you, baby. And Kelly, such a sad situation for all involved, and it is very sad. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Dakota. I encourage many of you to study your rights, the laws, and the Constitution because it's clear that there is a lack of understanding in that area, and is. Thank you, Dakota. And thank you for 25 amazing months. You've always been transparent and real. Yep. And that's why a lot of people don't like me because I'm too transparent, right? I'm too transparent and too real. And a lot of people don't like that. But if you do like a very transparent and real, no sprinkling sugar on no shit type content, just subscribe to my channel and come back for another story, you know? All right. And with this story, I'm not going to be coming out here just to be coming out here, Oh, Carlos made a post, y'all. Oh, Holly Auntie made a post, y'all. Y'all not going to get that type of updates from me. But if something critical come up, right? Or even if I think of something else that, I can bring awareness to, I will come out and do commentary on it. But yeah, every time they breathe, I'm not about to be stalking their pages and every time they breathe, do commentary on it. I'm not going to do that. Okay. But I am still going to wait for the reports to come out and see which way the law handles it. You know what I'm saying? So, but because hey, it may be some shit that we don't know, right? She said restraining order isn't a license to kill in a school zone. Like, please, it was recommended to a grand jury for a reason. Let's just see. Okay, TA, let's just see. Come by and let me know after we see though. Okay, baby? All right. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Shanda, for tipping me with a coffee, baby. Y'all know I love my coffee. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate you so very much. Thank you, thank you. She said, is we doing Wild Out Friday tomorrow? Girl, we might need to do a Wild Out Friday, a Laugh Out Loud Friday, or something, baby. We'll see. But there is two other stories that I do want to talk about. So I don't know if we're gonna Wild Out Friday or are we just gonna talk about those stories tomorrow. We'll see. I'll let y'all know. I'll let y'all know. She said, I think we need to chill on this one until new evidence come out. We can talk about other things. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not gonna be coming out here like, I ain't trying to hate on nobody, but some people, every little thing that hit the internet. Oh, he sneezed, y'all. He sneezed. Let me tell you what he sneezed and said when he was sneezing. I'm not going to do that because it's irrelevant, right? It's very much irrelevant. So I'm definitely not going to be doing that. But if it's something that needs to be like, I felt like this one was an awareness type thing because there's a lot of people out there that's lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? So I kind of just wanted to just put that out, what I put out tonight. But yeah, I'm not gonna be every day doing lives on this just because. Yeah, no, I'm not that emotionally involved with this case like this. Do I want to know now where it's gonna go? Yes, I do. I want to know where it's gonna go. But if the detectives are not putting anything out, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm not gonna be just repeating what 11 people out here repeating. So she said it's draining and very heartbreaking, even though we're putting out awareness. Yeah, it is draining. She said, will you be talking about the 5-year-old girl in Cleveland? Ooh. I gotta see if I can stomach it. Sip and laugh because now that one right there, you know how I am about kids, man. I start getting so mad, I start getting so pissed off. But let me see because I heard it was kids on kids. So let me just take another look because yeah, oof, y'all know how I am about them children. You know what I'm saying? But I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I'm not gonna count it out yet, but I definitely let you know. Okay. TA said I can't with the 5-year-old. That's my baby's age. I can't even look at it. Oof. See, and a lot of people probably feel like you, T. A lot of people probably feel like you. She said, more you will be a good blogger. Let's keep it going. We're here for you, not the noise. Thank you so much, Tanya. And I appreciate that, baby. I appreciate that. So anyway, thank y'all for pulling up. Y'all like that, thumbs up this video on your way out. Get you some good sleep, okay? And make sure you say your prayers tonight, all right? Say your prayers, all right? I love y'all. Talk to y'all later. Bye now.
Because they can't make a dollar without mentioning down one of our names.
Yay! She kept talking about
We
that
got these
family.
hoes over there.
She kept talking about that family. She kept talking
Internet
about that
gangsters.
family. She kept talking about that family. She kept talking about that family. That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers don't be wanting to bless no damn body. Because they can't make a dollar without mentioning down one of our names.